Hello everybody, welcome back to another Marvel Snap live stream. Today we're launching a little bit earlier than our normal start time, hopefully to accommodate a few more people, but also we have a couple of cool spicy builds that I'm looking forward to showcasing today. We have a Leech deck, we have a Loki deck, which I think right now Loki is probably best in Arishem, which is super unfortunate. Because Arishem brought to light kind of his unfun play patterns and ended up getting him and a few other cards nerfed, and then now his best home feels like Arishem. We have a Tempo Sandman that I think is pretty solid right now. We have an Apocalypse discard deck, but it's nothing flashy, nothing fancy. And then Alejandro, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I'm glad that you're able to jump in and join us. Rin, welcome in as well. And then Cho, Zon Aster, Schwax, Sleeper, welcome in everybody. Hopefully you had a fantastic week, and hopefully your weekend is going to start off well with the stream. But let's go through. I'm going to start with the Leech 'em Up deck, and it's a almost ramp-like deck, but now with both Doc Ock and Leech being 4 cost, I don't think we really need Electro anymore. I think we can afford to cut the ramp component. Kino, welcome in. Chill, you said I got Cassandra a couple hours ago. That's huge. I know a lot of people were worried they weren't going to be able to reach it. So I'm glad you were able to pull it. And then Luca, welcome in. Makoto, I hope you're having a fantastic day. But with this deck and the way that it is, I don't know that we need the Electro ramp portion anymore. We have the blink to be able to do like Leech into blink so that we get a higher value card out. Sometimes it's going to be really disruptive on those 6 cost cards like Apocalypse, and then they're just going to end up discarding it instead of it returning back to their hand. Spectrum decks. And some decks aren't going to run 6 costs, so we're not going to lean all the way on Leech, but I do think he is a decent piece in this shell. I once leached an Infinite. Leech is dead. Infinite's not ran super often, but it will be unfortunate when you do leech the Infinite. But the good thing with that is we have the follow-up to Sandman, and then we have the power spread. So unless they're already winning in 2 lanes, the Infinite is just going to win them 1 lane. The Edamame, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Ren, you said, is Leech still good? I don't know. Probably not great, but I don't think he is unplayable. I think at the 4 cost he starts being added back into those blink rotation decks, because he was already really solid there, and then I think sometimes you'll just really hurt their in game. Other times he's just going to be a rotation tool. Plain White, you said I just got Cassandra. Got lucky in my last 2 games were against people donating cubes or bubs. Huge Plain White. Kenny Cooks, welcome in. Welcome in as well. We're going to do a quick ad to push them off so that we don't have to worry about them at the start of the stream with the games. And we'll chat for a little bit, and then we'll jump into a few different games with the Leech Cook. And we also have several others brewed up that I think we'll get to today. And we also have a sponsored stream today. You'll see the widget on the screen. We'll do that portion quite a bit later, but we will go through and play some Ant Legion gameplay. And what I really like about this one is that it's really easy to reach those goals. I think both like progression goals take 20 to 30 minutes max to be able to reach both of them. And so some games it takes hours, and it's really tough to reach all of the goals. This one, you can reach them within 15, 20, 30 minutes. And then if you don't like the game, you can stop playing, and you've helped the channel out as much as you can. And then you said, hey TLSG, can you try the new Loki today? Yeah, I do. I do think we're going to be running the Loki at some point. I think his best shell right now is Arishem, which is kind of unfortunate. But I do have one built out. And so we're going to start with the Leech, and then I'm sure we transition and progress into the Loki stuff. But let's go ahead and jump in. We're almost top 100 with yesterday's deck. I know that it was a small sample size, but we had like 2.5 average cubes per game, and it slung shot us from around 130, which we've been hovering at, to around the 100. Can you explain how Loki works now? Yeah, so Loki now ends up working more like a tempo card. A lot of times, he's not going to replace your hand. Instead, he replaces your entire deck. And so, like with Arishem, you have 24 cards in your deck. It's going to replace it with 12 from your opponents. And then those are what's going to be reduced cost, and you draw a card. And so he gives you some interesting lines, and that's why we're going to have the Adam Warlock back in. Because then that gives us access to more of their resources and more access to play those discounted cards. And then I think just in general with Arishem, Agent Coulson's still going to fit in the cable. But I do kind of like this idea or this brew. So what's OP about this interaction is he can full refill Lamentus. True, Rin. I didn't think about the interaction with Lamentus, but that could get kind of crazy kind of quick. You don't see Lamentus all that often, but I'm sure when we do, it'll be pretty interesting. Hawk is still huge with 8. Yeah, it's still big with 8, but I think you have access to their stuff, and I think with Adam Warlock you might be able to thin your deck a little bit further. And so before, Adam Warlock was still too slow to really want to use. But with giving all of our cards in our deck that -1 cost, and they're cohesive because they're the opponent's like structured deck, I think it becomes worthwhile to run Adam. Finally we have an excuse to run Adam Warlock. Love how TLSG adapts with the change instead of harping on how cards and archetypes have died. It's the name of the game. Like before the changes, everybody was, or a lot of people were saying that Doc Ock was unfun, Leech was unfun, Loki was unfun. Now we have changes and people are mad that it's dead. But I do think it's probably a good thing for the game, in the game state overall. But first up we have Young Nunu, rank number 6. The first location, Dark Dimension, the second one, Limbo. Maybe we stage our Nocturne so that we can threaten to turn off the Limbo location. Let's go ahead and play our White Widow into mid as we get a better feel. Let's switch over to the correct view. Thank you, Sleeper. I think they absolutely crushed it with the new update. I agree. Like, Doc Ock still feels very, very playable. He's a 4 cost, now he's more of a value card. But they were really unfun to play against before. They were fun to play, but unfun to play against if it was continuous. And so they go Iron Fist into Human Torch. So we could try the Red Guardian onto the Iron Fist, because I think they're going to be running like a Beast Bounce or a Falcon to pull these back in. So maybe we disable the ability for them to move that Human Torch again with the Iron Fist. But I think we're going to go with Nocturne for now. And then see. The Vulture. So it may just be a full-on move deck. Interesting. We have our Doc Ock, so we can pull one of their low-cost cards. So maybe like a Nico, maybe a Ghost Spider. We could also hit the right lane with the Red Guardian still. In our deck, we only have one card that's higher than the Doc Ock, so not a super fortunate line for us. So I think we're going to go Doc Ock into... I guess we'll see. Maybe it'll be a Red Guardian plus Jeff on 5. But we'll see. With Leech, we could actually take away the potential for them to do a Heimdall, which might be nice. They do in the bounty. Yeah, but they're on ranked ladder. Rank number 6 on the ladder. It doesn't feel like they would just be doing throwaway bounties necessarily. So we pull the dagger out, and then Cloak comes down, so they can only move 1 card instead of 2, which is not awful for us. We could Red Guardian the dagger. Or are we afraid of a Heimdall? If we're afraid of Heimdall, we can always Sandman. I think we go Red Guardian, Jeff. We could Sandman so they can only play one card, and then we can take away Limbo on the next turn. But without Leech, I think we just, yeah, we can take it away or we can leave it. That's what I kind of like about the Nocturne line, is you can have it staged so that they have to play as if you're going to turn it off, and then some games you're just going to let it roll anyways. And I'm not sure if I told you, Zodrex, good morning. I saw your message and I thought I responded, but I can't remember. So while we're waiting for them to figure it out, I'll give you another good morning. All right, so they move the Human Torch. 2 cards hidden in the left lane, the single card in mid. And so Dagger coming down. We know that it's nothing Falcon. So Human Torch comes back in. Iron Fist comes back in. And now we get the Leech, but I'm not certain. We could do Nocturne, move Jeff, Dr. Doom. Or, if we're looking for just power in a couple of lanes, we can do something like Nebula into Blink. I think the left lane is probably a win lane, since they'll have to do like Iron Fist, Human Torch here. So it'd be like Iron Fist, Human Torch. They wouldn't have room to move it and then Ghost Spider it back. Nebula into Blink is going to switch into the Vision. So we get like 15 power left lane plus the 3. Ghost Spider left. They could, but if they do Iron Fist, Human Torch, they would have to leave this space open, so then they would lose mid. So the Ghost Spider line, I think, gets really tricky really fast. And so Beast pulls their middle lane back in entirely into the Iron Fist, into the left lane. I'm thinking they either forgot or didn't think we would rip away the Limbo location, because Nico comes down. The Doctor Strange pulls the cloak over. That's fine. Rough. Definitely a rough one. The Hercules comes down as well, and we get the early casserole against young Nunu. Victory. We'll take it. Wills, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I appreciate you being here. It's a little bit early my time, but hopefully it's a little bit better for some of our viewers. Wheaton Law, welcome in. You have the timeout. The timeout early. I would have expected no less. You said Berserker? Berserker, you're absolutely crushing it on the Alliance bounty farming. You're single-handedly holding up our our little team. I mean, there's a lot of people that have pushed quite a bit. So Sori has a respectable amount, Din, but you've absolutely dominated on the bounties. Just lucky with the rolls. Yeah, I have a couple that I'll finish up, and it'll at least get me to the 4,000. But I'm trying to get to the 4,000 before we end up hitting the 120. Digging the early stream. Love your style of presenting as you play. Easy to listen. R Plunk, thank you for being here. Sleeper, huge carry. Yeah, huge carry. Carrying us all. Carrying the few that are towards the bottom that haven't really ramped up yet. Chill, you said it's 2 p.m. your time? Perfect. So it's 7 a.m. my time. So I'm still waking up a little bit. I woke up a couple of hours early to prep a few things. Get ready for like the sponsor stream later in the day. But I'm excited to be able to be here and be live. I joined an alliance and it only has 7 members. I want to leave, but I don't want to lose what I've earned this week. Any cooks. And I'm honestly not sure how it works. I'm not sure if you lose your personal contribution. I would assume you do. We never getting that variant. Yeah, at 7 it's rough. because that would have to be some really big hefty carries. But next up we do have Jeremy. We do have 2 Red Guardians to lean in on. I'm going to go Nebula to the left, and we'll see what we end up drawing for the rest of the game. We get Jeff, so we do have a turn 2 play. Smooth, he said mine has 30, but nobody does anything. That's rough. Hopefully they'll pick it up soon. All right, let's go ahead and go Red Guardian number 1 to the left. We do get Doc Ock, so our top deck curve has been perfect so far. We can pull out their lowest power card. They got a Copycat, which ended up being our White Widow. Fortunate and unfortunate as it is. We have to look out for the potential of them having a second one, honestly. Because let's say that they got this from Time Theater. They could cap us out in the left. Nice early stream on Friday. Wheaton, I'm glad that I'm able to go live because I actually am supposed to be at work today. But I was able to take off. So we're able to be here. My summer schedule has ended, and so it's going to be a little bit tougher to stream consistently, but I'm going to get creative and find ways to do it. I think we go ahead and send the Doc Ock in the left. I know it's not going to completely cap them out, but just in case they have Copycat, again, I want to make sure that we're not completely taken off guard. And so I'm glad that we did. Ooh, that is unfortunate. We pull out the Hawk, and so I don't think we ever win that lane. Unfortunate as it may be. But we would have lost it anyways with the Copycat. At least we dodged the Hawk bullet. All right, let's go Nocturne. Nocturne and C. Since someone mentioned in our Alliance chat box that they want some kind of tourney for our group, that would be kind of cool. Just like some kind of tournament setup. So the Ajax in the right lane. We can take away the ongoing ability with our second Red Guardian. And then but that would be really reliant on them not playing anything into the big house. So if they had a Mystique, they're going to get that power over here, which I think they probably play in this lane. We could also go like Rock and Blink rotation. So if we hit Magneto, it'd be a super obscure line. We'd have a 1 out of 5 of hitting the Magneto. We could pull the Copycat and the Copycat over and win mid as a result, or win left as a result, but I think that is super unlikely. Yeah, I think we see Hazmat come in. But even with Hazmat, the Red Guardian, I don't think we win. Because the Hazmat plus whatever can come down here. Oh, they would have had to top deck Mystique. That's true. But they had 2 turns to do it. We're going to run out of this one. I don't think it's worth staying. I think there's a couple of lines that we might have been able to like surprise them. But I don't like the odds of it happening. So the variant looks impossible to get, but to be honest, people are focusing on getting Cassandra. Yeah, so the variant actually, once you hit 30 million, it snowballs so incredibly quickly. Like, I didn't think I was going to chase the variant. I just wanted the card. And then I was like, you know what? I'll keep playing so that I hit 30. And then once I hit 30, I was like, you know what? I'm going to play down until I have to recoup and regenerate some of those bubs. And then all of a sudden I had the variant. Like, it snowballs so quickly after that point. But next up we have Sela K. The first location is the Raft. We could always fill it up with like the Nocturne and then move it out, but we don't have a lot of low cost cards in our hand, so we'll have to be careful. We do have Nocturne to potentially change Mindscape if we want to, but we could always leave the Nocturne on the board, have it as that that threat of taking it away without maybe actually taking it away. We'll see. They are running an Arishem deck, and so without a Cassandra, without a Hawk, it might get a little bit dicey But of course, we'll see. Said I got the card and the 30 million refill in 1 week. Yeah. Then I got the variant one day. Yep. It took like, I think I had grinded maybe 12 to 15 hours to get the actual card. And then within another hour, I went from the card to the variant, which it was absolutely wild. So we can go ahead and go Leech to stop any 6-cost cards that they have, any blobs or any of those shenanigans. And then maybe next turn we do like Sandman and leave the Nocturne. We could also do Vision, but if we fill this one and don't change Mindscape, we want them to only be able to play 1 card. They do cap out the left lane. That dude, though, welcome in. He said, what in Odin's name? An early stream. Yeah, it's an early stream Friday. And so the She-Hulk in the left comes down. Super unfortunate. We could do Nocturne move into a Sandman. We could do the Vision. I kind of think we go Sandman. Sandman would allow us to do like a Doctor Doom and potentially be able to win here and then 2 of the others, because they're going to be fairly stationary. They might dump their 0-cost card this turn, just in case we don't change Mindscape. But I still think we're going to take the risk. Wow, New York is unfortunate. The leader comes down, but it can't copy our Sandman because we played it over in the left lane, so that's fine. But it does open up their ability to move cards from here to here. King Bjorn, thank you so much for the Prime sub.
Hey, welcome.
The notification should go off now. I appreciate the support. That's the first one for the day. So Doctor Doom isn't huge. We could move this. My alarm's going off. I have to. My phone's on the charger. I have to go turn it off. I think we retreat out of this one. I don't think this is a win. And I don't think we can go big enough in Muir Island for that to be a win either.
Escaped.
And then Frank, you said TLSG won Infinite Conquest with a junk mill deck. It felt so gross. I don't know. I enjoyed the junk and the mill style decks quite a bit. But they are pretty toxic. And then Wheaton, you said, do you think Ajax is worth 6,000? I think it's debatable. I have gotten quite a bit of use out of Ajax. So like the deck I showcased yesterday, that one was absolutely crushing it. And before that, it was the Ajax junk. I think it continues to find itself in decks that might be otherwise. I think it improves and find its way into improving decks to a really good degree. And so I never would have thought I'd recommend Ajax, but I do think he's one that I'm going to continue to use quite a bit. He said not sure now with the Ajax junk. Yeah. So if you didn't see it, yesterday I posted a werewolf, hazmat, Doc Ock, Ajax bounce deck, and it absolutely crushed it. I went on a 7-in-1 run. I got like 23 cubes in those 8 games. Something absolutely wild. And so it was fun. I think he continues to find himself in positions where he can be used as that like 2-piece combo. So they are running the Thena, and I think because of that, that is an immediate snap. I do wish we maybe had played White Widow somewhere else, because we could have taken out the Thena. But since we didn't, I think what we're going to do is Red Guardian into this lane. That does take away the -3 of Widow's Kiss, but it keeps it locked at -2. And then Of Mars, thank you so much for resubbing at tier 1 for the 2nd month. I appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. We're going to leave Widow's Kiss at -2, regardless of if they cap the lane or not. And so after that, we can go Doc Ock in the right, which will be the 16 power resource. We could also go Leech, but I think Doc Ock is going to be better. Doc Ock into Sandman, into whatever we need to do from there. Glad to have you back. I'm glad to be back. I'm really enjoying both the video side and the streaming side of the content creation. And so definitely something that I want to stick around for and be around for. Now, if they end up having a Shang-Chi, we put ourselves really susceptible to that Doc Ock because we're not running one. But do we ever drop a, instead of Sandman, do we ever drop a Nocturne and threaten to take away Bar with No Name? I know that with the Thena, with the Kitty Pryde, we probably should do Sandman. But if we're going to fall to a Shang-Chi, Sandman over here, we're still going to fall to it. And so I kind of want to go with the Nocturne line. The Calrosi, welcome in. I believe Ajax got a lot unwarranted hate. Yeah. Yep, I agree. So the Leech and the Angela, so they're running a Thena, Kitty Pryde, Angela Leech package of all things. So we don't have initiative. We could do Nocturne, Sandman, Nebula? I think is what we're going to send it at. And I like the idea of the Nocturne because that makes it where they have to respect the fact that we could take away Bar with No Name. So if they don't play there, then they could be at a disadvantage. But it looks like they decide to not play in Bar with No Name. They have a huge right lane, and I don't think we're gonna.
Hey, welcome.
That.
It took you long enough
because it comes down to 46. No, we're not gonna beat that amount of power. Unfortunately, they will grab the 4. They made the right call. It's a tough call, especially to stay from the 2 to the 4, with us having the ability to turn off that lever of Bar with No Name. But they did make the correct call, as much as I don't like it. And then Incencio OP, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. That continues our hype train. We're almost to level 2. You guys are absolutely rushing it with the support this morning. I appreciate you guys being here. And so, Bobby, you said, what is a good card to replace Red Guardian? I'd say another... You'd want to keep the curve relatively low or around the same. So I'd say another 3 cost, and you just see like what a solid like Honorville would be. You could always maybe go Negasonic. That one's always kind of a decent sneaky line. That way it's on the board. It kind of protects one lane. You could go maybe Black Widow. That kind of disrupts the kind of vibes with the Sandman stuff. Or could probably go if you have it. If you have it, Copycat would be fine in that place. And maybe, probably not, but you could go Juggernaut. Just a solid 3 cost. I think Copycat would be my ideal, and then maybe the Negasonic as the backup line, or another good stat 3 cost. Blob nerf is unnecessary. I tend to maybe agree, because if we think about Blob, he was not ran at all outside of Thanos before Arishem. So that one definitely feels like a bully to Arishem, more so than the Blob himself, because I don't think he was really viable outside of that Arishem or Thanos shell beforehand. But next up we have Andre Var. Let's see if we can get back on the right side of this thing. He said, I need White Widow. White Widow was my most played card last season. And so I do enjoy a White Widow play. She's just such a cheap, kind of versatile tool that puts pressure on making sure that they have to play in a certain lane. So Subterranea comes down, which is a little unfortunate. We do have Blink, so we could always play a Rock plus Blink next turn. Here's with Psylocke, Calrosi. That is not one you see very often. So we get Onslaught, they get Blob. So they're Cole, 2 Rocks, and Copycat. Super unfortunate for the Blob line. Let's go with the Vision for now. They're running a zoo deck, and unfortunately it didn't eat anything like Azar or Gilgamesh. It ate just the big stuff, and it cleared space for them to draw into their better resources. We can go Dr. Doom. I don't know that Sandman's going to do much for us. I'm not sure that Dr. Doom does it either, though. I think we lose this one.
Doom rules all.
Wait, skip? I guess they do have, like, cheap 1 costs plus Gilgamesh. And so maybe it was more worthwhile for them to try to juke us out than anything. I do now wish we could have kind of went Sandman, though. Jinxed it? Yeah. Yeah, we definitely jinxed it. We could send pretty heavy into mid if we wanted to. We could drop a rock into a blink, Doc Ock, but we're gonna jump out of this one. And so far, we're not doing great with this one. I don't think we've snagged a win with it yet. And so we may early retire this one. Thought it was a cool idea. Let's give it a couple more games. Give it a full fair shake before we make any kind of rash decisions. Actually, the stats aren't tracking, so let me restart Untapped. All right, so we are restarting to Untapped. The tracker should pop back up here in just a second. Then next up we have Butt. Rank number 16, always crushing it. Always crushing us anyways. And so the middle location is the Abbey. We can do Jeff into Red Guardian. We have the White Widow that we can lean in on as well if we need to. What do people think about Speed, the new card? See, is Speed next week? I thought Marvel Boy was next week. +1 power for each turn in which you spent all of your energy. I think he's a really cool idea. So I think Speed is one that we might be able to get some... I think it might create some cool lines, especially with like Wiccan that's coming out soon too. I think they may be able to go hand in hand, at least for the early game. But I'm a Silver Surfer Maniac. I think he would go great in Surfer. But at least, depending on how you set up your curve, there's a chance that you spend a lot of your energy on those early turns. But Calrosi, you said loved your Patriot video. The Patriot video, that is such a almost boring deck to run, but it was able to snag so many wins so consistently. So I really enjoyed playing that one. I think they cap us out in Asgard. I think they're running maybe a full like junk deck is what it seems like. I'm gonna move Nocturne over so that they don't get the extra card draw from Asgard. We could go Leech here. So I think maybe we go with, in case they have any 6 costs in hand. Zoo seems to be good to farm Alliance. Yeah, so I like the a Zoo deck that keeps really low to the ground. Runs like Black Swan, Shanna, maybe even Hit Monkey to be able to farm like some lower tier, like Bub Rooms or some bots. Why is Sandman Tempo going off at this meta? I do have a Tempo Sandman deck built as well that I think is kind of interesting. And so the Ghost Spider into Beast Bounce. Interesting. They weren't going to fight for this left lane. And so going into this last turn, we can go Sandman either here or here, but I think we go Sandman in the left. I want to say into a Doctor Doom. Let's snap into it. If I get Thena or Nocturne? Thena right now is in like a prime spot, but it's bringing up a lot of Sandman stuff. And so I think that it's only a matter of time before like the popularity kind of wanes a little bit. Nocturne is one that she's never the reason that a deck explodes or does really well. But she, at the same time, is versatile enough to find herself in a lot of decks. And so Nocturne definitely fits in more. Ooh, the Hobgoblin in the right is super unfortunate. Wait. Into the Ghost Spider. Doubly super unfortunate. I thought for a second they were doing Hobgoblin over here into like trying to do like a Galactus, but I'm not thinking that anymore. We're tied over here. Do we just play a good raw value card in Magneto mid now? Because I'll have to fight for both lanes. We can also go Doctor Doom, but I feel like Magneto's the play. They could potentially hit us with a Shang-Chi. That would be a super specific read in mid. But at the same time, I'm kind of afraid of it. I'm going to go Doctor Doom, just in case. Doom is more power. Magneto's more power, right? Because we can't hit to the left with the Doom. So the shift in the left lane, super unfortunate. Shifting the Ghost Spider into the Jeff, but we were able to maintain the lead. Doctor Doom was absolutely the right play. We got a little bit more power in the right lane to match that potential blink that they had. We will take the 4 cubes against Butt. It's nice to always be on the winning side of one of those. We'll take it. Let's jump over into the next one. Kragu, welcome in. I'm doing well today. Hopefully you're doing well as well. We are a little bit earlier than our normal stream launch time, but we have some cool brews cooked up. You could have shifted Nocturne and got the same power in left. No, I moved Nocturne from mid to the left, so I wasn't able to move Nocturne. Jeff was my only mobile card. I moved it to the left to turn off the location where they Asgard, where they draw additional cards. You said, huh? The deck of many murdered cards. Absolutely the deck of many murdered cards. Next up, we have Frozone, the first location in Nidavellir. I think we probably turn that one off eventually. Maybe, depending on how the rest of the board state sets up. So they have Meek. If they're running a full discard and they have things like Swarm, a Sandman could be so disruptive for them. And then Panlagos, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We end up copying their Lady Sif. They get one of ours. There's not really any telling which one they got, but we're going to go White Widow into the middle location for now. And then we'll set up a Nocturne. On turn number 3, we have the Doc Ock to lean into on 4. They do go with the Swarms, so if they don't drop them down early, a Sandman could end up being really disruptive for them. And that's what we're going to hope for, is the Sandman line. Death's Domain is okay with our Vision and our Nocturne. With them being a discard deck, I don't think it's great outside of their Meek. So they would have to discard a lot of cards to be able to get Meek up to the point where it can match what we can do in Death's Domain. They have a Nocturne as well. Oh, they have our Nocturne. Of course. So we have the Doctor Doom. We have Blink, so we could always Doc Ock into the Blink rotation looking for the Sandman. We're digging for the Sandman, rather. Let's go Doc Ock into mid. It's potentially going to pull Swarm. Maybe it may pull Dracula, which would be unfortunate. No, they played Dracula, so we don't have to worry about it pulling. Let's see what their lowest power card in hand is now. The Swarm. So we pull one of their Swarms. They can't double up on it as much. We get the guaranteed Doc Ock rotation into Sandman now. Into a Doctor Doom. And so unless they play out the Swarm, I think we get a pretty good benefit here. Let's blink rotate the Doc Ock. It's going to be a little bit lower power, but we limit them into what they can do last turn, and then the Doctor Doom spreads that power across. They can Proxima Death's Domain, that's true. The Lady Sif comes down. The Apocalypse, they have one Swarm, one Apocalypse, and then who knows what other cards in hand. They have at least 2 other cards, plus whatever they draw. So Dracula is going to be super inconsistent. If we wanted to, we could be really mean and go red. No, we couldn't do Red Guardian because of the Widow's Kiss. But I think the Doctor Doom in the left lane. Right now, a Doombot in Atlantis matches their Nocturne. So I think maybe it's this. That would give us the win in Atlantis. It puts 14 here. So they're still going to have to get a really good Dracula pool. That Apocalypse buff, though? Yeah, the Apocalypse buff is nice. Let's go ahead and lock in the Doctor Doom to the left. And we're going to leave Nidavellir as it is. We're going to change the right look. Limbo is super unfortunate. Oh, no. Well. We have an extra turn, you guys. Sav it up. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. How bad does Doc Ock feel now? It doesn't feel awful. Now it's not so much a card that it drains their hand or their resources. It's just much more a like tempo or value card. I do need to get the 7TV emotes loaded up for sure. And so Dracula, right now they have one Swarm, but they have played their Apocalypse. So the max that this can do may be a little bit more underwhelming. We could go Vision mid. That gives us a 6-point lead over them with the Dracula. And then maybe Jeff to the left. Nocturne throw? Yeah, the Nocturne threw the guarantee win for us. We could either go super heavy with the Magneto mid, but I think maybe hedging the Vision plus the Jeff may be able to get us where we need to go. We'll see. It's super unfortunate. We may lose 4 out of the Nocturne throw, but we'll see. So the Gwynpool in the left, we still win over there with the Jeff. The Blade coming down, it discards their Proxima, so that goes to the right. That's fine. We definitely lose that lane. The Swarm comes down. The Dracula pulls Dakin, which does give them the win by 2. Super unfortunate Nocturne throw. Super unfortunate. That is fine. That's going to happen sometimes. Had we not put any power in the left, we wouldn't have been able to overcome what they had there. Nocturne Nocturne said, "You're not going to get top 100 today, my friend." Not today. I had to use 3 keys for Proxima. But I do think she's one that finds herself in several builds enough that it might be fun to have her. How's Dakin 8 in hand? Dakin was 8 in hand because of the Gwynpool. And so they played, I think, 2 or 3 of their 5 cards. And so it probably doubled or triple hit. I think it's a double hit. The Dakin. And so right now, so what I did with the Alliance was I created a post for people that were interested to react to, and then I just put those into like a random picker. As people drop out, I'll be able to recruit more, but as of right now, it is at that max. We have a couple of other branches going, so I think TLSG 2 and 3 were ran by a couple of people in my Discord, so you can, I think Droopy Fool was the last one that was filling one up, and it was getting close, but I think you could probably check with them. And then Kai, you said, TLSG, love your videos. I love putting them on to help me sleep since I have trouble with insomnia. I was used to that would make me kind of nervous or self-conscious, but I do understand where you're coming from, because I have a very level voice, and so I've heard that quite a bit at this point. But I'm glad that you enjoy them, and I'm glad that it helps you sleep. Insomnia is tough. But next up we have Prodigy. Might have to look up a deck to untie the husband and wife pair. Drake. I'm not sure what that means, Drake. But the first card they go with is Deadpool. The middle location is the Collapse Mine, so we're going to have to skip on 2. And then I think they're going to destroy in the left lane on 3. The Corvus / Proxima. Gotcha. She is indirectly ASMRing us. Indirectly. If we had Initiative, Red Guardian would be really good here. But, of course, we don't. Maybe it would have been worthwhile to play a card last turn so that we could have Red Guardian the Deadpool. And then we skip on, like, 4. I think that's probably closer to the play we should have went with. Oh, well. What's ASMR? It's, like... I don't even know how to describe ASMR. It's a free death. Yeah, they have a free death. But luckily for us, we blocked them here. And so unless they have Killmonger, they won't be able to do much in this lane. We have the double Doctor Doom, which is nice. Maybe we can overcome it. ASMR is a free death. No, ASMR, I honestly don't know what it stands for, but ooh, we pull out the Null into the Red Guardian with Tempo. It's gonna be a snap. Gonna be a snap for sure. I don't know what it stands for, but it's very... I don't know. It's relaxing. Thank you, Cho. I was struggling. And so the Doc Ock pulling out the Null, since they haven't destroyed anything, into the Red Guardian is going to be tough. I'm going to drop the Red Guardian last. That way I can do something like Blink next turn to open up our rotation possibilities. It's the tingles you get when someone whispers in your ears. Yeah, very similar, something like that. And so we take out their... Oh no, it's the fastest retreat I've seen. I'm so sorry, Prodigy. I'll take the 2. Let's jump into the next one. He said that is evil, and I like it. I honestly thought they were going to destroy in the left lane on 3, but they proved me wrong, and it was just an unfortunate downslide every step of the way from there. Yeah, fastest retreat in the West. Absolutely the fastest retreat in the West. How are you doing with your alliance? Are you happy with the mode? I like the alliance. So I know a lot of people were complaining that like the rewards feel underwhelming, but it's 4 times a month that we get those, and so like those smaller ones will definitely add up. So for personal, you can get 150. Or if you're in an active alliance, you're going to get 4 mystery variants a month plus the extra 200. So you're getting about 1,400 credits every month just for participating in the guild, and it's big enough for me that it's nice whenever you're in a guild or you're playing actively. Small enough that you don't feel like you have to be in something that is pushing that in tier. And I think the 120,000 is low enough that for a reasonably active guild that's pretty close to having max members, it's attainable. So they change every week. So last week it was this same setup. Like on Tuesday when the patch released into like the 4 or 5 hour rollover, it was the same reward setup. I think it could change for sure, but from last week to this one, it stayed the same. You said 14K already? Yeah, we have a couple of grinders in our guild for sure. We have the 14, the 7, the 6, and then I'm sitting here at what I think is a respectable almost 4,000. But it's trumped by what everyone else is doing. So I like the alliance game mode. It gives me a reason to run some like kind of quirky decks, and I don't think it, for the most part, it's not taking too much of a like time investment, and I think a reasonably active player will be able to get close to capping out those rewards each week. Next up, we have T-Sarge, rank 208. The first location is the raft. We have Nebula into the White Widow. I would rather have Jeff, because otherwise we're going to help them fill up this left lane faster and get the raft resource. That one guy's carrying. I agree. They have the Messiah. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the resub at tier 1. That helps us get closer to Partner Plus. You said good morning TLSG in chat. Hope y'all are having a good one today. We are having an absolute blast. I launched the stream about 3 or so hours earlier than normal. And so we're hitting a little bit different time frame, but we're absolutely enjoying it so far. Kenny said, I grabbed an elite bounty that is win 8 cube matches. It's been active for 3 days and I've won 0. Yeah, I would probably jump into Proving Grounds and just try to full send it. Now, they're almost locked in here unless they have the means to pull them up with Falcon, which is a possibility, but I'm hoping they don't have it in hand. I'm going to go Red Guardian to the left. We're going to negatively afflict the Widow's Kiss, so even if they don't cap it out, it's -2. And then we'll see. So we do have the Leech. Leech into Vision, maybe. It takes away the potential for a Heimdall, but this deck that we're looking at, I don't think they're going to run or be running any big six costs. So we're really just throwing the Leech down to throw it down. And they did snap, so they have the ability to go really big with their Human Torch, I'm assuming. Because I think we see like a Falcon, maybe we have Beast Bounce as well. The Nico into Doctor Strange. Not what I was expecting, but they do open up the left lane. They move their Human Torch to the right. They get a lot of scaling over there, and they get the extra +3 energy. Oh my goodness, I think we may be cooked. The Leech hits the raft card if they don't play it. That's true, but they have a zillion energy. I guess we go Vision and see what we draw next turn. I think Sandman may be a little bit better since they have 10 billion energy, but we don't have it, so we have to work with what we have. He had a crazy start. Yeah, he had a stacked start. And then I thought maybe we had them trapped with the Widow's Kiss, but the Doctor Strange, and especially the Nico into destroy Doctor Strange, was huge. Was absolutely huge. And so very well played. It was a good tempo snap. They knew that they had a fantastic line or potential outs. Just you still hate to see it. And so a lot of cards coming down. The Beast, and so they have Doctor Strange. They don't have Doctor Strange. They have Nico into the Falcon. Oof, goodness. And Vulture as well, right? I don't think we ever win here. The dagger move should win them the left lane. Be like Vision, Doctor Doom. They have the ability to get a really stacked Human Torch. About. There are 9 in mine. There's no way we're getting the weekly rewards. Yeah, with a not full guild, unless people are hyperactive, I agree. I think it would be cool if they did scaling rewards, so that you didn't feel like you had to be in a capped out alliance. Like if the cost for the reward scaled on like a tier basis, so like 1 through 5 would be 30,000 or whatever they wanted to do, so that it's still attainable for those that maybe only want to play with a handful of their friends. And then Justin Waller, he said, TLSG, what are your thoughts about the over-the-air? Everyone is going crazy over Loki. How ironic. It almost feels like people just want to be upset over either side of the coin. Because before the over-the-air, we had people that were super upset about Leech being oppressive, Doc Ock being oppressive, Loki being unfun to play against. And then they say, all right, we're going to change it so that we address that. And then people are upset because all of those cards were highlighted by like one deck, and that's Arishem, to show how unfun they were to play against repeatedly. And so I don't know. I like the over there changes. I think they did a good job of making the cards less annoying to play against overall, but still playable. So I think Loki, still very much a playable card, just not as good, not as oppressive. Doc Ock, not as frustrating to have your entire lane capped out and your entire hand drained. The Leech going down to 4 cost, but it only affects those like high-end 6 cost cards. I think they did really good with doing a really delicate balance of like taking away the unfun parts of it, but leaving kind of like the core idea of the card. I love the Loki change and the Doc Ock. I haven't played much with the Loki change, but I do think it makes it much more like fair. Because before that, you don't have any idea what they got. They could have your entire combo. Now you at least know that they're not going to top deck their Shang-Chi on top of the Loki. They're not going to have the perfect hand setup, so they can't drop Loki on 5 into just exploding on 6. And so it's very much more, I think, tuned to what we want to see. And they're not getting that free, immediate information out of what your deck is or could be. And so Sakaar pulls in our Red Guardian, but they're Arnim Zola. I find kind of interesting. It could be a negative deck. I almost want to snap into it, but they retreat before we have a chance to. Yeah, they can keep their Shang-Chi, but how frustrating is it to have somebody Loki on 5 and then they have their Shang-Chi on 6? Because then you know that they top decked it. You know that they drew that perfect counter, that perfect out. And it's so much more frustrating knowing that they got the lucky like 1 out of 6, 1 out of 7, versus, well, they had it in hand. They were able to kind of see that line and they played it accordingly. I would much rather have somebody play it proactively and have it in hand after they set up their Loki than get lucky on the 1 card top deck. But I do agree that it's not like the Shang-Chi isn't completely out of the picture. And then Jason, welcome in on the YouTube side. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we have the... oh my goodness, sorry. We have the chimichanga from the taco truck. We have Nebula coming into play. We have our Leech. And we'll see. You said think this deck would push through Deadpool's Diner. I don't know. Right now, it's not holding incredible stats. So I thought it would be performing a little bit better than what it is. For whatever reason, I may need to restart the game because our stats aren't tracking, but the deck itself, I feel like is maybe pushing close to a 50. And so I'm not sure that I would take it into Deadpool's Diner just yet. D, you said they did a good job of not ruining these cards, but changing them enough that they shouldn't feel as bad to play against. I agree. Especially if every single deck was running Doc Ock, that's fine. Like you can run Iron Man so that the Doc Ock is more likely to pull that one versus it pulling the entirety of your combo and then you're kind of stuck. I feel bad for Destroy lovers. The new Leech is horrible for Destroy. I agree. I don't think we'll see the Leech all that much, except for right around this time. Because it is kind of new, it's kind of fresh. I think we see it in like the Leech Blink stuff, but outside of that, I think it kind of loses its allure or potency. All right, so we have the Leech. We can always go Blink next turn to pull into like a Vision or a Doctor Doom, or we can end up going Sandman. But with them running Domino, I think they're running... No, we can't. We can't blink. Never mind. No blinking for us. They go Negasonic into the Makari that jumps over to the right. And so now I think we're sitting more closer to like Sandman. And then looking at like Doctor Doom. Maybe we're looking at Magneto. I think we'll see. Leech on Lockjaw? You could Leech on Lockjaw, but the Sandman rotation is big. The Chimichanga in the left lane stops our Nebula from scaling. Unfortunate as it may be. The Dr. Doom doesn't win us mid because it's only 5 there. Magneto doesn't do it. Blink doesn't blink into anything. Oh, I do think we lose this one. Let's retreat out for the 2. And I think I'm gonna restart the client real fast, and then I think we're gonna maybe pivot decks. This one just doesn't feel like it has enough umph on it to do what we're needing it to do. Like the Leech into Blink, it never feels like it puts enough stats to compete against everything else we're seeing. Let me restart this, see if we can get our untapped to work correctly. Overall thoughts on the over there? I think they did a good job. I think they did a good job of bringing the feel bad cards down to a reasonable level. And so I think Arishem is still playable. But what they did was address the cards that it feels bad to run into early or run into often. And so we have the Hydrate Reminder from both Kenny Cooks and Basildor. And then the posture check. I appreciate it. I always end up sitting like an absolute goblin. And so let's switch up. And I think Tempo Sandman is what I'm going to try next. So a quick run through of what Tempo Sandman looks like on this end. We have a lot of the similar core ideas. We have the Nebula, which with a Sandman play should theoretically always be decent. We have the Spider-Ham, which could disrupt their line. We have Makari, which is great in like tempo or value Sandman stuff. We have Captain Marvel, which is marvelous at being that roving resource. The movable cards in Nocturne and Jeff. The new Cassandra Nova, always great at protecting against the Arishem stuff that you may see. And it gives their cards that debuff, which might be the make or break once you drop your Sandman. We have the Claw, which can be that sneaky way to position additional power into a lane that maybe they thought they had locked down. Once you drop your Sandman, we have Ultron instead, or Ultron as well as a finisher, which is, even without the enablers or like the buffers, is still going to be a lot of power across the board. So it ends up being close to a Doctor Doom in most games, but the base card is higher power. And so we have the Ultron instead of Doctor Doom in this one, and then Red Hulk, which is just that big, massive unit. In case we have the win in 2 lanes, Red Hulk can bring us home in a 3rd. Sub for Makari and Nocturne. Can you play War Machine? I don't own War Machine, but he's not in a fantastic spot right now. It's a good reminder I was hunched over my keyboard like an ogre. I'm always sitting like a goblin. For Makari, I would go with... You could go with another 2 cost. Like, you could lower the curve, do the White Widow, which is decent in, like, Sandman stuff. But it's not the free value like Makari is. For Nocturne, I would go either another solid 3 or maybe even a mobile card like Nightcrawler. And then if not Red Hulk, then another big body like Magneto. All right, let's start with the Spider-Ham. First up, we have a Butt. Let's see if we can continue our win against him. It was a 1-2. I didn't see what it was. Human Torch would be the most ideal. Iron Fist would be okay. Ghost Spider would be okay as well. Let's go ahead and go Jeff into Asgard. We have the Nocturne to either threaten to take away Ricky Bridge, or maybe we keep it. And then Not asked about with the new Doc Ock, how does Mill look? Mill has been getting hit. Mill has been getting hit every turn that we see. So with the new Mill already struggled against Arishem. It was Nico? Okay. So it could have been better, but it also could have been worse. So Mill, I think, is in a rough spot. I think we need to re-envision how we run Mill, because it's not the same. Because with the old Mill idea, Doc Ock was a huge pivotal piece in making sure they didn't have anything to use on the last turn. And so it's really, for me, what brought it together. And so it's struggling right now. We'll see how it adapts over time, but right now it's definitely struggling. Is the new best deck simply Loki plus Arishem? I think that right now is the best home for Loki for sure. And then Bobski said, thanks for being here streaming for my 3 a.m. newborn feeding session. Bobski, I do what I can, my friend. We always try our best to do what we can. Unfortunately, the green goblin in the right is super unfortunate, but that is where our potential claw play comes in. Being able to sneak that extra 8 power here could be the make or break of winning or losing. Let's go Nocturne to the left. Let's go Sandman into mid, into, I think, Claw in mid as well on the next turn. Makari's going to jump either here or here, which is great at giving us that additional value, and they snapped on us, which I think is a beautiful thing. We have the Sandman coming down, and I think we can surprise them here. And so they play one in the left, one in the right. Xandar in the left lane is, if they can flood, is unfortunate for us, but they go Pig, and what do they drop in the right lane? The Wave. And so they're going to wave at us with the 4-cuber. Our Makari jumps into mid. That gives us room to do our Jeff into Claw. Claw is going to be an extra 8, 9, 10 power over here, so it comes up to a positive 5. And unless they foresee the Claw, which is really hard to do, unless they foresee the Claw, I think that gives us enough surprise element that we can win. I hope. Danger for Galactus. If they didn't drop the Pig, definitely danger for Galactus. And so the single card in the left lane, we have the Nebula that scales. The surprise Claw play brings us up to 5. The Blink, oh no, rotating. Whew. Nobody expects the Claw. Thank goodness, because they ended up doing the Blink on the Wave to rotate into Galactus, and that could have absolutely obliterated us. But with Cassandra coming down, with the -1 power in the sewer system, we're able to grab the 8 cubes. What a what a close one. They definitely almost cooked us. Had we not had the Claw, they would have had the guaranteed 8. We will take it where we can. Let's jump over into the next one. He said, I didn't expect the Blink Galactus play. Yeah, me neither. You never expect the Blink Galactus play, especially in this deck. It looks like they're running a very scammy Galactus, like they want to do like the Hobgoblin stuff, the Green Goblin, and then be able to like move a card out with the Ghost Spider. But I'm glad to be on the winning side of that one. Always feels good to get an 8-cuber against Galactus. Yes. The priority was clutch there too. Because had we not had priority, the flip would have happened, and we wouldn't have had the Claw to lean in on. So, Nicholas Cage, you're absolutely right. And that does complete a couple more bounties for the Alliance. Does that put us at the 4,000? It does. It caps out the personal contribution. We break that 4,000 mark. We are 16,000 away from getting the last one. Let's see if there's any other like easy to do ones. My goodness, I guess we're doing the 8-cubers. Bobby Lee Swagger, I appreciate it. Butt Squad, you said good game. That Claw absolutely cooked me. Had it not been for the Claw and priority, you would have stolen the 8 cubes there. I was weary of a Galactus, but I wasn't thinking Blink into Galactus by any way, shape, or form. And so it was definitely a very, very close one. But good game as always. Yeah, it's always stressful to go against you, because I think you have a much higher win rate against me than I do you. But it does look like it is time for a real quick ad break. We're gonna run to 1.5 minutes of ads before we launch into our next couple of games. Don't go anywhere, you guys. On the YouTube side, you said, Mark Smith said, you know what else is struggling? The fact that Second Dinner has let Kang be complete trash for this long, while other cards get adjusted multiple times. I think Kang is a unique one, because like, how do you fix Kang without it being really broken? Like, how do you keep it true to the character without making the effect like overly strong? And so I think it's a difficult one to balance. And so I think they're cooking on it, but I don't think they have anything set up yet just yet. But Patrick, welcome in as well on the YouTube side. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. Forget Kang. Havoc is trash. Havoc is at least playable. You at least get some value there. Like even if you drop him on like that last turn, he's 4 power. He could be in negative decks. He can be a decent resource. So he can at least be played in a decent way. But Kang is just, he very rarely makes a big difference. Make King draw a card. Like anytime he's used, I think he'd be really strong then. Because we've seen what something like Chavez. We've seen like what something like Chavez does for like how consistently you draw your potential 11 other cards. And so I think with King, he would be ran like everywhere. And then Akshay, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Next up we have Hyde. The first location is White Palace. We copy their Black Bolt, and then our copycat ends up stealing their Arishem, which is unfortunate. We know that their Arishem is at the bottom of their deck. We do have Cassandra Nova for these instances, so we can still get a really big Cassandra going on them. Their copycat ended up stealing our Nocturne, so it's a mobile card. Let's go Cassandra Nova into maybe Captain Marvel. Into Sandman is what I'm tentatively thinking. We want to have enough push in all of the lanes so that if we get hit with a Shang-Chi, we'd be okay. So for now, let's go Captain Marvel. I think this becomes a really simple layout line of Captain Marvel into Sandman into whatever on the last turn. We do lose our copycat, that's fine with the Black Bolt. Go Sandman to the left. We could always go Claw to the left after this turn. We have to remember that their copycat is Nocturne though, so that they can move that into Machine World. They do. So they won't be able to move it after this turn. Dark Dimension comes down in mid. The big blob in the left lane ends up being 13 power. And so the nerf ended up hurting it. It ate a lot of cards though. But it ended up being only 13 power. Can we... I don't know that we can beat that, though. We could. An Ultron into Captain Marvel moving over here would beat the Blob. The 2-power Doombots would win here. And then Shang-Chi wouldn't be enough in Pet Mansion. I almost want to Boomer Snap into it. We're going to. Let's see if they stick it out. Cassandra being big, making all of their blob absorbs super small. What level do you need for the ant game? So the ant game, the biggest thing that I'm excited about for the ant game, you only need, it's, I think, level 5 queen and then to rally and attack. Both of those take 30 minutes, or approximately 30 minutes. And so, thank you for reaching level 5 on the ant game. I'll be playing it a little bit later, but if you just want to help support the channel, it takes 30 minutes and it gives me the equivalent of like 4 or 5 gifted subs. So huge support. If you have ever wanted to give back, but you couldn't afford a sub or something similar. All right, let's go ahead and lock in the left lane Doctor Doom. They go Red Hulk in the left, which is not going to be enough. Crazy that they ended up dropping the Red Hulk there. But we have the middle lane with the drones. We have the right lane with Cassandra Nova, the Captain Marvel, and we will grab it with just the the simple Ultron finisher. We will take the 4 cubes against Arishem anytime we can. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. And then Weedicus Rex, thank you so much for the resub with Prime for 3 months. As we get more people that are resubbing, I think I probably need to look at moving the what took you so long alert over into the resubs, because right now it's just kind of that ding. But I think it's funny enough, but we hear it a lot less often now. Rio, you said, man, I miss the old Chavez. I used to run the old Chavez and everything. Beanman, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. He said, oh, the Sandy Patriot deck? And so this is this one's actually not even a Patriot. This one is just Sandy value. his like Sandman tempo value. And then Aldo, you said, I'm curious, what is the card which second interchange the most? Leech is probably like among the top of them, yeah. Because it's been back and forth and back and forth for sure. Is Loki dead, or is he Loki buffed if you draw him early? I think in Arishem, it's definitely viable. I have a Loki Arishem deck brewed up. I think it gives you a reason to want to run Adam Warlock. And so I think time will tell. I think in a general shell, it'll take a little bit of time to cook where he's best at. But outside of that, I think in Arishem, he's really, really good. And so next up we have Fuzzy. We're going to go ahead and skip on 1. We have our Jeff that can come down on turn number 2. He said, oh, Warlock is a crazy idea. I agree. It's not one we see often. Ooh, we get the Copycat that steals the cloak against the Arishem player, so we can always move our Makari out of Cancun. We do have New York as well to be able to do the same thing, but we'll see. Crystal in there too. I think Crystal may be a bit too far. Ooh, we get the turn 2 Loki. So they're going to get a copy of all of our cards. It does replace their big deck with just a set of 12 cards, whatever 12 cards we had. So interesting. Opponent snapped. They have all of our stuff for cheaper now, which is always super scary. We could always go Copycat, Captain Marvel, maybe Claw in New York. We have the means to reach further into Cancun. But we'll see. Thanos draws cards the best. Can we cook a Loki Thanos? I don't know, maybe. You may also get end up like getting a dud draw. Wait. They had 2 Lokis? So that's still only a 1 cost reduction, right? Everything, because it replaces it and then gives them -1. But they could have another Nebula. They could have another Jeff. Interesting. We could drop Nocturne and turn off the Eternal's Arc if we thought we were at a loss there, which maybe we are. But I want to try the Captain Marvel. 2 Lokis is more than any one man should have. It's more than anybody should be able to bear. We can go Nebula Nocturne. Stop the Nebula mid from scaling. Our Nebula left is able to scale. They had the Claw at the 4 cost, which is such a great draw on their end, which is unfortunate for us though. Let's go Nocturne mid and then we'll see. So that looks like a fun deck. Ours or theirs? Because right now all we've seen of theirs is Loki. Sadly, no Makari. Without Makari, I would go either White Widow or like a Red Guardian, another like 3 cost. The Mockingbird to the left is huge. The Captain Marvel is huge as well. Unfortunate as it may be. Their Captain Marvel, this goes up to 14. Yeah, I think we get cooked. We get dominated by the Loki Mockingbird Arishem. Escaped. But it is what it is. That'll happen sometimes. They had, as far as their draws, they drew Nebula, Jeff, Claw, Captain Marvel. All of them were pretty good. Yeah, you can go Nightcrawler as well. Anything that has that like flexible power that you can like reposition it, especially if you end up going Sandman. Black Smoke, you may have talked about, but what are your thoughts on the over there? I like it. I think in short, I like it. I think they did a really good job of taking out the toxic points of a lot of those cards and still leaving them like playable. They're just not as unfun to play against every single game or all the time. But next up we have Zombies Go Nom Nom. The first location is Fisk Tower, and so we're probably going to position a lot of our cards there early. They go Agent 13, and it is an Arishem deck, so we have to look out for what they can do. Unfortunately, we draw the entire bottom half of our deck, and we can't play anything for turns 1 and 2. So we'll see. What do you think about the White Widow change? White Widow, for me, her strength is like that clutter tool primarily, and not so much the like negative power. The Doc Ock change hurt my soul. Yep, me too. As a junk or mill or clutter enjoyer, it definitely it definitely hurt my soul a little bit. I think he's still good. I think now he no longer is written in his code to pull Shang-Chi every time. And so even if he does, it doesn't destroy him. So I think there's some kind of cool things that go along with that, but it does kind of kill off two of my favorite archetypes. Said Loki somehow got buffed instead of nerfed, I'm afraid. I think he got buffed in the capacity of Arishem, but I think everything else, it was definitely a nerf. So, Captain Marvel, Claw, Ultron, Sandman, Ultron. I think there's still a couple of ways we win this one. Because Ultron is going to make sure that our Widow's Kiss is not -3. And so it gets a little bit harder for them to position that power. They have the mobile vision, which is good. Did you make an alliance? I did. You think his code was to pull Shang-Chi? No. That was just like a running joke that I saw a lot of. I don't think his code was that to actually pull Shang-Chi. I think the way that hand size and Shang-Chi himself works is it's going to be much more likely. Like most decks are running Shang-Chi. They're not going to drop it before turn 5 anyways. And so if you're pulling 3 out of their 5 cards in hand, you're more likely to always pull Shang-Chi. But it was always the joke that it was programmed to do that. But they go Vision in the left. We have the Sandman to make sure that they're locked to 1 card next turn. And then we'll see. The Ultron could give us the way to win. Them having the Vision that moves into mid would give them the highest power card there. So it would go up to 16, which is a little bit scary. And then Miss Marvel comes down, which is marvelous for them. So Miss Marvel mid always gets that double power resource. They can move Vision over. We could go just Red Hulk. We have the Captain Marvel that could maybe scale here, but they may also play a big card here. They move this over, they have to play at least 7 in this lane, and then Captain Marvel can tie the right lane at the very least. And then I think we win on the point differential. This is what I'm going to lock in. There's a chance that they go really big. Oh, it comes down to how big... Oh, never mind. The Miss Marvel triggers in the left. That's fine. We're going to lose the left. The Miss Marvel, I wasn't anticipating the +5. Even without it, it looks like he got big enough that we wouldn't have been able to win the left anyways. Unfortunate. What if Doc Ock pulled 4 lowest cards from the deck? That would be a huge buff bent in time. Or bent time and space. That'd be a huge buff for him. And so it'd definitely be very frustrating to play against as the opponent. I would enjoy it, but I think it'd be one that never felt good to get hit with. The new Loki helps Arishem users counter Hawk by reducing the dock. Yeah, yep. So we steal their Quinjet with their Copycat. Another Arishem deck, and so maybe we need to start going back to the Hawk stuff. Definitely leaning back into like the Cassandra Nova. And since we have her in hand, I am going to snap into it. We have the ability to maybe Sandman on 5, lock them out of Morag on 6, and then we have a couple of ways to reach that location in Makari, Captain Marvel, Jeff, or even Ultron. And so I'm okay snapping into it. I always like to keep the pressure on Arishem where we can. Let's go Spider Ham into the White Hot Room. I'm not sure if we ever fill this one first, but we'll see. We take out their Hell Cow, which is unfortunate. It takes away the downside, keeps the high base power. We get a Nocturne or Cassandra Nova. Let's go Cassandra Nova for now. Mr. Negative, built into an Arishem deck? Nitro is a madman. He's cooking. is cooking something absolutely wild. Let's go Nocturne mid, and then maybe it's Sandman mid next turn. The Blink rotation is crazy too. Into the Arishem. Wow. Interesting. We're going to go Sandman mid. It's not going to really do us much difference by having the +3. I don't think it'll do them much difference either. But it opens up the ability for us to maybe just Nocturne to the right. Maybe we Nocturne to the left and leave the rest as is. And with them having Mr. Negative, if they for some reason have like Jane Foster, they're not going to be able to pull anything out or drop a lot of those multiple cards. So the Super Scroll, perfectly fine. We don't have any ongoings we're leaning into. They have the 3-power Super Scroll to the left. All we have to do is like Nocturne Claw gives us a 1 power less in mid, but it gives us +8 to the right. And so I think that's what we're going to lean into. Said, I guess, hold new Loki makes it so you don't want to hold cast until 6. Yep, exactly, Slink. You'd be better off tempoing it out most of the time than holding it. You will get your claw. Ooh, victory. Good call, okay. We would switch that for Captain Marvel, for Red Hulk, instead of the claw. definitely a good call. But we do end up getting the 2-cube retreat. With the Sandman, it's just a little bit too tough. And unless we did something like bonehead, like dropping the claw, there's no way that they could win. Both sides, both of the YouTube side and the Twitch side are giving me the call out. So I appreciate you guys looking out, because I definitely overlooked the scroll play, and it could have been something that I sent with it in place. What do you think of the new over there? I like the over there. The Loki one is the only one I'm uncertain of, because, and actually Blob and Loki I'm a little uncertain of, because Blob was never played outside of Arishem, and so he wasn't like oppressive before that. Loki has always been meta relevant, but really much more to like the higher infinite, so like the really high rank infinite. Outside of that, he didn't see a lot of competitive play. And so both of those I feel iffy about. But Leech and Doc Ock, I think, were like the perfect sweet spot. And so next up we have Andre Var, rank 47. The cloning vats comes down. Our copycats stole their vulture, so they're running... Oh no, they're running an Arishem deck. Unfortunate. They drop magic. We can rip it away with our Nocturne. Loki players are mad they have to build their own deck again. I mean, it was... I don't know. I feel like outside of Arishem, Loki wasn't, or hasn't been a huge concern for a while. Like, it's always a little bit unfun to play against, but it can be beaten a lot of times. And so now he just fits into Arishem better, which I think goes against what they were trying to do with the change. And so let's go Nocturne to the left. Big Daddy said, please stop playing this. I keep seeing this deck more and more. Sandman sucks to play against. Be the change you want to be. Big Daddy, I apologize. We definitely need to be the change that we want to be. We can go Captain Marvel into Sandman right. Into like Claw plus Nocturne move. Kind of funny, the Doc animation doesn't fit anymore. Yeah, that's true. It doesn't quite fit anymore. The Enchantress comes down, but we don't have any cards that are able to be Enchantress. Let's snap into it. But the Sandman line into either Red Hulk or into Claw, I think will be perfectly fine. We can rip away Limbo, and so we don't have to worry about that front of it. And right now we will have the highest power card in Throne Room, so we take that one and we take the double power back here. And then Blob ends up being the 14 power Behemoth. So our Red Hulk actually doesn't overpower it, does it? This would be 13, 14, 15. I guess they have 7 energy. There's a good chance that a Red Hulk will scale, and so it'll scale up to 15, 16, 17. We would win by 1. No, by 2. 16, 17, 18. We would win by 2. I guess we also have the Captain Marvel that can move over. Captain Marvel is also on the board. Killmonger and Enchantress? Wait. Killmonger. Well, they can only drop 1 card. Because we did Sandman. And so unless they dropped Arishem, we should win. Or I guess if Nocturne stabbed us in the back, which has happened in the past. But we turn off Limbo. They drop the... Oh, the Heimdall shift of all things.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
What are you gonna do? The Heimdall cooked us. Unfortunate, but the Heimdall absolutely cooked us. Rough stuff indeed. You said the guy was on a sniper list? Oh, well. If so, then I just won't snap against him. I'm not gonna set up a cookie, but against Andre Var, I may just we just wouldn't snap against it. Said Black Smoke. You said I also lost from Heimdall with my Sandman deck. Yeah, it can be super unfortunate, but I don't think that play was outlandish to believe they could have gotten to that without a snipe. I think a lot of times it's really easy to blame losses on snipes, but maybe not always the case. So like with this one, we had Nocturne primed. It's easy to know that we were potentially planning to rip off the Limbo location. And so pushing that power over to the left, unless we played into the right lane, would be what ended up winning it. All right, Big Daddy, did you try a new Loki? I haven't yet, but I do have an Arishem Loki deck brewed up, but I haven't ran it yet. And so next up we have T-Sarge, which we lost 4 cubes to earlier, and we want a bit of revenge. And so we're gonna go ahead and snap them early. We have the double Jeff, double Nocturne is also really big. We can turn off the Sinister London. We can use it as that lever whenever we want to be able to deactivate the location. And then Tony, what would you swap Makari for? I would swap Makari for either White Widow or another solid 3 cost like Red Guardian or something. You don't get as much like guaranteed value down, but it's not awful. With Electro, we have to look out for Galactus. We have to look out for Blink. I think we double Captain Marvel. We go Nocturne, or I think we single Captain Marvel. We go Nocturne into mid to turn that one off, because I think they have a lot of benefit with all of the extra energy that they have. Maybe they go double Destroyer here? We'll see. So the Lake in mid comes down. They were going to go double Destroyer, but instead it's only the single Destroyer, and then now they have a lot of extra energy. They have 2 extra energy every single turn, but we're going to inactivate that with our Sandman. We can always do like a Jeff move into an Ultron. We can just do Ultron. Captain Marvel can be that mobile card pushing here. I think the Sandman gives us the keys to find the win here. Just name 2 other cards I don't have. Saint Envy. I apologize. If you don't have those, I would go with just a solid 3 cost like value card. Protect Galactus left. Good call. And then Angel, you said also TLSG, how are you doing? I'm doing well. The opinion on the over there, I think they did a good job of balancing the cards where they're playable without being without being complete trashed, but it takes away the like super unfun elements about them. And so they drop 2 cards, the Nico into the Destroy, into Shuri. Galactus? They wouldn't drop Galactus there, right? And they could. But otherwise, maybe it's like a Nimrod Destroy, and they were looking to get that power across, especially with 8 energy. They could have done Nimrod Venom, but with Sandman locking them to 1 card per turn, I think just something as simple as the Ultron should be able to do it for us. We do end up stealing away the 2 cubes, forcing the retreat. The Sandman line against certain decks or combo decks that look to do a lot of explosive things on the last turn can be so oppressive. We'll take the 2. Let's jump over into the next one. Just made a 30 card looking deck. Wait. 30 card looking deck. Oh, with Thanos and Arishem? Said you're not happy with the Doc Ock change? Yeah, so Mill, I think, has to be like re-envisioned. I think that change, Mill was so pivotal in leverage Doc Ock so heavily that I almost don't think it's viable right now. And so yeah, like it might be that we have to wait until different cards come out, but I think Mill is definitely in a tough spot now. And then Sawbear King, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Let's go ahead and go Nebula over to the left. Next up we have Psylocke. They have the Kitty Pryde stuff, and so something like Sandman is great. Makari potentially jumping over into the left lane could be okay. Oh no, not Mill. Yeah, they gutted Mill, I'm afraid to say. Junk is also in a little bit tougher spot, but at least they buffed Viper recently, so it's not completely dead. It's an Arishem deck, so I almost want to... I want a Cassandra Nova, but I almost want to throw it into the left. But against my better judgment, I'm going to throw it into Castle Blackstone, so that we can try to have the highest power there, get extra energy each turn. So they decide to change their Kitty Pryde. They drop a Loki on 3, and so they're going to have our cards going into these final couple of turns. Good thing we had initiative, allowed Cassandra to get big beforehand. And the good thing is, unless they had Shang-Chi in hand before, we're not going to give them the tools to have that Shang-Chi. And so let's go claw into the left lane, try to win Hala. And then next turn, we can always like Sandman Ultron. What is this deck? This is like a tempo Sandman deck is what we're looking at. So their Spider Ham hits our Ultron, which is a little unfortunate. They do go Captain Marvel, so it's that versatile tool, both of which they drew from the Loki line. So now they're just kind of playing off of that top deck. They just drew our Copycat, and so it's going to steal either our Copycat, our Spider Ham, Jeff, or Red Hulk. Let's go Sandman left into maybe Captain Marvel, Jeff, maybe Red Hulk. Depends on what we draw next turn. They go Blob. They had the big Blob in hand. And so Copycat was Red Hulk, which is super unfortunate. They did destroy our Cassandra Nova, our Nocturne, our Nebula, Makari, Claw. So we don't have to look out for any of those. Is there an indicator that Copycat's drawn? There's a little sound effect of when Copycat steals the ability that you can hear from the opponent's end. I don't think you're supposed to be able to, but you can. So unfortunately, something like Captain Marvel to the right doesn't win. It only goes to 24. They have our Red Hulk in the Copycat. I think this ends up having to be a retreat. Copycat was 5. It went up to 8. If it scales again in mid, Captain Marvel can move mid, and then they win left. I don't see any way to pull this one home after. So we're going to retreat out. Yeah, Sawbear King. I agree. I just like to try to make sure I think it through, because sometimes you can find a line that maybe you didn't see right off the bat. That still aren't tracking with the untapped. I'm going to restart the tracker real fast. It does look like it is time for a really quick ad break. Arishem Loki is still strong. Yeah, I agree. We're going to run to a really quick ad break. Don't go anywhere, you guys. I'm going to restart the deck tracker and see if I can get the stats to actually start tracking. But then we'll jump back in really soon. And those of you that are playing Ants and you're trying to rally an attack, like you're trying to get to that second goal, to rally an attack, you have to join an alliance or guild or whatever they're called in the game first, and then you have to have one of your guildmates that joins in the attack. So you have to like queue up an attack. You can also join one of theirs, and it counts as the rally. But overall, it should take around 30 minutes all in to get to both of those goals or reaches. And then Dave, you said Sandman ramp has been killing it for me on the ladder and diner over the last week. It's this more tempo take. Looks fun too. Yeah, I think both of them. Sandman with Kitty Pryde, Thena being so consistent now and being like one of the decks to beat. I think Sandman gains a lot of traction back. It's not something where, like, if the meta overall is really big, and like big bodies, Sandman doesn't normally keep up. But in something small ball like the Kitty Pryde Angela Thena, then it's able to then it's usually able to hold its own. Instead, I need a rally ground. That's one of the buildings that you can build. And so next up we have our Thunder. They start with a Spider Ham, which you don't see Spider Ham all that often. Maybe they're running Tempo Sandman as well. They did, and I don't know if the one that was asking about how you know that they drew Copycat, I don't know if you just heard it now or not, but they just stole one because there's like a couple of little clicks whenever they draw it and when it's stealing the ability. And so they have Copycat in hand, whatever that may be. And then Kenny Cooks with the emote only chat. We are going to, we'll launch into it. And then we will see you guys back in 2 minutes. So let's go Cassandra Nova mid. Something like Captain Marvel into Nidavellir. Gladiator pulls out Spider Ham, which, wait. The Ownerville didn't trigger for the Spider Ham. Unless we just didn't see it. Shouldn't be like that, though. Alright, let's go Captain Marvel into the right lane. The Copycat that they drew from us ended up being our Copycat. So definitely could have been better for him. Let's snap into it. Let's go Sandman into, I think, Ultron. Or Ultron, depending on where they played this turn. And that's going to allow us to fill the rest of the board. We can pressure all of the lanes, even without the enablers like Patriot, Blue Marvel, which sometimes become a little bit too transparent. And then they know that the Sandman could be coming down. The second Copycat ended up... oh, okay. That's why our Spider Ham didn't go off with Gladiator. Because their second Copycat... their second Copycat had stolen our Spider Ham. So interesting. But we have Ultron right now. It looks like they have a pretty good shot, but Ultron being able to impact all of the board state, I think, is going to find us that way to win. We also top deck Makari, so if we had to, We could do like Nocturne Jeff and then allow Makari to drop wherever she needed to. But I think the Ultron play is big enough that we may steal the 4 cubes here. They do go with the play into the bigger Red Hulk, but our drones in the right are going to be more than what they have. Our Ultron on the left is able to snag the win. And that is why we don't have like the Patriot, the Blue Marvel enablers for Ultron, because it's a lot harder to see it coming whenever it's a follow-up to just a Sandman without anything else on the board. Otherwise, you're thinking like Leader, Doctor Doom. Very rarely are you thinking the Ultron line. We'll take it. Let's jump over into the next one. I think that's been right around 2 minutes, so you guys are now free from the emote-only chat. Let's see. I want I want the deck tracker to start working, but I don't know if maybe it's just on my end that it glitched, or if it's just... Yeah. Anyone else that has Untapped, is yours working and updating properly? Because mine's not. Why Captain Marvel with Ultron? In case you don't go the Ultron line, it gives you... You ever go against viewers? Like versus them sometimes. Yours is working? I'm gonna log out and log back in. So in case we don't go Ultron, Captain Marvel is great alongside like the Red Hulk. Same thing with Claw. It just gives you like that versatile power. So it not necessarily beneficial with Ultron himself, but it just gives you like those consistency pieces. Yeah, and then Angel. Yeah, I figured out their second copycat has stolen the Spider-Ham. That's why he didn't trigger. And so I'm going to log out of Untapped real fast and then log back in. See if that clears it up. We'll do that and then we'll see. Also, maybe close the page. I've had that browser open for probably 2 weeks. All right, let's see if that maybe fixed it. But instead of Makari, you could have White Widow, you could have Red Guardian, or if you don't have either of those, just another solid like value 3-cost card. Get 'em Dare, you said good morning. Did I miss a TLSG life update? No. So we're not full-time in yet. I would like to, but we're not full-time in yet. We're sick today. We're sick from work. We have a lot of PTO that I built up. Because I almost never took time off while working remote. I'd rather just I just instead of like handing stuff off, I just did it even if I was sick or otherwise preoccupied. But next up we have Zalar. The first location is the sewer system. We start with our Spider-Ham, which hits their Blue Marvel, which is marvelous for us. It does look like they're going with the like Gilgamesh Zoo. And so sometimes Sandman's okay there. Other times maybe we're just going to be looking to do like a big Red Hulk to swing a lane after. And then Ook, you said, I wonder more like why Ultron and not Doctor Doom. So Doctor Doom ends up being the 15 power across the board. With the Doom bots being 2, as long as you have 2 spaces, overall it's more power for the Ultron. If you have 3 in any particular lane, you're getting more power or value into that one location than with the Doctor Doom. And so you could probably just as easy do Doctor Doom. But I like the Ultron flare. All right, let's go ahead and go Nocturne over to the left. It could potentially get pulled over and change Great Web, and then we can always move it to change the Limbo. But we actually stole their Gilgamesh. which is beautiful. I'm going to snap into it because that is super unfortunate for them. And then I think Nebula. And I'm going to go ahead and play the Gilgamesh. We don't have many cards that are going to get a bonus power over the course of the game, so I'm just going to go ahead and play the copycat Gilgamesh out to let them know how bad it is for them. They do have the Khazar. The Squirrel Girl pulls over. Their Thena hasn't been able to scale a whole lot so far, but it's good for us. They have one turn at max to be able to scale it. I'm going to go Sandman to the right into Makari drop somewhere here. We'll move Nocturne, plus we have the Ultron on the last turn. If I could snap again, I absolutely would. Did I like Doom when running this list with Miss Marvel? Yeah, if you have the Miss Marvel, I think that gives you that additional reach possibility. Wait, they have Jubilee built into the... What kind of deck is Zalar cooking? An interesting one for sure. But we do know that they're... We do know that their Blue Marvel got hit, so they don't have the ability to scale the right lane any further, I guess, other than +3. But we're taking one out. We're getting an extra +2. So we go up to 15. They could tie the right lane, I guess, with this play. Maybe instead I'll just go Ultron to the left. That way we stop Nebula from scaling, and we'll keep everything else as is. Yeah, it could be fine. Oh, I guess we have Sandman. Their Thena can't scale. Never mind. The play would have been fine. So they do have the Mockingbird in the left, but it's not going to be enough to win mid, to win right. I'm honestly not sure why they stayed. We'll take it. And then, Boom, you said I'd be careful spreading too much against this deck. Yeah, it feels like they cooked something glorious, but it just didn't have the room to shine this time. And then Dave, he said, maybe I should be sick from work today too. I mean, you can hang out with us on stream all day if you want. They murdered Doc Ock. My Arishem junk deck is officially dead. Doc Ock, you just have like I think he's dead in junk. To a degree, you can still use him. He's just not as potent. But Mill, he's definitely dead in. Outside of that, you just look to put him as a value card rather than a fill a lane card. And then Pilk, welcome in. I know that it's incredibly late your time or early your time, so I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great day or week so far, and I'm glad to see you. Let me see if the deck tracker's still not updating on my end.
Hey, welcome.
And one more thing that I can try. Chilcito, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Hopefully you've had a great week. So we get a copy of their Mystique, and then we destroy their Mystique with our Spider Ham. They get a copy of one of our cards, either Ultron or Sandman, I would imagine. Let's go ahead and go Jeff here. Is this deck good for the Diner event? I'm still going for the variant. It might be. I haven't played on the upper end of Diner in a while, so it's hard to say for sure. Add the Prime there, best place to use it. Chilcito, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So we both go Cassandra Nova into the right, which nope, that was theirs. It wasn't the one that they got from us. Let's go ahead and throw Nebula into Machine World. Next turn would be something like Sandman, either Ultron or Claw as our finisher. Pilk, you came in just to say hi. It's 12 a.m. Well, hopefully you have a great rest your night. Hopefully you sleep well. And then maybe I can do some streams in the future that better accommodate your schedule. But let's go with Sandman. Let's go Sandman to the left. I'm going to snap into it. Because it looks like maybe a Mr. Negative Cook that just didn't pan out so much. But I think with the Sandman, with Ultron spreading that power, I don't know that they're going to be able to compete with what we can do. Good night, Pilk. Have a great one. Claw into Mystique. Claw into Mystique could have been spicy too. To be able to put like that big power spread. Just tried this deck and got 8 cubes. Game 1, 100% win rate. I mean, at that point, you end it. You retired at 100%. We do get the snap back here, which is very scary. I'm hoping that they don't anticipate the Sandman. Arnim Zola is unfortunate. Because the Cassandra does get pretty big here. Oh my goodness, into the Valley of the Hand. Getting the additional, rough. Okay. But is it recoverable? It was a beautiful play. Such a beautiful play that our Makari is 0 power. Unfortunate Makari. But let's say we did this. That gives us 8 extra in the left lane. I don't think we ever win mid is the problem, because 2, 4, 6, 8 mid is fine. Yeah, they bamboozled us for sure. Ooh, rough. What a play. Like, if they don't have a great finisher, we might be able to steal this one, but with us not being able to compete in the machine world, I don't think there's a chance for us. Yeah, he could have the Ultron as well. Yeah, the 0 power Makari was too strong. Absolutely. Darth, you said I too saved up over 140 hours of PTO. Fun spot to be in. Yep, absolutely a fun spot to be in. Not so much for my boss, but for me it is. So I'm gonna try something real quick. I'm gonna try to sign out of Snap, and then I'm gonna sign back in. But I want to turn off the view first. That way I don't dox anything. I'm gonna sign out, close the game, and then I'll re-sign back in. I'm gonna turn into a boss next week. Angel, congratulations. It's honestly, it's not awful most of the time, but there are points in time where if you have certain turnover, that it can be really, really stressful. Are you not doing Deadpool Diner anymore? So I have the maxed out rewards from Diner, and so I haven't jumped into it in a while, other than to like donate. And then the name, Cho. You were able to figure out the rally and attack. I appreciate it. That does help support the channel quite a bit. And if we for every 10 of those that we get, I'll be doing a giveaway of either a season pass, a gifted sub, or the strong guy bundle. But I appreciate you checking out the game, and that's the last checkpoint that you have to be able to get to help support the channel with this integration or the sponsor. And so if you enjoy the game, definitely keep playing. But if we get enough of them, we'll do either the Might over Metal, a season pass, or a Twitch gifted sub, whichever one the winner decides on. I'll be giving those away. And then same thing with the silver weekly pass purchase. I'm giving away the same thing for every single one of those. It doesn't even have to be multiple. Could be Loki changing the size of the Arishem deck that's breaking untapped. Maybe, but someone else said that theirs was working. And so for whatever reason, it's just mine. The last game that it tracked was over 15 hours ago. That's when I was running the Ajax Wolf stuff. Then Wheaton, you said if someone calls in sick, make sure to check every Twitch stream for lies. And then we have Kino, which rallied in attack as well. Thank you so much for supporting the channel by checking out the game. Let's go Spider Ham. I am gonna play the ant game on stream later, but I appreciate you guys that are jumping in and knocking it out early. I doubt that my workers know what Twitch is. I doubt that my boss knows what Twitch is, and that's why I've been able to be in that like sweet like middle ground. Been playing a super giant claw Eliath cook I found on Marvel Snap Comp. How's it been going for you so far? Quite gone. You said it's been fun, but has it been winning? So that's a very amusing. But I mean, if I was streaming full time, technically you guys would be my boss. So every single viewer would be part of the boss team. So it looks like we may be running into almost a mirror match. The White Widow, the Captain Marvel. We hit a claw with our Spider Ham earlier. Let's go Nocturne into maybe a Blink. Maybe we use the Blink we got from the hub. Ranger, you said, yes, go full-time and put me down as your employer. Definitely try that. I mean, it's always a possibility. We would probably be bad bosses. Don't do it. I don't know. You guys have been pretty solid to me so far. So we have 6 energy here. We could do Claw. But I think we do Sandman. Maybe even a Nocturne move into a Sandman. But I think we're going to go Sandman. Let's try for the tempo. Let's go Sandman mid. Nudley said, get back to work, TLSG. Oh, wait, you are. What a generous boss you are, my friend. And then Boofin, he said, by the way, I'm going to need you to come in on Saturday. You know, if you could come in on Sunday too, that'd be great. Oof. It's said as a joke, but it is a sad reality of sometimes. So they could probably go like Doctor Doom or Ultron. We know we've taken out their claw. So maybe instead of the... Because we can go Claw plus Jeff is what I was thinking. But it might be better to do Nocturne Ultron right. See how that goes. It's an Office Space reference. Yeah. Yeah, but it happens in the real world too, which is the sad thing. And so the Doctor Doom in the right is not going to win the right lane. Oh, it is. Miss Marvel comes in and gives them the extra reach that they need in the left lane, which is able to snag the 2. Unfortunate. I think you tie left. Yeah, we tie mid, tie right, and they win left with just the Miss Marvel bonus. Zon, you said I'm giving you a 40% pay raise for being so nice. Zon Aster. we could make this a reality. Do we want to run Miss Marvel instead of Captain Marvel? Since we have, I think Ultron would have to be cut for Doctor Doom at that point for sure, because Ultron would break the Miss Marvel bonus. I think we're just gonna go without statistics today. Still not. I'll restart it one more time, but otherwise maybe we. I like to have the stats because how a deck feels and how it's actually performing can sometimes vary and be skewed. But if I'm not able to get it figured out, this is for nerds. Well, I'm definitely more on the nerdy side. You think on that one we won had we played something other than Sandman? Something like Claw maybe could have pushed more power for us. And so we stole. Next up we have Symbio Bro. We ended up stealing with Copycat their cloak. And so another move enthusiast or enjoyer or somebody just trying to run the alliances. Let's go ahead and drop out our Claw into the left lane. We have Makari that's going to come down. And then Angel, you said, I love a list like yours, but I need my Electro and Blink combo. Yeah, Electro Blink is pretty nice. There's also going to be a couple of cool like Blink plays with a few other of the newly released upcoming cards. But they did Iron Fist Vulture into Beast, which is unfortunate. So they will be able to copy the Vulture in mid multiple times over. Same thing with the Iron Fist. And so I think we retreat out of this one for one. As bad as it feels, knowing they have at least one Vulture that's going to be copied and end up being two. Yeah. I think it's a high roll for them. So we give them the one instead of doubling or quadrupling it up, and we just move on. Move has seen a big jump with alliances. It has. I've seen a lot more move, and it's in an okay spot, but it's just move for the most part. Takes so much like focus in figuring out where your power is going to go that I don't like to run it for extended periods. And then OG said, "Hey TLSG, have you brewed any discard yet?" Yeah, so I have one brewed, but I think it becomes very close to like an Apocalypse deck. So I think I actually ended up cutting the Moon Knight because Moon Knight was a little too inconsistent, and went with Gambit instead because destroying one of their cards versus discarding one felt better in most games from what I was seeing. But next up we do have Jimmy Dinkins. Our copycat becomes Titania, which is a little bit scary, a little bit unfortunate, but we'll see how it pans out. We could always try to send them the copycat and then resummon it back onto our side on the last turn. But it looks like Jimmy is running maybe a full Clutter deck. We take out their Viper, which is a good resource to be off the table for them. Gamma Lab in the right lane is decent. I think we go Nocturne to the left, though. Just in case they go Debris here, that's what I would do. Ooh, no magic. Also alliances. The alliances are going well. We are at, I think, 108,000 out of 120. And so far it's been going really, really well. We can Nocturne to change the Limbo location. Let's go Captain Marvel for now. Then next turn, maybe like Claw into Red Hulk. Might be our tentative line. So Jeff and Nebula, that should be okay. You can always play a couple more cards there. I really like the Lockjaw versions of discard focused Hella. I did before, but I haven't played it now to know if it really can hold up. So glad to hear Tavern is done with the bounties for the week. So all I'm doing is some Conquest run. Yeah, we're getting close to that point. Let's go Claw into the left. And then it depends from there. We could always go Copycat in the left and Jeff somewhere else on 6. Rip away the Limbo location with Hazmat. So Hazmat, Debris. We have to look out for the Ajax line. Right now we have the win here. This would keep the same amount of power on the left. It wouldn't scale with the Nebula. They can move their Jeff, so they're not completely locked into the left lane. Is the scary piece. But I think this is what we're going to try to sit on. Then we'll see. I don't like giving them an extra turn for Limbo, because then they can set up like a little more clutter, a little more junk on our end. They can better set up their Ajax. 3-cost Titania? Yeah, it's the 3-cost Titania for the win. So they move Jeff over to the right. They play one in the left lane. Central Park is unfortunate for us depending on what they draw. The Cannonball in the left lane. We win the right. We should win mid with Copycat going over there. And so we are able to hold down the 2 cubes. It looks like maybe they didn't have the Ajax, but I'm glad that the Cannonball pushed us where we needed to go and that Copycat didn't send their way after the fact. 3-5 is greater than 1-5? Yeah, and the Widow's Kiss got disabled by So that it got disabled 2 ways. So Nocturne turned off Central Park, or turned on Central Park, which put the -1 here, and then the Cannonball filled it the rest of the way. Otherwise, we had a little bit more negativity, but we still would have won overall. It's just kind of funny. All right, so it is time for a really quick set of ads. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then we will be right back. Run a little bit more of this. We have a discard brewed, and then we have a Loki Arishem build brewed up as well. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Kim said, anyone else at work right now? I'm at work right now, technically. Still grinding the diner? Yeah, so you'll get there. So I'm reposting, actually, I'm reposting your message because Nightbot's a little bit touchy with links, but I'm reposting that one. I didn't look at it, so hopefully you're not rickrolling us, but it's there now. We'll go ahead and run a little bit more of our tempo Sandman. At the very least, we're staying around the same rank, which is not quite as good of a judge of how a deck is doing versus like the stats that it's putting out, but yeah, for whatever reason, we're not tracking today. I'll check on their Discord to see if maybe anyone else had said anything. All right. We'll stop worrying about it for now. How do I send you a deck to try? You can send it over on my Discord. My Discord is able to pick them up. All right, so next up we have Young Nunu. Let's go ahead and throw our Spider Ham, rank number 6, Young Nunu. We take out their Proxima, so they're running at least a light discard package of some sort. So it is good to know. The Gamma Lab in mid. We can always go Jeff in mid, let that one turn into a Hulk. We don't run a Shang-Chi. And so if they full send or fulfill this one, it's not as big. We could do the Cassandra Nova. But honestly, I think I'm going to go with a Rock. And we'll let that one transform. And then Targaryen Tantrum, he said, did you get to 500 bubs without spending gold? Yeah. Yep. I got to 500. The run up to 15 million or 30 million was a struggle. From 600 to 15 million was such a big leap. But after that point, from 15 to 500 took like an extra hour. Because the last one that I won was 200 million. And so then it just snowballed incredibly quick. You said, wait, how are you playing Young Nunu? They may be a Chinese player. I know that they've merged some regions, and I'm not sure exactly where all that reach is. But so we have the Captain Marvel. The Proxima Pig, unfortunately, with Subterranea. Our Cassandra Nova is still decent sized. So I'm going to go ahead and play that. Unfortunately, no Sandman, no like Ultron yet. So we'll see. Oh, you lost by 1 point on the tiebreaker. 1 point on the tiebreaker is tough.
Victory.
I see you got started early today. The new brew's keeping you up at night. General Sergeant, they are always keeping me up at night. All the new ideas bouncing around in my head. But no, so my daughter, her daycare is closed today, so she's here at the house. And so normally I wait until after we wake her up, get her ready, take her to school before launching live. But since she's staying here today, I was able to launch live closer to when I woke up versus after taking her to school. And then John Burr, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Glad you could jump in and join us. We stole their Green Goblin, which beautiful split, by the way. We stole their Green Goblin, and so we'll have to play it once all the locations are full, maybe. Wondering if it's worth spending the 1,500 gold to get the new cast variant, which is roughly in line with the 1,200. I mean, you could, or at the very least, you could spend 300, which you pulled from the reward track. I could justify the 300 to kind of get back into it so that you refresh a little faster and can start running it again. Is Cersei 6,000 tokens worth it? I'd say no. She really struggles to find a consistent spot because of her randomness, which I think is one of things that makes her a fun card to play, but also a not so consistent card. Ray said, I don't have Red Hulk, Doom. Oh, you don't have Red Hulk. Doom or Leader could replace it. So instead of Doom, I think Leader could be okay. But you might also want to go with like a big body, so maybe like a Magneto. Hulk stonks down anyways. Yeah, the Hulk stocks are down a little bit. Usually it's just there as that threat to let the opponent know that you have that big resource to leverage potentially later on in the game. And so right now, we haven't used it for a whole lot. What about Cassandra? Who can we replace her with? Without Cassandra, I'd say White Widow or Red Guardian, but it definitely helps in the Arishem matchup. So I'm going to go Claw here because I'm smelling a potential Galactus for some reason with the double goblins and the Ravona. And so I want to see, no, just a blink. Unfortunate. Okay. So they do hit us with the Galactus. Yeah, it works like that. So if they send a goblin and then switch it, it's just not a line you see very much. We can go Sandman so that they can't drop death plus whatever on us. Destroyed is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. On our end, it's a lot. Yeah, we'll give it to him. I'm not gonna fight against the Galactus that went off. Yeah, it also works like that with cards like Ghost Rider. Correct. Soul incoming. We are back. I'll make a clip of that. Not Targaryen. Yeah, it's just a habit that I got into. Because it used to be that I never did retreat later. And then I got roasted for that. And so now it's just a habit to always do it. Rayolo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. I lose to this deck most, but refuse to tech in Killmonger. There's you got my respect on that one. I don't want to tech in Killmonger either. But next up we have Smock. Our copycat stole Red Hulk, and so we are going to snap on it because that's just so much power over the course of the game. We're going to start with the Spider Ham in the left lane, and then we'll go from there. We take out their Red Guardian, which is a good hit for our cards. Then the Altar of Death. Something like Copycat, Nocturne, not Copycat, Claw, or Nocturne can give us that reach into that lane. Small Copycat? Yeah, it's a small Copycat. They do have Domino, so I'm thinking this is a like a Sandman. I think this is a Sandman deck. I kind of want to go Cassandra Nova into Nocturne on 4, into Claw on 5. Maybe. It might also be worth it to do like Copycat on 4. We forego the Nocturne because we do have the Claw. Do we save cast because of the mines? Looking at our curve, like 4, we'd want to do something like maybe like the Cassandra, but more like the Copycat. 5 is almost always like Claw or Sandman. And so maybe we could have held it for like a double Nocturne plus Cassandra. But I was thinking that they're, with Domino, I'm thinking they're trying to really push to make sure that they have Sandman by the end of the game. And so that's, I wanted to drop it while we had the chance. They're practicing for Wiccan. They might be practicing for Wiccan. And then Angel, it looks like Nightbot snagged your message. I'll push it through. All right, let's go ahead and go with the Copycat to the right. And the Vibranium Mines could allow us that +4 power resource to play into mid. But we'll see. They go Altar of Death with Jubilee, and they pull out their Vibranium, which they could have played there anyways, which I find pretty funny. Let's go Claw to the left lane. That way we are pushing and at least pressuring the Altar of Death. And then we do have the Ultron as the finisher. Or, depending on what we draw, maybe we can go Red Hulk. Maybe we draw Makari, and that can go into the Altar of Death, but we'll see. Nightbot, Nightbot does have hands. And it's sassy whenever it blocks a link, too. And then Papa Yeti. How's everyone feeling about alliances? I really like the variety of the bounties. I'm hoping that it doesn't become... I'm hoping that, you know, once the new wears off, that it doesn't feel like a chore. But I think with where it's at and not limiting any like personal contributions you can make, makes it so that the 120 each week is achievable. It's not like everybody has to be uber active to be able to make it happen. And so I think that makes it a little bit more casual than others, which I think is a good thing. So I'm enjoying them. I like the rewards. I think they're small enough that it encourages people to like play with those cards or play like engage in alliances, but not big enough that those that don't want to do alliances at all feel like they absolutely have to. So with the Magneto pull over here, they could do Shang-Chi, but that's the only thing they'd be able to do. I'm going to throw the Ultron and wait for the retreat to come through. Still can't get into an infinite alliance. J-Rad. I know that there's several that are still floating around because I think a lot of the content creators have several that are like several alliances that are ran by other people. So personally, I have at least 3, and I think the third one is getting close to being full. And so they're all pretty active from what it feels like and seems like. And then Makari, instead of Makari, you could go Storm. That's always a kind of limitation and helps your Nebula. You could go with White Widow, which is another good kind of tempo play. Or you could go with like a Red Guardian for another 3-cost slot. Harry has like 10 alliances too. Yeah. Yeah, I think with the creators specifically, like I think that creates a lot of, or it really attracts a lot of the hyper engaged people that you would want in your alliance. How many alliances did you make? So I only made 1, but we have 2 that are offshoots that are ran by other members of the Discord, and so I have 3 that are up and running. Next up, we have Cynic, and with our Copycat, we steal their Mockingbird. So really good hit for us. The first location being Savage Land is also a beautiful hit, bringing our Copycat down to 1. I almost want to snap into it. I know that the rest of our hand isn't like perfect, but knowing that they don't have the Mockingbird makes me smile a bit. So we're gonna snap into it. We're gonna go ahead and send the Copycat to the right. On turn 2, we have Jeff. Turn 3 is the Nocturne line, and so we have a pretty good curve. Is 1-5 is 1-5 good? 1-5 is good when it's when it doesn't switch sides like Titania. And then I'm a fan of Bob. I think he's fine at 1-5.
Victory.
But it can end up putting you into positions where you're in high stakes games that you may not be in otherwise, because you're trying to finesse where he moves to. It's Patriot, you slam Patriot, then you slam Ultron. Yeah, so this one, the Sandy Patriot is also still really, really good. I think this one just looks to do the tempo stuff a little bit better. So sometimes if you're running into matches that the Sandman's not perfect, this one tempos out a little bit better. Any good Nico decks? So there's a... I think the one I featured yesterday has Nico in it, right? But it has quite a few, yeah. It has quite a few cards that are maybe harder to attain. Wait. Yeah, so this one runs with Nico. There's also the Black Swan one, which is susceptible to Shang-Chi stuff, but otherwise does really well. It can pump out a lot of power, a lot of surprising power, and it does a really good job of dropping initiative going into the final turn of the game so that you can really explode the power where you need it to be. Both of those fall a little bit to Sandman, but they're both very solid deck builds. Any reason you don't play COD anymore? So with games that are inherently more competitive, that's generally where you'll have in communities that are a little bit more toxic, or just frustrated, because it is games that are like a big skill difference. And something that like you put hundreds of hours into and then someone comes in and they're better than you, it's really hard for a lot of people to swallow that. And so myself included, it's something where like I played all the time, and then let's say I took a week off, I would come back and feel like rusty, and it felt like I needed to always be playing, and it got to the point where like I wasn't enjoying the game anymore. It was more so playing because I wanted to still be good or play well, and that becomes frustrating really quick, especially if you're playing, you get into a game where you don't do well, like it can really become tilting really fast. Same thing with games like League of Legends. Like anything where there's that really big skill difference can be like really tilting one way or another if played too often. And so also the newer ones that they came out with didn't feel like they had as much draw for me. Like I played Call of Duty 4 and then the first Black Ops and then Modern Warfare 2. And those were the games where like I really sunk a lot of time into. And then outside of that, it didn't feel like they really changed much or innovated much. So it felt like I was playing the same thing just with a different skin every year. And so at that point, I ended up dropping it several CODs later. What do you try? Hard games aren't my thing anymore either. Yeah, the days of COD and Battlefield. Yeah, it's as unfortunate as it is. Like I still like shooters, so like so I actually I haven't streamed it, but I downloaded and have been playing Marvel Rivals. Not that I'm great at it, because most of my time on COD was console, so I used like a PlayStation controller for the largest majority of it. But now with this one, I'm doing keyboard and mouse. And I'm enjoying it, but that's because I'm just kind of playing it lightly and it's something new. Right now I'm playing a lot of Thena Kitty with Cassandra, but I've been trying Sandman with Ultron and Cassandra. Yeah, Sandman, or Ultron Kitty with Sandman with Ultron and Cassandra can be a really flexible deck. So the Shuri is going to double this power. They could have, I don't think they have, maybe this is a Mystique. It couldn't be Taskmaster. And so Sandman, Ultron might be okay for us. The Ultron bots here are going to be 5 power each. So we're putting an extra 10 in the left. I think we're at a decent spot. Will they do the Shuri correct? Maybe not. No, no. They didn't do the Shuri correct. Super unfortunate. We also know that we have their Carnage, so they don't have that. Super unfortunate with the Nimrod play. Always a little bit concerning when Starlight Citadel shifts, but we will take it. Let's drop the Ultron, see if they stay. They could do a Destroyer into like that Nimrod going left and right. There is the Destroyer. And then it'll push Nimrod left, right, whatever they had over in the left. So Venom. Wait. No, we should still cook them in the right lane though, right? It'd be a tie left, cook them in the right, cook them in mid. Yeah. Had they had the double power and correctly played the Shuri line, they would have had us there. But we'll take pity cubes where we can. And then Angel, what did I miss? So they played Shuri, Starlight Citadel shifted the locations, and then they played Nimrod onto the same lane they played Shuri, not the location that they played Shuri, which is where it tracks. Starlight Citadel, yeah. Adiaki, you said, hey TLSG, love your content. I'm happy to catch you live. How does one join your alliance? So right now I have 3 alliances that are, I'm not sure if they're all full. So, ooh, we had someone dip out of this one. So with this alliance, what I'm doing is anyone that's interested, I'm doing I'll do a post and I'll do a random name picker. But the other ones, you just put a message in general chat in the Discord, and the 2 people that are heading those up would be able to kind of get back to you on them. I think the second one was full. The third one, I think, had a little bit of space, though. How long do you take that a deck isn't working before changing? It depends. So it depends on, like, if I'm seeing like the same deck over and over, or maybe I just ran into a lot of really good players. So like if I ran into Federa and KM Best and Woody, it's a little bit harder to judge that a deck completely isn't working versus the players I went up to just being really good. And so it kind of depends on the overall feel. Like if it feels like I'm not even close to competing with a lot of those, then it's time for a change. But if it's where like a few small changes, like there were possible lines to win, I just didn't find them, then I'll usually go for like probably 20 or 30 games before getting a good like pulse or judge on it. But let's go ahead and launch into another one. This one's doing okay. We're climbing a little bit. We broke the top 100 with that last game. You said my alliance has a lot of dead weight. That is rough. I think those that have dead weight will end up probably trimming some of the fat eventually, so that you have like those high impact people in there. And then Bobby Lee, you said, is a special app necessary so that you can see your own cards and then the opponent's cards like you do? So there is, it's on the computer. It's called Untapped, and so it's a download on the computer. On the mobile phone, there's not one that actively works right now, and so that one's I just play with from memory. Ooh, we take out their Shang-Chi. We have Cassandra Nova against the Arishem deck, and so that is going to be the fastest snap I think I could ever snap. Cassandra left snap, yep. Hashiro, you said Alliance is a scam? What do you mean Alliance is a scam? And so it's enough of a reward or incentive that it's nice for those that want to engage with it, but not so much that it feels like you absolutely have to, and if you don't, you're behind. So we're going to go Cassandra Nova over into the left. They do go Gladiator one more time. It pulls out our Red Hulk. Had it pulled our Ultron, that could have been super bad for us. But instead it pulled our Red Hulk, which is perfect. And our Cassandra Nova pulls out of the cloning vats over into Asteroid M. We can drop another one here. We know that they don't have the Shang-Chi. And so maybe Cassandra Nova, and then we go Nebula mid. We can always drop more Cassandras as we need to. Not worth it. I think it gives people that are highly engaged something else to look forward to. So I'm at 4K as well, and it didn't take a whole lot of dedicated time to it. All right, so we do draw the Ultron now. And then Dry, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I see you on the YouTube side. So we can do another, I think we continued throwing the Cassandras. So we can go Jeff into Cassandra Nova. The good thing about her is we can throw her into Quantum Realm as well. We're just going to continue to stack her as big as we can. And so like a Shadow King could be detrimental for us. Like if they drew a Shang-Chi, maybe. But otherwise, we have the very small 53 power Cassandra Nova, the casual 3-cost 53. I would be crying by the second Cassandra. Yeah, and I think they just stayed at this point to let us continue to stack it, but I don't think there's any way they stay for the end. The casual, what was going to be, I think, 69 power Cassandra. No, it would have been 70 with Quantum Realm, pushing her from a base of 1 to 2. Not bad. We'll take it. Let's jump over into the next one. Watch the -3 Mbaku come jumping out. That would be the icing on the cake. And then Doc, he said, I thought I played a lot of Snap. My rank in Alliance has showed me that I really don't. And honestly, I used to play a lot more Snap. Like I still play quite a bit. But it used to be that every time like I didn't stream or I'd stop a video, like I'd still be playing it in the evening, just passively. Now I do some to brew, but I usually try to save most of my excitement for doing that on stream. So it creates a little bit better like balance or divide for me, rather than before where I was just playing it like in any free moment. Like I'd walk to the restroom and I'd be playing a game. I tried to cancel this one, General Sergeant. I'll do Destroyer right after this one. Right after this match. Next up, we have New Wang. The first location is Quantum Realm. Let's go with Spider-Ham for now. We could go Nebula as well, but I kind of want to see what they have. Ooh, Luke Cage is a big hit. And so where they could have played into Quantum Realm freely, they now have to struggle a little bit. Let's go ahead and play our Jeff. We may go ahead and throw out our Nocturne next turn. Maybe it's Nebula. It just depends on what we end up drawing. Ooh, we pulled their Shang-Chi. And so the discounted Shang-Chi is nice. And then Unhelpful Yoda, you said I cracked top 40 day? That's huge. We just cracked top 100, which the only season I've finished in top 100 was the season where Mill was, where I was able to abuse Mill. I almost think we just tempo out the copycat. Knowing that we have the Sandman to lean into next turn, I don't know that it's as important for us to hold on to the Shang-Chi. Because we can do Sandman next into Ultron. And since they haven't done a whole lot, back when Mill was a thing, yeah, back when Mill was viable or playable, it's kind of overcooked right now. It has to go back to the oven. All right, so the Red Guardian, the Sentinel, the Jeff. We're looking at Cerebro 3. Which I think is fine. I think the Sandman hurts them a lot. So let's go Sandman mid. We can always Nocturne move into Ultron right, or we can go Ultron mid next turn. It just depends on what and where they play. You mean with the better Doc Ock? I think the Doc Ock was better in that shell, yes. But outside of that, I think now he's more of like a value card rather than like tap out your board card. And then welcome in, Tucker. Hopefully you're having a great day. How are you enjoying the over the air so far? So we could do Ultron here. This would be 5, 10, 15 if they dropped Cerebro. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to compete with what we can drop. The Killmonger was big. It did swing Quantum Realm back for them. But I think Ultron is going to be more than what they can do. And I think the Sandman was disruptive enough that it should be fine. I wonder what 6-hour pixel I want to get. Strange Hollow. There's some spicy looking pixels nowadays. But don't pull them all in one place because you know that you have to get the Alliance reward. And I apologize, guys. It looks like I missed the snooze on the ads. They're going to queue up here in just a second. If they'll finish their turn soon, then you'll be able to see the end of it, which I hope. If not, then the ads might start before the actual play happens, and I apologize. I try to dodge that anytime that I can, but this one I missed it. It counted down, and I didn't keep a close enough eye on it. And so the play in the left, the single Cerebro over there, we win mid, we win left with the Ultrons and the drones, we win right. We actually get the 8-cube casserole against Cerebro 3. The Sandman Ultron was a bit too much to bear. We'll take it. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. And then Tucker, you said, what up, King? I've been loving discard, so the Apocalypse help is great. Also been doing a mill discard hybrid. I think mill discard hybrid is probably where we have to be in the new state of the Doc Ock for sure. I haven't found a whole lot of success with the new discard though. I do think it looks something more like your base. Oh, and you may not be able to hear me. Oh no, you do have a sub. I think it looks a little bit closer to like your Apocalypse base discard. I didn't really care for the Moon Knight change. I felt like Gambit more often was more value for me, rather than trying to go around with like a clunky Moon Knight play. What the heck was that stay? Strange Hollow. I'm not sure. I think it may have been a stay for content. Said I put Moon Knight and Gambit. You put both? Yeah, I was struggling whenever I put both, but I know that it's definitely much more viable, and maybe I just need to rethink how I'm playing. I do think that I think it's Scorn, one of the data mine cards. He's going to be huge for discard, and potentially like discard Exodia, because Scorn, when he's discarded, he adds his power to a card on your board. He regens with more power. I wonder if it's data mined. Yeah, Tucker. I'm so excited for Scorn. I wonder if it's in the bot yet. Scorn? Yeah, so 1 cost, 2 power. When you discard this, give its power to one of your cards in play, and then return it to your hand with +1 power. So some kind of Gambit Exodia could be wild. Because you're going to have that one return back, whereas before you kind of have that Swarm as that piece that continues to get discarded, but instead Scorn is going to help your board and then hurt theirs. So really excited for that potential line. The whole season is lit. Yes, like archetype support all over the place. We have like the backup beast stuff, which I think is really cool to see, and all kinds of cool lines. I don't know that we're gonna win any of these. Maybe we can do the fill all locations, and then outside of that, I'll grab the 8-cuber.
Epic.
We are past the 4,000, so at this point, all we're doing is just kind of helping our alliance finish hitting that last point. We're still climbing. We're at rank 94 now. Waterboy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. I don't remember. I don't remember the name of the card. That is like a secondary like beast bounce support, but Sour, you said I've been using a Zola Dakin discard. Feast on the other discards and beats up on Thena. I actually haven't been seeing as much Thena. I know that it's still really relevant and around, but I feel like Sandman has been kind of suppressing the Thena stuff. All right, let's go ahead and go Spider Ham over to the left. We did play Smock a little bit earlier, and so we hit their copycat. We don't know what it pulled, but we know that it's no longer in their hand. Go ahead and throw Jeff into mid. That should give us tempo going to these first couple of turns. Venom? There were a couple of... Ooh, they lose their Loki. We lose our Nocturne. And so it could have been Agent Venom. Or maybe it was Anti-Venom? It was Anti-Venom. No. Never mind. Oh, Toxin. Thank you, Tucker. You said it earlier, and I completely overlooked it. So Toxin. 3 cost, 2 power. On reveal, return your other cards here to your hand, and plus 2 power for each one returned. Can get kind of crazy kind of quick. Let's go ahead and play our Makari. I know that we can let her jump wherever she wants, but since we don't have another 3 cost, I'm going to go ahead and play it out. You said Toxin is gonna get me into bounce? Yeah, it's gonna be wild. Wait, did it not work for you, Strange Hollow? Yeah, above them, maybe it was on cooldown. I don't know. But the Agent Venom does. It's a 2 cost, 4 power. On reveal, set the power of all cards in your deck to 4. And so maybe like Cerebro 4. Maybe in like a bounce shell instead of like the Bast, you can go with the agent instead. All right, so we have a Juggernaut copy. Let's go ahead and throw it into the left lane. Dream Dimension is tough for us. I got distracted by all the new cards. I forgot to play. Toxin only good for low cost cards. Yeah, so it's good for low cost cards. Either Cerebro 4, which I think is always going to be niche, but I think it could also be good in like your similar bounce shells that used to run Bast. And so then you'll have all of those pieces that are now 4 power instead of 3. Step away for a second. Did someone change the avatar? Oh, General Sergeant. I'm the worst. We'll do it right after this. I apologize. What an ugly game for us. We could go Red Hulk, move Jeff. We could go Claw, move Jeff. But I think both of them we probably lose. I'm going to retreat out of it. And then General Sergeant, I'm going to change it to Destroyer now. I get so distracted. I apologize. This Toxin costs too much in... Does Toxin cost too much in a game to play him in a traditional bounce? But if he doesn't drop the energy on... Yeah, so he doesn't drop the energy, but being able to beast in the Toxin, I think, could be kind of cool. You can end up using your... You can end up using, like, a hood so many times, and you're scaling your Toxin as well. I think there will be some cool ways to use him. Ooh, Toxin Hammer. I think the chances of drawing your hammers early enough would be kind of low, but... Or Pixie. Yeah, you could potentially do like the Pixie stuff too. Then Bobby Lee said, well, I have to finish now. You're invited to dinner with friends. Well, I hope you enjoy your dinner, Bobby Lee Swagger. Thank you for hanging out. And hopefully we will catch you around real soon next time. That another bounce card just makes it more consistent? I think so. Don't you think that Loki is now a better Bastos? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think about it, but for the most part, you don't have any control over like what resources you get with it, but otherwise, yeah. Ooh, Gambit's lucky card. You said I finally got the mystery variant. Well, good luck. Hopefully you pull something good. I think I got a Venomized Storm out of mine. September Activate card honestly seems mid and boring. Compared to all of the agent stuff we now have, or the Venom stuff, I'm excited about the Venom stuff. Before I was kind of excited about the the Activate and the Madam Web cards. But now I think I'm more hyped for the Venom stuff. Davey said Loki is also a better Adam Warlock. But, yeah, that's true. Because then he always draws a card. He's a better Crystal as well. But the good thing is you can use Adam Warlock with your Loki. Who tried Loki into Absman? September, October are going to hit. They're going to be big. I'm excited for them. So Makari jumped over to the right. We could do Spider Ham. We could tip our hand or our hat and let them know that we have the Super Scroll. But I kind of want to see if we can keep that a surprise. Didn't play anything for the first couple of turns. Who tried Loki into Absman? Why would it be so wild, Pincer? Just because you're drawing additional cards? This month has great support cards in the spotlights, but the main cards will need a lot of testing. Besides Marvel Boy. I agree. I like the idea of Speed and Wiccan, but I feel like they will definitely be in interesting spots. Saint, you said I hate when I tell people I'm losing and donate 8 and then they emote spam you. Yeah, that's one of the most infuriating things. Like, you're trying to do a good thing, and then they spam like they did something really big. All right, let's go Red Hulk over to the left. We have Claw on 5 into Copycat. I think is where we're gonna lean to. So the Mystique drop, the Cosmo drop as well, right? Into Magic. Okay. So a lot of own reveals. So I'm thinking the Super Scroll could be nice. I'm also thinking maybe it was a Mr. Negative deck. Waterboy, you said, oh, I forgot to mention your Sandy Patriot deck helped me to reach Infinite. Huge, Waterboy. That first time Infinite is always it's always memorable, and so I'm glad that it helped you get there. Smells like a Tribunal deck. I agree, and so we'd be able to copy everything except for the Onslaught, right? Smells like a Howard the Duck deck. Interesting. Not something you see very often. Let's go ahead and tip our hand. We're gonna play the Copycat now. We'll go from there. Definitely Tribunal. Yeah, I agree. There's the Tribunal coming down. But I don't know that they can do what we can do any better. Because Ultron is gonna send power all across the board. Red Hulk can scale. I think we're all right. They could do what? Iron Man. They already dropped their Mystique. So what? Iron Man the left could be kind of spicy, but then we get Iron Man in mid. Gambit, you said not bad. I got the Dan Hip variant of Agatha Harkness. That's not bad at all, Gambit. Tribunal in 2024. There was a little short spurt where Destroyer. we can full send the Destroyer. There was a short spurt where Tribunal was doing decent, especially in like certain matchups. Like, it could just go higher than what other ones could do. Oh my goodness, General Sergeant, I'm the worst. I apologize. I almost forgot again. Thank you for keeping me honest. All right, let's keep the tempo, Sandman. Let's go. And after that, we don't even have Destroyer. All that build up. Any backup ones that you want, Sergeant? If the shop has one. I don't have that kind of money. But no, as the Angel, Sabretooth, and the Bucky Barnes. Dr. Doom? Alright, we can do Dr. Doom. Alright. I apologize that took so long, Sergeant. Angel, you said I'll be lurking now. I need to get my medicational stuff done. Well, hopefully it goes well. Thank you for still hanging out, Angel, and thank you for being around. Hopefully everything's going well on your end. And then Not, you said I've been watching you for so long, but don't know what TLSG means. And then Cone Toll. There's a lot of things that TLSG has been said to stand for. There's only one true meaning for TLSG. So next up we have Polka King. The first location is Ashardam. We ended up getting a mirror nebula over there. With Elysium, we can do a turn 2 Cassandra Nova. It does pull into Ashardam, so I'm going to go ahead and play it here anyways. No, I'm not sure why the Miss Marvel thumbs up emote came down, but... What does TLSG stand for? Good vibes and good times. And wait, why didn't they play in the left lane to stop Nebula from scaling? That's silly. The legendary Snap Genius is another common one that I hear a lot. I'll tell you guys the real one after this one. So they have Mobius, which stops the discount on all of our Elysium cards, which is kind of unfortunate. And Makari jumps exactly where we need her not to, which is also unfortunate. Rough. I think it becomes a little bit challenging to win here. The Mobius was big at making it where we can't like drop our Red Hulk on 5 into the Ultron finisher, but it also, Makari jumping to the left was probably like the icing on the cake. Amazing job, Makari. Makari did it again. We're gonna jump out of this one, and before they can do us any more emotes, I'm gonna go ahead and mute them. But for TLSG, what TLSG means, there's a lot of origin stories that float around, a lot of suspected meanings, but the real true one is that in the past, I played with a group of friends on Call of Duty, and this was the one that it's probably the most known and most told, but I played with a group of friends on Call of Duty, and we played so long, we got to the point where we were playing in like the MLG matches, the esports matches, and we got to the point where we were decently well known in that like kind of small niche competitive community. And so we each had our roles. Mine was the sniper of the team. So I stayed in the back, and I always kind of tried to pick people off where we could. I did a lot of like call-outs and being able to let my teammates know where the opponents were and just their positioning. So I was like a scout, and then I would pick off people where I could. But I always wanted to I really enjoyed being like up in the action, being like run and gun, always like being up close, being able to like really make a huge swing or a huge play that can change the course of the game. And you know, of course, I let my friends know that, but at the same time, we had our roles. So I knew that where I needed to be was in the back as the sniper. We didn't have a backup sniper, but they, of course, as you know, young guys do, they teased me about it. They called me that lonely sniper guy because I was always in the back, always by myself, and I had let them know that I wanted to be up front in the action. So they teased me about it, and so instead of like letting that bother me, I decided to like kind of wear it like a badge of armor. I shortened it to TLSG, so that lonely sniper guy, shortened it to TLSG, and that is what I ran with from every game from that point on. And whenever we eventually disbanded, I kept it just as a kind of reminder of like the good times I had with my friends there. But next up we have Young Nunu one more time. The Bar Sinister location is decent for us with like a Jeff, maybe with a Cassandra Nova. And then Chuck Chuckers, welcome to the team.
welcome.
Thank
It
you so
took you
much
long
for
enough.
the tier 1 sub. I very much appreciate the support. That puts us up to 4 for the day. Thank you for being here, and thank you for hanging out with us. And so we copy up on our Jeffs in the left lane. We can power them up by moving them into Kunlun. Don't have a turn of 3 drop though. So I think we just move 1 into the Eternity range and then we wait. Black Widow is a little bit unfortunate. We do get the rock there as well. Woof. Maybe we go Captain Marvel into like a Sandman, into like a Jeff move, and then double claw. Could potentially be the line we go with. So maybe we don't even play the Widow's Bite. If we're going to go Sandman Ultron regardless anyways, we don't really need to draw. Let's see. I feel conflicted. I hate snipers and FPSs, but I like TLSG things in the story. No problem at all. What did they hit? Our Nocturne. Interesting. Okay. So let's go with this for now. That way, ooh, they'll be able to change it before our Jeffs get buffed up, which is a little bit scary. Is Makari replaceable? Yeah, you could go with like a Storm. You could go with White Widow, or you could go with like a Red Guardian. All of those I think should be fine. What made you pick Wong as your main avatar? Because it fits into the like I enjoy a good dad joke, and it felt Wong to choose anything else. What are you most excited about the data mine cards? I'm excited about the support that we have for a lot of our archetypes. So I think it will reshape a lot of what we have in the game already. So I don't have one specifically that I'm looking at. More so several that I think will be... Okay, our Ultron's gone. It could have been our Widow's Bite, but no, it was Ultron. So do they play to the right? To the left. I guess it... Well, they could move their copycat, right? Copycat to the right would be 14. This goes up to 9, 10, 11. Leave the Jeff. Marvel can go right. So in that case, it would go up to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They would still beat us by 1 with a Nocturne copycat move over there. So then just a big card in left would be able to do it for them. This one I think has to be a retreat. If they have like a Dracula, I'm not sure why they have the Domino Black Widow. I'm not sure what their end game here is, but we're going to retreat out of it. I don't think we have a good enough shot.
Escaped.
Couldn't have discarded the Widow's Bite with Moon Knight's new effect. Yeah, no, we could have. It's, I think. So I know that it can hit swarms. So I assume that it can hit Widow's Bite as well. And then, so the sniper story is creative writing. It is. I apologize. I like to create fun. I like origins for it. What it truly means is that live stream guy. So about 8 to 9 years ago now, I started a Twitch channel that I only ran for about a month, and I thought it would be really funny if somebody found it and was telling a friend. They said, "Hey, have you seen that live stream guy?" And so that's what I ended up setting my channel's name at. During the month or so that I streamed, the handful of people that I had to jump in and join shortened the name to TLSG, and during chat to kind of make it easier to write questions towards me, And so for whatever reason, I kept those acronyms and I stuck with it from game to game. I didn't really think about it when starting this channel. It just was what I naturally went with. And then I thought it created a kind of cool origin. Another real origin story, it seems. So that one's true. But I think I've created the own bed that I have to lie in by creating so many false meanings for it. But that one's the like true original origin story. It is. I've actually never showed that channel on stream though. Might be kind of fun to do someday. So that's just the least thought out real origin story. Sure it is, bub. I think TLSG has already told us the real story. We just don't know which one it is. I absolutely have told the real story. If you guys pick up which one is the true one, I don't know. Ooh, sorry guys, that was probably really loud. Valentino, you said TLSG has more origin stories than Batman, than the Joker. We're full of origins. The legend continues. Has anyone tried Loki Thanos? I haven't tried Loki Thanos yet. But I think you get rid of the stones that are in your deck because it replaces what deck you have with 12 cards. And so the decks that you had in deck would be gone.
Opponent snapped.
So we can't go Sandman, unfortunately. But we should always win the left lane, even with like Squirrel Girl or Shanna. Claw gives us a decent reach into the right lane, and then maybe Ultron brings it home. We could also decide to do Khazar, which makes all of our Doombots 3. So this would end up being 12 versus 2, 4, 6, 8, 16. Let's go with the Claw instead. That lonely sniper guy. The blue Marvel on the right is big for him. Is it big enough? This one scales further. Go Nocturne into Ultron. Be 2, 4, 6, 8. They could do a 1 cost here. And bring so like Squirrel Girl in Nowhere. Or Squirrel Girl in White Palace and fill both left and right. And then a Gilgamesh mid. That would end up being 2 plus the 4, so an extra 6, so 16. So our drones would match it, but maybe we go Nocturne into Ultron. I think I like that a little bit better because they're not going to go Gilgamesh to the right, or just a single card drop, which is not what I was expecting either.
There's no strings on me.
Ooh, they have an Ultron as well. Interesting. They win mid, but they don't win right. They don't win left. So the Nocturne to the right was the exact card that we needed to move over there to make sure that we outscaled their Ultron. Whew. A lot closer than I thought it was going to be, but we'll absolutely take the 4. Let's jump over into the next one. Donut, you said, have you played Diner? I have. So I played Diner the first like 3 days that it came out. I grinded it really, really hard, and we were able to get the 500 million. And so since then, I haven't played it a whole lot. I've came in and out and donated cubes. Now I typically only jump into Serial for like Alliance, like to easily complete an Alliance mission. But it does look like it is almost time for the ads to roll. And so I do need a refill on my water for any more hydrations that come through. And so we're going to run really quick. We're going to take a quick 1.5 ad break, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. This deck is doing decently for us. We went from like mid 100s, I think 110 to 92 so far. And so we're slowly but surely consistently chipping it away. I don't have any trackers, unfortunately. I wasn't able to... Hey, it all of a sudden started working 4 minutes ago. And so it shows that we have one game with the tempo Sandman. but it's working now, so that's good news. We're going to run to the quick ad break, and then we'll be right back, you guys. All right, you guys, we are back. We're going to continue with a little bit more tempo Sandman. Since it's working out decently for us. And now that the tracker is working, I'd be curious to see what our stats are as we play a few more games. And then for those of you that have checked out the Ant Legion, I appreciate you guys. It helps support me and support the channel and help me get a little bit closer to going full time. And so I've picked up a few more sponsorships recently to try to really gauge if it is possible to transition into that full-time content creation. And so if we continue to have months like we did last month, then it is definitely within the realm of possibility. It's just about finding the logistics to make it work. And then Azura RSX111, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So they are running what looks like a mill deck. They drop a Yondu, which hits our Spider Ham perfectly fine. We have the Nebula. Let's go ahead and play our Jeff into mid. We have Cassandra Nova, which is a decent early game tempo tool. They have Cable on us, so maybe they're running the full mill package. So Cable ended up stealing our Copycat. I was able to hear the trigger go off, and then it stole another one of our cards. We're not sure which one it is, but let's go with Cassandra Nova into the left lane for now, as we see what their play is. So Baron Zemo ends up pulling our abilityless Nocturne, and so it's a good value for him, but at least it doesn't have the ability, and we know what Copycat card they have in hand, which is our Nocturne. We don't have a turn 4 play, which is a little unfortunate, but we can always do the Sandman into Ultron, or Sandman. If they Doc, it'll pull Sandman. That'd be big. Doc Ock is next. Are you sure Doc Ock is next? If so, then we play the Captain Marvel. I think instead we don't risk it. We go Sandman. Unfortunately, we don't have the Ultron to be able to fill the board state, but we have Jeff. That's the mobile card. Maybe we can drop Red Hulk. We'll see. Stature in the left lane. Interesting. So Claw is a great top deck for us. They can only drop one card. They do have Copycat that can move here, so they can potentially go up to 8. I think with a Claw in the left lane, there's a niche line that they move Copycat here and then play a card into like Atlantis. But I think this is what we go with, just dropping the Claw in the left lane, and then we'll stick it out. Because if they don't go to the right, we win that one with Nebula scaling. The Red Hulk on the left is fine. Our Claw outscales the Copycat that moved over there. As long as we left Jeff alone, it would outscale it, and we are able to grab 2 cubes against the Nocturne Copycat move. We'll gladly take it. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. Doc doesn't really work in mill anymore. Yeah, it works okay in junk decks, but even there, it's sometimes a little bit too late for what you want to do with it. So it just becomes an 8-power card a lot of times. Put in mill, I don't think it makes a lot of sense. And so I think the mill package overall has to be kind of rethought out, because maybe it doesn't even want magic anymore, but then that feels like the biggest benefit of mill was having like 1 or 2 turns where they couldn't do anything or they couldn't draw, and you had like full control of the board. But now I don't think it works that well. Are the Ultron is Ultron better than Doom? It depends. I think it's very, very similar. The one benefit that we have with Ultron is that it's a higher base power. Doom is usually what would get calculated. Ultron wouldn't get calculated in as much without like the Patriot, without the Blue Marvel, without the Khazar sometimes. But if we fill more than 2 spots, then the Ultron is putting more power into a lane than what we would have gotten with Dr. Doom. And so it's very similar. They're very close. Next up we have Mikers, which is running a Ghost Spider Groot deck. We do have Spider Ham. We have our Captain Marvel that can be that mobile resource for us. So I think it becomes Nocturne left, Captain Marvel left. We see what resources we have going into turn number 5. And so then maybe it's Claw, Sandman. Maybe it's a Copycat plus Spider Ham. We'll see. Tyler Lansdowne, thank you so much for resubbing for 2 months at Tier 1. That helps us get closer to that Partner Plus status. I very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. When are you building a deck on stream? So a lot of times I go through like several iterations of a deck. And so it can, I don't know. A lot of times I brew like late at night and then I launch them and do the testing during the day. And so I don't know. I'm sure we can build a deck on stream, but usually they're not as like finessed or finite as what I end up brewing overnight, because I can do some light testing on it and stuff like that. So Doc Ock in the left ends up pulling our Spider Ham, perfectly fine for us. We do have the Nocturne, that's that mobile card. We hit Arishem, which I didn't even realize they were running an Arishem, which is unfortunate. But they have our Spider Ham. Our Makari jumps into mid. Have you looked at the Alliance chat recently? No, so Buff Captain, I haven't been able to put any like chat, like everything that I put into the chat gets moderated out, which is unfortunate. And also unfortunate, for turn 5, we're missing all of our big pieces and our big heavy hitters. So we just have the good old Jeff. We can go Jeff, maybe we go Ultron, maybe we just go with the Red Hulk into Monster Metropolis. I think could be fine as well, because Red Hulk into Monster Metropolis should win the highest power card there and get the extra +3. Our Captain Marvel in the left scales, and so it can move over here. Ooh, beautiful. We still the Makari, and then Black Capivara, it's drops. And so just being connected on marvelsnap.com/Twitch drops, it'll automatically start tracking your progress, and then you can check it on the inventory. Posture check. Kenny Cooks, I appreciate you. So Copycat is going to come down. I think we go Pig into the right. We go ahead and I'm going to leave Nocturne as is. We're going to let Captain Marvel here get scaled a little bit further, because if they play a card here and don't move anything to the left... Nah, I think I changed my mind. I'm going to go Jeff and Nocturne into mid. Pig mid is great. Yeah, Pig mid could be great too. Ooh, Ultron gives them a lot of reach here. Their Captain Marvel can't move, so whatever this is has to be a low power card. The Pig outscales what they have in the right lane. Our Makari jumps over there as well for just a little bit more salt into the wound. And we had Captain Marvel as that mobile resource to be able to jump over to the right as well if needed. We will gladly take the 2 cubes. Let's jump into the next one. General Sergeant, fingers crossed for a beverage company to sponsor you. I would love to see the sponsored hydrate channel redemption. That'd be pretty cool. And before I would have hoped for some kind of like caffeinated beverage, but I actually kicked caffeine. So really all that I drink right now is water. Oh. Well, we'll see. We'll see if that ever changes in the future. And then Taverin, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day. Goodness. Shouldn't have woke up early, I guess. Brandizzle, you savage. Welcome in, Brandizzle. Next up we have LN. The first location is the Savage Land. We have our Nebula, which maybe we go ahead and throw into Savage Land because they're less likely to be able to continually stop it from scaling. We have our Spider Ham, so we can take away one of their cards. The Captain Marvel is also decent. Let's go ahead and do Spider Ham in Baxter Building as we look for what kind of deck they're running. Ooh, we take out their Brood, which is so Brood of us, by the way. They could potentially be running like the Gwynpool deck. They could also be running the like Silver Surfer, like Brood into Absorbing Man. And so Brood is such a big loss for that deck. Patriot was not what I was expecting. So Patriot Ultron stuff, I'm thinking is more in line with it. Let's go ahead and go Captain Marvel to the right. We might not have a great... shot here. Because if they have like Sandman, the Ultron, it gets really congested really fast. Makari jumping to the right is actually perfect because then she's going to scale over there. We do have a Sandman of our own into an Ultron, but if they have an Ultron, the problem is that theirs scales more than ours does every single time. So maybe it's more like Sandman throw down a Red Hulk to win Baxter Building. We'll see what they drop this turn. General, you said I'd like to see something like buy low calorie, low/no sugar, great flavors, hashtag not sponsored. I mean, it's all within the realm of possibility for sure. All right, so they only dropped Absorbing Man last turn. They can move the Jeff out into an Ultron. Ultron would end up being 4/8, 16 power here. Our Red Hulk would beat it unless they... No, our Red Hulk would beat it. And then Captain Marvel can scale over to the left if she needs to. I almost want to snap into it, but I also think it's a little bit too late. So I'm just going to ride it out, see if we can get the 2 instead. And then not being... I'll catch you later. Next time, I'm sure we will have another TLSG origin story to always keep you guessing on which one is the real one. But thank you for hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream, and hopefully we catch you again sometime soon. And then... Just thank you for reaching Queen level 5 in Ants. So Ant Legion is the sponsored game for today's stream. So for anybody that checks it out using my code and reaches those certain checkpoints, and so Queen level 5 and Rally and Attack, all in, it should take around 30 minutes to get to both. It helps out the channel immensely. So each of those checkpoints are like gifting 2 subs to the channel. And so the more people we have supporting that way, if you've ever wanted to give back to like me and to the content but can't necessarily subscribe, that's a great way to give like those free alternatives, because you just have to spend a little bit of your time, and then it helps me out, and it helps maybe you'll find a game that you really enjoy as well. Nobody runs Onslaught in these decks anymore. I know, Onslaught got cut in a lot of them, unfortunately. And then Fabulous, you just picked up Cassandra Nova. That's huge. She is great. I'm sure that you're going to enjoy her. I'll never bank enough channel points to get the origin story because I'm a sucker for emote only chat. As soon as I have 4K, it's an immediate smash. Well, I can respect that as well, Kenny. But next up, we do have young Nunu again. We're facing them quite a lot today. Like the people we're facing, it's a relatively small pool so far. And then Josie with the name origin. I appreciate it. Right after this match, I'll give you guys the name origin story. And so they have Ant-Man Dazzler. We're looking at a zoo deck. I think we go Cassandra Nova. We can drop Nocturne on 4 to always threaten to potentially take away the Nexus. But I'm not sure that it works incredibly well for us because they can typically go pretty big. But let's go Nocturne for now. Or they can spread their power, is what I was getting at. They a lot of times have like the Squirrel Girls and all of those other cards that feed into it. Kenny Cooks, thank you so much for gifting the 1 month tier 1 sub to Just Koju. I appreciate it. Someone gift that man a sub. Oh, and then Tyler. Oh, Koju. Okay. Welcome in, Koju. Hopefully you're having a great one. And then we have the Snap redemption from Tyler Lansdowne. That is what we're going to lean into. Let's go with a Captain Marvel, or we go Jeff plus Copycat. And see what that looks like. The other potential bad thing is that if they go Ultron, that power spread a lot of times is kind of tough to beat as well. Go with the Copycat and then the Jeff for now. Let's see what they drop here. Blue Marvel, huge, so scary against this deck. Ugh. The Ultron to the right brings this one up by 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 extra, because it's going to cap out all of their lanes. The Dazzler gets a bonus, the Ant-Man, and then the Blue Marvel. So 17 extra brings them up to 26. And then they're also getting a lot of power into the other lanes. So it's hard for us to compete with it there. Have you tried a Loki cook? I haven't tried a Loki cook yet. I think we have to retreat out of this one. With this one, I think they have like the better setup for the Patriot into Blue Marvel. So we'll give them that one. And then as far as the origin story, so back in my high school days, I was on, I ran cross country. And so it was kind of the thing that, let me get out of my head. I myself am a pretty anxious person when it comes to like social settings, things like that. And running was the one thing that I was able to do. I was able to do well, and it really just kind of helped be that steady thing for me that helped me kind of reset and rewind. But what I got called in, my nickname in the cross country team was the long but steady grind, because I was always very consistent. Being cross country, you have to kind of conserve your energy. I wasn't fast, like sprints, I absolutely got dominated. Short races, but long distance was what I was able to do well at. And it took me a while to build up to that point, and so it was just this really steady grind all throughout my high school. So starting as a freshman up to that senior year. And so like the coach's nickname for me was the long but steady grinder. And so TLSG, I kind of shortened it because it was something that meant so much to me in like those earlier years. And I started using that in Call of Duty whenever I played it, and I just kind of kept it with me as I moved from like game to game or life event to life event. And so it's for when I was a runner back when I did cross country and long distance running. Icarus, you said it's the straight face that gets me every time. Do you have a Google Doc with all of these origin stories ideas? I have a handful. I try to limit it to one new one per day. Otherwise, I can burn through them way too fast. He said that's better story than the League of Strategic Gentlemen. Unless you're watching a superhero movie, maybe. Zon Aster. Okay. I didn't mean for it to take that direction. Brandizless, you said, dude, did you just sell me a car without me realizing it? Maybe. Maybe I did. But next up we have I Quit and Came Back. Let's go ahead and play our Spider Ham, see what we hit. I believe every word, every time. One of them is the true origin. Which one is the true one, we may never know. But the second location is Sinister London. We hit their Red Hulk, which is great for us. Gladiator comes in. We do have Shang-Chi, so it takes out our Nocturne. Hopefully it pulls a Red Hulk here. No, Nebula. Okay, but it gives us a better chance to draw into our Sandman, into our Red Hulk, into those bigger resources and pieces. We also have the double Cassandra Nova, and we've taken their Shang-Chi. So I think this is an immediate snap. Buff Captain, you said, well, in the Alliance chat, we want to set up a tournament. And also me and Sori cooked up a deck. Setting up a tournament, I'll have to connect with somebody that's done it in the past, because I haven't done anything, and if I'm going to do it, I want to make sure that I can do it well. But I do think that would be kind of cool. And then Kenny, you said, I've heard 3 of these origin stories so far, and they're always entertaining. I have to keep a plenty built up. I think it's like those horror stories where it's better when you never see the monster. The origin story is better by never... Yeah, it's better by never knowing the real one. Like, the real one is out there, and you can have the comfort of knowing that it's there, but you just don't know which one it is. And so we do have the Shang-Chi, which is the copycat. Let's go with a double Jeff for now. Into, I think, a double Sandman. Into whatever our finisher. Whoa, big Shadow King coming in. Resetting that middle lane. Our left lane is fine. The middle lane is a little bit more susceptible now. I still think we go Sandman into, maybe it's an attempt at a double Claw. Maybe we drop the Red Hulk. We know that they have a pigged version of Red Hulk. So ours could potentially scale higher than what theirs could. Incoming Shadow King. And it was an Arishem generated Shadow King too, which is the sad thing. If they have a second one, I'm going to be so sad. I'm glad that the second one went to the right though. Okay, so Sandman, all of their own regard, and then Namora comes in. So the big 8-power Namora. So they can play cards in the middle. Namora. Would clone to the right? Most likely. Most likely. All right, so we are 14 power down. They could have our Claw. They played our Nocturne. They played our Loki, or our Sandman. So 10 extra power here only puts us to 21 plus 3. Not enough. My goodness, that is a lot of Sandman going off. Yeah, they should change left if they know we have it, unless... Yeah, but we wouldn't win mid with the Red Hulk. Becomes the problem. The Namora was big. Yeah, it's a big sandstorm. They trigger one at a time too, which is crazy. So if they change left, this only goes up to 19. 20, 21, 22, if they change it. I think we should, but we're gonna, oh, that's unfortunate. They do stick it out. I don't think they knew we had Claw, but it was the right play because they played all of the cards that they drew like one at a time. Unless they called it. We'll take the 4-cube loss. We did swindle a few from them earlier. It was a risk that I was willing to take. We knew that a Nocturne movement we instant lost. Same thing if they just dropped the Claw to the left as well, but we'll take our licks. The Shadow King was brutal. It was so brutal. And I think had it dropped mid and left, it hit both of ours. I think it would have been an easy retreat. I don't think I would have lost 4 out of it. I think I would have just ended up losing the 2. But definitely a brutal one. The random Shadow King is sometimes gonna do exactly what you need, what they need for you to do. Let's go ahead and let the Collapse Mine clear because we have no idea what kind of deck they're running. Yeah, it's W. W always has some cool cooks. A lot of times they linger more towards like Sandman, Ultron stuff. So that's usually more in line with what I expect from them. But they do have some pretty cool cooks, quite a bit. I'm going to go ahead and drop the Nebula versus the Jeff so that we can maybe start scaling a little bit. And then the middle location is the Thena, so not the Patriot stuff. We might be able to steal it away if we draw into our Sandman. Cassandra Nova, I think, is always going to be our go-to redrop. So let's go ahead and throw it into the right lane, depending on what else they drop. I do know that W previously was running some stuff with the Thena Angela Kitty Pride that... what are the chances? They get a death from the Great Portal. Super unfortunate for us. Very fortunate for them. But you hate to see it. I know that W before was running some like Iron Man Mystique Juggernaut packages. And so I kind of want to disable the Onslaught Citadel.
Hey, man.
And then Buff, he said for Loki, just take the best standalone cards and add Loki. Yep. That's kind of in line with what I was kind of thinking for it. We need a TLSG segment on deck building, underscored by the Too Many Cook song. I'm sure we could always find a way to do a deck building. And whenever the game first launched, I did do a couple of like deck building tips videos. But they just didn't have as much of a, like, overall, it's super unfortunate. Our Claw goes to the right. Wrong one.
Escaped.
And so it didn't have as wide of a draw. And so I didn't end up leaning into it and doing more. But it's always something that we could kind of look at. Like looking at like the general curve is something I pay quite a bit of attention to. And just which cards are going to give the most value. Like how consistently... I don't like my decks to lean into like one specific outcome unless I have things to make that as consistent as possible. Can you create an alliance called Bong Bong Bong? Because that's where I am. Constantly bouncing from 70s to 80s. Don Aster. All it takes is one good push, and you'll be there. So it just takes finding like one good deck that resonates really well for that point in time, and I think you'll have it. Just try and stay patient with it. So we ended up stealing their Ajax, which is beautiful for us, because now we know that they run some like negative stuff like Hazmat, and we're gonna get the value from it. And they won't be able to. We also have like a Nocturne, so we could drop a Copycat plus Nocturne on the last turn, potentially. Josie, I didn't mean to do the Thanos snap. I meant to do the sweat brow one, and I accidentally hit Thanos instead. I didn't mean to be him. Our friend W. That was not my intention at all. All right, so they magic the middle location, which is huge. Because now we can't get the benefit that they did. They got a Red Hulk out of it, and we got nothing. And so Ajax might be nice. We can go Nocturne. Let's go Spider-Ham into the right lane. Kai, you said I already have Nico. Is it still worth it to spend keys for Hope and Proxima? So Hope is always really solid. She usually finds herself in quite a few builds. And so I'd say I'd lean towards yeah. I spent a couple of keys on pulling Proxima this week, and I had the other two. But I think Hope is the strongest out of those three that are featured. So we can go Sandman on the last turn. If we turn and use Nocturne to turn off Limbo, we have both Copycat and Jeff. Which Copycat is Ajax. I'm not sure that we beat the Red Hulk, though. So that part's really scary to me. Imagine thinking TLSG would use Thanos Snap on purpose. I mean, they might see it and go, man, this guy is the worst. So we have White Widow coming down on the right. We have Hazmat, and we have Nebula coming down as well. And so we're going to lull them into a false sense of security here, I think. Let's go Nocturne to move this one. We have Jeff to stop this scaling. The only issue would be if they do play an additional card here. Well, hold on. We got to reverse the order because Jeff gets through the Sandman. You just have to play him first. And so we can go Ajax mid. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. At least enough to overpower this Limbo lane if they don't play for it. Jeff gives us a win here. The 6, we win the left, even if we just leave it as those 2 cards. I want to snap into it, but I'm just going to let this one play out. High rank good vibes with 0.1% toxic emoting. Oh no, the danger room. Okay. The danger room was almost the throw that they needed. We will we'll take the 2 cubes with the Nocturne change, and we'll jump over into the next one. And then Tickler, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So we lost that 4, and I think we went from like the mid 80s to back to 90, right? Either way, still climbing pretty consistently. It is just about time for another quick ad break, and I have to run to the restroom. So we're gonna run a quick 1.5 ads, and then we will be right back, you guys. Continuing up the ladder with the Tempo Sandman. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Are the giveaways exclusively to the people who complete the sponsorship? So not necessarily. So because it's hard for me to have a complete list. So the Queen and the Rallying Attack, if for each 10, it's just going to be whoever's in the chat. We can do the random drawing there. For those that purchase the Silver Pass, that can be that can be direct to whoever is doing it, whether they want the season pass, the strong guy bundle, or like a gifted sub. That can go directly to whoever does the silver pass purchase. And so that one, your name would pop up on the screen, so I could grab it that way. But the other one, we're just going to do the random generator so that everybody can be involved in it. Just tuned in. How's the deck performing? What should I sub Makari? So without Makari, try Storm, Red Guardian, or White Widow. All of those should be okay in it. And then 2 Bites, welcome in. I see that you jumped in, I think right as I was running to the restroom, but thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. The deck itself is performing pretty well. So my deck tracker finally actually caught up with everything that I had. And so we do have these stats for you guys, which I didn't think was tracking. And they're not outstanding, but they're not awful by any means. Let's show you the brew stats. We have the 25 cubes gained, so an average of 0.93 per game. I have been playing it pretty passively the last couple of games, just letting them run through, but 59.3% win rate, a 16 and 11. So not awful by any means. Definitely a solid performer, solid climber, but it doesn't look anything like the Ajax Wolf Bounce run that I had earlier. But overall, been very solid for me so far this morning. And then Cho, you said, oh, and then asking to find out. Yeah. No worries at all. Bad player. If I had a list of the 10 that completed it, I could do the giveaways there. But it's hard to have an exact list of them. Because not everyone ties their Twitch account to it. So sometimes it'll just say a player. So it gets kind of tough logistically. But next up we have Mogget. The first location is Stark Tower. Let's go Nebula. I'm going to go Nebula away from it, because they're more likely to try to play their cards into Stark Tower. And then Gabriel on the YouTube side, he said finally able to hop in. I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a great one so far today. Let's go Jeff into Stark Tower. Our copycat stole their Wasp, so we're probably looking at like a Patriot, Ultron style deck, or maybe a Pixie deck, or a Lockjaw deck. I guess there's 3 that it could potentially be. I'm going to go ahead and play our copycat out, and I heard it go off. I didn't see who reached Queen level 5, but I appreciate you downloading the game and checking it out. The thing that I was looking forward to the most about this integration or this sponsorship was that it's really easy for anyone that wants to hit those metrics. So like the Marvel Strike Force. Level 30 took a decent amount of time. For most people, it would probably take like at least a couple of hours. With this one, hitting that second point takes about 30 minutes all in. And you're able to hit, like, that's as far as the game says that it wants the general player base to go, as far as like those that are testing it out. And then from that point, you can explore it more if you are kind of enjoying it. Otherwise, that's all the help that it pushes towards my channel at that point. Let's go ahead and go Spider-Ham on 5, which is unfortunate. I'm sure we could have a better card. Let's go Spider-Ham in the left on 5. And it hits Iron Lad. Okay.
All systems go.
You said, Gabriel said the new Moon Knight has been my most source of fun recently. I do think it's a solid one. So they go Ultron here. Be 4, 8, 16 power. Ours would end up being 2, 4, 6, 11 power. We would also lose in the right lane. So the Jeff is not the play. This would end up being an extra 8, so it would go up to 24. I don't think we win this one. With them having the Patriot down, as long as they have the Ultron line, I don't think we can do it. This is a PC game? No, so the Ant one is a mobile game. And so it has to be on mobile. There are emulators, but it doesn't they disqualify any like emulated, so like BlueStacks. They disqualify all of those from like the counts. Jeff Wright for the tie. And they'd win the point differential overall, though, right? I don't know. We'll try it. We'll try Jeff to the right to the tie. You saw something that maybe I didn't.
No strings on me. There's no strings on me.
A lot of strings. Yeah. Whoa! Hold on. Not for the tie. We end up getting the win. General Sergeant, thank you. Thank you for the solid line. I didn't see that one. I was thinking of that was a retreat game, but you found the line that we needed to win. The Jeff over to the right plus the Nebula scale was enough to push us just high enough to find the win. Would have been a tie with Red Hulk. Oh, would have been a tie with Red Hulk. Yeah. And so Red Hulk would have been a bit higher power, but I think we would have lost the point differential. The good old oops, I won. Those are rather rare, but yeah, it is always kind of interesting when those happen. Yeah, I see that you guys are talking about Scorn. I'm excited about a couple of the upcoming cards. So Scorn, I think, is a really cool synergistic card, and then we have a few other pretty cool ones coming out for like different archetypes that I think really helps revamp what's there. Rundle, you said sub TLSG, really dig your tube videos. Thank you so much for. I'm glad that you enjoy the videos. I'm glad that you enjoy the videos, and I'm glad that you found the stream. Hopefully you enjoy it here as well. You said Scream makes Kingpin hostile move decks viable. It feels like Scream is a mix between Kingpin and Kraven, which I find very interesting. And so I'm looking forward to doing some brews with that one too. I think we have some interesting cards coming up that can shift a lot of the maybe older archetypes that aren't as common into better states. And so next up we have Andre Var coming in here. Oh, actually, I know that I showed you guys, I think it was like 59% win rate. We're at a 63% win rate with Tempo Sand. It just took a little bit for it to update. So 63% over 30 games is pretty solid. Next up we have Andre Var. They did take us for 4 cubes earlier with a nasty Heimdall shift, and so I made the commitment to not snap on them until we get our confidence back. Scream is just going to be Thena for a mid-range deck with Spidey, Stegron, Arrow. Could be. I think that ends up looking like a pretty cool deck. It gives you a reason to maybe run some of those cards. I think it could be pretty interesting. And and that's kind of following up on the tail end of like the Madam Web stuff, right? And so Move may have some like reinvigorated strengths like coming up to that point. Oh, Captain, you said we were talking about the cook and how the last card should be Scorn. Yeah, but she doesn't exist. So X23 isn't doing much because we don't need energy, and Wolverine clash with Shadow King. Gotcha. Let's go and go Captain Marvel into mid. We're hoping that Makari does not jump to the left. Otherwise, it's fine wherever she goes. The mid is fine. With what they have currently, we're afraid of the Ultron. Ultron, I think, is always our concern here. I've done really well with your Namora build from a few weeks ago. Super fun. I'm glad that like it's still doing well and working out for you, because there are some times where a deck like loses its steam as it has been out for a while, and so I am glad that it's still working for you. We had a player joined and they did the rally attack, so I appreciate the help there. That should push us up to, I think, 3 that have rallied the attack already, and I'll play the game here in a little bit. But if we reach 10, we'll start doing some of the giveaways for each 10 that we reach. And so I'm gonna go Ultron. I think we lose this one. No, Shanna. Interesting. We might not lose to the Shanna depending on what they end up hitting. The Iron Fist was super unfortunate for their Ant-Man. It gave us the win in the left and the win in the right.
Victory.
The Shanna RNG just was not on their side. We'll take the 2. But I'm glad they didn't have Ultron. Wow. Just to win two games with Arishem.
Epic.
And then your Loki cook. Hey, KM Worst, welcome in. Any reason a deck command isn't working? So I know my untapped was okay. I know my untapped was working, was being weird earlier, and so it could be that it's still not linked just perfectly. So let me see if I signed out and then signed back in, but let me make sure that the stream is still connected. Taking a look at the account settings, I think I have it set up, but I may need to relink it. It wasn't tracking for me earlier, so I signed out and then signed back in. Taking a quick second to re-push it. Then maybe I'll be able to get it working again for you. I might also just restart the program, might work too. All right, I'm gonna jump in and then I'm gonna restart the untapped, but that way we're not sitting for too long. Let's take off the untapped and bring it right back while we're waiting for this queue to work. Now that I have the stats, it really gives me a better pulse of like what we're looking at, and so I'm really much happier with the performance now. So the 64% win rate, the 32 cubes, so an average of just over 1 per game, and then it's 20 and 11. So I'm really, really happy with where that one's at. But next up, we do have Hyde, rank 264. The left lane Wakanda Embassy gives us a bonus on our Nocturne. Our Copycat ended up stealing their Abomination. And it looks like a base Abomination too. It doesn't look like a high Evo version. Oh, it's Arishem. It's Arishem, so the Abomination... New One Piece chapter was fire. I'm still working on catching up, but I'm enjoying it so far. I actually joined the One Piece Discord, And so I'm working through the one pace to get through it a little bit quicker. And like the pacing just feels a little bit easier to like really dive into and in binge, at least for me. Let's go ahead and go Nocturne in mid.
Who they dig up this time?
What card are you leveling right now? Shiva. I'm not sure I fully understand. I'm not necessarily leveling any card right now. All right, so the Nick Fury is big. We can go like a Captain Marvel. Maybe we wanted to go Spider-Ham. Next turn, we could always go Nebula, Copycat, Spider-Ham. Ooh, Doc Ock pulls one of the two for us. Spider-Ham for us. That's fine. It hits a dagger, so not a huge resource for us. We do have a Red Hulk now. Let's go with Copycat, Nebula, and then we'll see. Wow, Odin. Wait, hold on. Odin's either going to pull Ultron or Red Hulk. The Odin was super unfortunate for him. Fool me once. Fool me twice, shame on you. We'll take the Red Hulk getting pulled in here. Let's go Nocturne move into... We would end up losing 3, so we have to keep Nocturne in mid. So Nocturne and then like an Ultron right could potentially do it. And then Slapped, you said what island are you on? So I'm still really early on. Like I'm still watching. So I watched the live action, and right now in One Pace, I'm just a little bit past where the live action ended. And so they do go 2 cards. The Shang-Chi in the right lane is unfortunate. They do win there. Doctor Strange pulling their... Oh, they're Polaris. I was hoping it pulled the Doc Ock as a way to win over there, but we definitely lose the left. We lose the right. We'll take the 2-cube loss. Poofney said One Pace is nice. I'm looking forward to watch the next anime remake. What the next anime remake is going to look like. Yeah. I thought they did a really good job of the live action for season 1. I'm looking forward to season 2. I think a lot of the character casting was really, really good. It's the best work of fiction ever. So watching just the regular anime, I felt myself not being drawn in as much because it was a little bit slower. And I know that I've heard so many good things that it has to like really start picking up. And so I wanted to give One Pace a try to kind of lean into and make sure that I can get to that point. Top 100 is fire. Yeah, we've been hovering around top 100 for a while now today. I think we peaked at like top 80, but yeah, we're pushing today. And then Calibrex, welcome in. I'm sorry that you had to say it too, but honestly, it had to be said. And so I don't blame you at all. We have their Devil Dino. We have Spider-Ham, so I kind of want to do like Spider-Ham just in case Makari pops to the left. But let's go Spider-Ham to the left. I'm going to snap into it. We do have Cassandra Nova, so if we win Castle Blackstone this turn, then we can Cassandra Nova on 2. Are you collection complete? Not quite. I'm missing 3 cards. I'm missing... War Machine, I'm missing Shaw, and I'm missing Cull Obsidian. Otherwise, collection complete. And I know that Cull Obsidian was featured last week, but I didn't end up using my keys to try and pull him. I thought it was fine. I thought I was fine being without him for a little bit longer. Let's go Cassandra Nova into the left. He said, keep at it, trust the people. And yes, One Pace really helps with the pacing, as the name would say. Yeah, I've been enjoying One Pace so far. And so the Cosmo on the left is super unfortunate. We do get Captain Marvel here early. We can do Claw early as well, because I think we'll keep the win in Castle Blackstone for now. We can do Claw early. We can hide the fact that we have their Devil Dino. We'll see. He said, wow, I have a card that TLSG doesn't. I'm such a whale. I have a few others brewed, but usually if one is on a roll, I like to stick to it. So 33 games, 63.6% win rate with 32 net cubes gained. So just under 1 cube per game on average. Oh, Crave Mega. My goodness. Wait. Are we down? Are we here? $90 seconds? Oh no. I'm sure we lost our viewership, right? What in the world happened? You were for a minute? We were down? Back? He's back. Back. I didn't, like, my internet connection didn't drop though, which is the crazy thing. I don't suppose anyone knows a good manga subscription. Bulbaquill, welcome. That does kill our overall viewership. My goodness. Well, he's back. My desperation is gone. We never let go. TLSG will never let go. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. But I guess you missed my spiel about the deck. The deck is doing really well. Right now, over 30 games. We're at 63.6% win rate. An average cube gain per game of 0.97, so just under 1. The deck, the untapped stuff isn't working today for some reason. It's been really finicky, and so I'm not sure. But Crave Mega, I don't think I called your sub out. I appreciate you subscribing. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. And we'll rebuild, I guess. My internet has been doing that a little bit. So the last time I streamed during the ad segment, it did the same thing, which is always killer on like the overall averages and the number, like the viewership overall. And so we'll see. We'll see. Crave Mega, you said been following you back when Galactus, Spidey, Null was dominating. Good to see you back in the mix. I'm glad to be back. It was definitely something where I needed to take the time that I took, but I'm so glad that I'm back now. Next up we have I Lost Sun. The first location is the hub. We get a Namora. Our Cassandra Nova unfortunately gets the ham, and so fortunately, it ends up getting discarded by Weapon X, and we draw a new resource, and they lose their Shang-Chi in the process. And so definitely a fair trade, I'd say. I think Sandman is next to get nerfed. I'm not sure, because Sandman only comes in and out of relevancy when we're seeing like a lot of small ball stuff. And so I think right now it's really good, but I don't know that it's good overall. So our Copycat stole Copycat, unfortunate as it is. Let's go Nocturne here. Maybe we set up for like a Namora line. Spider-Ham into Psylocke. What kind of brew are they going that they want a 5-cost card? I'm going to go Copycat into Spider-Ham mid. We can always move the Nocturne over into the right lane to get the bonus there. And we could potentially set up the Namora next turn. Either that... Ooh, Juggernaut's gone. Beautiful. The Sarah discount. And so we are definitely going to be dropping Sandman here. I think Sandman comes down in Weapon X, and then honestly, maybe it's Namora in mid as our finisher. But it just depends. I'm gonna snap into it. Ishtaruku, you said never been so early. I have bad news for you, Ish. So I've been live for snapback is scary. So I've been live for 4 hours now. But for whatever reason, my stream tanked. Okay, Joe, don't tell him. My stream tanked for not like 90 seconds, and so then the session restarted. I'm so glad that you're here early, Ishtaruku. Welcome in. I'm glad to see you. No matter what time you got in here. And so the hidden card over to the right is always scary. We do force them to only drop 1 card this turn, which is decent. We could go Namora. That gives us a bigger push here, here, and here. Or we can move the Nocturne into like Red Hulk or move the Nocturne into like Claw. But I kind of like the Namora. Let's see if it sticks. What's the best deck to get 8 cube wins Alliance challenges? I'd say go into Proving Grounds. You can farm the cube challenges there. And then Tech Ninja, welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day. We're having a good one. The stream is, yeah, Proving Grounds counts. Deadpool's Diner doesn't count for cubes, but everything else you can complete in the diner. And so overall, our day has been going really well. The stream so far has been good. I'm a little bit worried that it tanks our viewership numbers for the day, but overall, the games have been great. We've been climbing pretty decently, and so overall, a great Friday. Hopefully your week has went well. Ooh, we do end up getting the 4 cube retreat, which is so big. The snap into snap back had me scared, but they were relying on some kind of big finishing combo, and they weren't able to get there with the Sandman. We'll take the 4, and we'll jump into the next one. Sandman gets them again. It sure does. And then Schwaks, he said resubbed for 6 months at tier 1. 2 years or months or whatever. Thank you for being here for 2 months, Schwaks, and with the vote of confidence of the of subscribing ahead of time. I appreciate the support and appreciate you being here. And the tier 1s do get us closer to reaching the Partner Plus status. So if we can reach the goal 3 months in a row, then we get a bigger split of each sub. Less goes to Twitch, more goes directly to me. And so since the stream reset, we are going to run a quick ad break. Otherwise, it's going to start at mid-game. Does Twitch Turbo help? The Twitch Turbo doesn't help me directly. I do get some revenue from like Twitch Turbo users, so it helps with the revenue side of it, but it doesn't count towards Partner Plus. And so like if you watch enough streamers, I definitely support the Twitch Turbo though. But since the stream restarted, I'm going to run the quick set of ads so it doesn't start in the middle of the game, and then we'll be right back, you guys. He said Turbo is the best for viewers as far as the amount of ads per money. For like if you were looking to buy Turbo, yeah. If you watch a lot of Twitch and you want to support the creators, but you don't necessarily have the means to sub to everybody, and you don't want to run like an ad blocker, then Twitch Turbo definitely like helps spread that across depending on how many people and who you're watching. What happened to the stream? So it died. Like I didn't, as far as I know, I didn't lose complete connection, but it refreshed. So it went down for about 90 seconds, then it came right back. Turbo supports creators a little bit, Boofin. So any ads that would have been placed for Turbo users, it then instead go like it pays a little bit towards the creators for those ads that would have been shown.
Welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Freak Mojo, thank you so much for continuing your gifted sub as a tier 1. I very much appreciate the support, and that helps us get a little bit closer to Partner Plus. I appreciate you being here. I'm glad that you enjoyed the last month, and I'm glad you chose to stay with us this month. And so the question was, how is this deck doing? It's doing really well. Right now we are maintaining I'm going to refresh it, but 64.7% win rate over 34 games so far. So a pretty good sample size and a really big win rate to boot. And then we have Calibrex Gaming resubbing with their Prime sub. I appreciate the 2 months here. I'm very happy to have you, and hopefully you've had a fantastic week. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm glad that you're around. I think we go ahead and jump back in with a little bit more of this. Hopefully our stream doesn't go down. I do see that the numbers are kind of dipping around, so we're hopeful that it doesn't, but we'll see. So Ultron is just better than Doom now, unless it's an Odin style. Calibrex, I see what you did there. You did indeed see what I did there. It depends. So in this deck, a lot of times we have like 2 to 3 spaces for the Doombots. And so then overall, Ultron is going to give us more power across the board. If we only have like 1 space available, Dr. Doom is still good and still fine. But I think in general, at least for this one, since we don't have a lot of like high tempo, we're not filling the board early most of the time, that Ultron finds himself being as good, if not a little better in most cases. Ooh, how beautiful is that? We have the copycat that still is the Khazar. And so we can always Khazar into Ultron, which is huge value for us. Let's go Cassandra Nova into mid. That way we can compete against their Dazzler. And then we'll go from there. New Doc Ock has gotten me a couple of times because he does not look at ongoings in hand. So I'll always pull Null. Yep. I've been able to pull a couple that same way. So their Spider Ham absolutely treacherous for us, unfortunately. And that leads into a snap. And honestly, I think that leads us into a retreat. We could do Copycat here into like Sandman, into Red Hulk. We could do the Captain Marvel into Sandman or Claw into like Red Hulk, but I'm not sold that it's going to be a big enough benefit for us. Losing the Ultron does hurt, but I think I'm going to stick it out, at least for right now. And then, you said I was going to ask why Ultron over Doom? Yeah. So we have the lead here. Sandman doesn't feel super needed because they can only play here anyways. So something like Copycat, Spider Ham might be okay. We have the mobile Jeff. We have Captain Marvel to be able to rove the board a little bit too. And so I think this is what we go with. They do go with the double drop, 1 in mid, 1 in right. We take out their Ant-Man. Mockingbird is huge, and then Cole Obsidian is huge as well. So Captain Marvel moving over to the right. This bring us to 10. This would bring us to 15. And then it would come down to being able to win whatever they can do here with just the Red Hulk. So they've dropped Mockingbird, Cole Obsidian. Gilgamesh right now would only be 10. But they also have the Ant-Man, so it'd be another 1. It got hit by Spider-Ham, but it'd still be 11 power that they could throw here. And they use up all their energy. New Loki is nuts in Arishem. Yep, I agree. I have one built out.
Escape.
Yeah, the Miss Marvel can move right, but we'd have to move the Jeff over, and so then it's coming down to can we beat here? And with them having a potential Gilgamesh plus whatever, I don't think we can. And so now that the stream is back, has it dipped anymore, or was it just that really big spike? And then Magovis Witness. Magovis Witness? You said planning on making a deck with the reworked Apocalypse. I have one built out, and I may switch over to it at some point. It honestly depends on how the stream continues to hold. Because dropping midway definitely hurt.
Hey, welcome.
I am the Flash. Welcome into the team. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. You said the stream has been fine post-dip. Good. Hopefully it stays that way. Thank you for being here. I am the Flash. I appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a great week so far. So let's go with Spider-Ham. I'm going to go Nebula. I'm going to go Nebula first. And then we can always go Spider-Ham after, depending on what kind of deck they're playing. I have a question. I don't know if you can help or not, but it has to do with Dixie. I just don't understand the text. Could you maybe explain it to me like a third grader? And so everything that's left in deck, right? So 4, 5, 3, 2. It takes all of them. It throws all of their costs into a hat, and then it redistributes them. And so Jeff could be 6 cost. Jeff could be 3 cost. Sandman could still be 5 cost because it could pull from Claw. It just jumbles up all of the card like base costs. And then Tech Ninja, do you have multiple alliances you can join? So right now I have 3 that are running that people can join as they want to. And so those you can reach out. I think Droopy Fool was the last one heading up the 3rd one in my Discord. So you can always chat with them or check with them. Black Widow and Cloning Vats is unfortunate. We do get the means to be able to not have the card get copied. It is still one of ours, but let's go Widow's Bite Nocturne. I want to be able to play Cassandra Nova maybe into mid without adding to their potential Hawk, their potential Cassandra Nova as well. So they go left, right, they go Nico into Destroy, into Black Widow again. Super unfortunate, but it is what it is. We can play it into mid alongside the Cassandra Nova. And I think we do want to draw, just in case we draw like Claw or Ultron, we may want to do that over the potential Red Hulk here. So they go 1 left, 1 right. New York allows us to move cards around the board, which is not perfect. The Cassandra Nova into the Beast to pull Korg back in, which is interesting. So they want a 0-cost card here. And we do get Ultron. Do we ever want Ultron over something like Cassandra Nova, Red Hulk? I think might be more in line with what we want to go with. That's what we're going to lock in. See how it goes. Can't believe that it dipped like that. It's unfortunate. Bulbaquill, thank you so much for gifting the tier 1 over to Cho. I appreciate the support. Appreciate the 26. You've now gifted 26 subs in the channel. I appreciate you and your support. Hopefully you're having a fantastic one. And then Cho, if you're still hanging around, you no longer have to put up with ads, at least for the month. And then Packers for life. Welcome in, Packers. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. We've been having a good one, a good stream so far. Really climbing quite a bit. We're in the top 100 now, which is not something that I've consistently been able to push for or do. But this list is absolutely catching fire for us. It's a great day when you're streaming, Packers. It's a great day when you're here joining us as a viewer. Unfortunate, the big drop over to the left is going to be almost enough, but not quite after the Red Hulk scales. And so it took them a long time to find that line, but they didn't quite find the one that they needed to. We will gladly take the 2 cubes and we'll jump over into the next one. All right, so our win rate continues to hold steady. I need to probably play it a little bit more aggressive though, because we do have. I haven't been doing a lot of snaps, so the cube rate is only. It's an average of 1, but I think it may be able to be higher. Right now, we're still holding almost 64% win rate, 36 games in. I'm officially calling Red Hulk Harrison Ford from now on? Wait, how come? And then Cho, you said also I think ads are regional because I don't see them, nor most streamers ads. Yeah, they're definitely by region or location. But let's go ahead and go Spider-Hammond to the left. We have Dakin that we take out, huge. And then Leonardo, welcome back. Thank you for the resub for 2 months at tier 1. He said 2 months, you know what that means? I'm gonna run Cerebro 2 till infinite. Good luck, Leo. Thank you for being here and thank you for the support. So our copycat steals their blade. Not great for us. Wait. Oh, you said, oh, you spoiled it for him? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I hadn't seen the Red Hulk stuff. But definitely interesting. I did see that Iron Man is now going to be Doctor Doom, which I find kind of I'm excited about, but I'm also a little bit sad because it could have been like a different actor that we hadn't seen. It could be their kind of big break or big chance, but the Brood in mid is big for them with it being Washington, D.C. They're running a discard deck that runs Brood, which is interesting. And then Roars, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. He was at the Marvel announcement. Not so much a spoiler. Wait, who? Me? Or Ford? I wasn't there. I know Cozy went, which was really cool for him. But not me. So we can do Sandman into Ultron. I think might be a decent line for us. Sandman, Ultron, stack them to the left. Go ahead and do that. Said I love RDJ, but his personality is what made him so awesome as Iron Man. I don't know how that's going to be portrayed as Doom. Yeah. Said the dude in streaming spot Roars, welcome in. He said the dude in streaming spot 1 has such a gravelly voice. Wait, who is it that's in 1? Is it Jeff right now? Jeff have a gravelly voice? Yeah, Jeff. Jeff, and then Atrix, and then .go. Yeah. Well, welcome in. Hopefully you find the stream cozy and enjoyable. I'm glad to have you here. Jeff is a wealth of knowledge, but sometimes I have heard that not everyone enjoys the not so much his voice. I've heard his attitude before, but honestly, I think he's been doing a lot better recently in terms of that. So this is going to be 5, 10, 15, 20 power here. We're going to add in a little bit to the right, and the left I think is a big push for us. We could also just go Ultron to the right instead if we were worried about the strong guy triggering. Because right now 246 would put us losing against strong guy right versus Ultron. So let's do this. Let's reverse the order. I'm going to go Ultron to the right instead. Who'd you vote for in Conquerors? I didn't end up locking in a vote, but what I would have went with would most likely would have been Dara. Dara being that big like aggressive aggro player. I thought he had the capacity to get a lot of those bubs or cubes really quickly, and so I thought he'd be a good fit for it. But and I think he came in second. It was a close one, but Jeff was able to just pull it out a little bit better. Why are people playing ham? Because he goes ham. Proxima jumps over to the left, which is big for him. We tie in the left lane. We win in mid, we win in right. So all is well. But the Proxima was almost big enough, being that 9 power resource to win them one of the 2. Or one of the 3, I guess. I went Nina. Nina did a lot better than what I would have given her credit for. And so she definitely performed really well there too. But I think people are playing ham. So for me, why I'm playing ham in this is that he's a good like disrupt tool for early on. Otherwise, we'd be playing what, like Sunspot, and he doesn't get very big. And so Spider Ham can sometimes like win us those matches by taking away their potential resources. Can I ask questions? Yeah, absolutely, Roars. I very much enjoy interacting with the chat. And so any questions that you have, feel free to send our way. And so I quit and came back. They stole the 4 from us earlier, which I think put us even with with our matches for the day. And so we'll see if maybe we can steal a couple back. Not looking solid. They've already got cord. We have to skip 1 too. And so we'll see. Whatever you do, don't ask him about his name. You can ask me about my name, but it may not always be the true origin of it though. Is that the correct pronunciation of Proxima? I don't know. People were poking fun at me yesterday for saying Proxima, but I don't know. So we take out their rock slide. Buff, you said snap back. I mean, I know we can win Death's Domain, but they also have Hawk. They have... Maybe I should snap back. We have Claw and Ultron. Maybe it's the play. Snap. Calrosi said you're going to snap and you're going to like it. All right, Calrosi. We'll go ahead and hit the snap back, my friend. Oof. All right, so we have Makari that's going to come down. We have the 2 Jeffs that can kind of work around the board. The Cassandra is a little bit unfortunate, but maybe we can still outshine it. Makari over to the right is great for that early game. A Sandman would be beautiful, but we don't see it, and so not as beautiful as what we would have wanted. Something like Claw... Claw Ultron. We could go Claw Red Hulk. Maybe it becomes Claw here if we think that they're going to fight too heavily into the Baxter building. So then we could just Claw, do something like Red Hulk plus move Copycat over into mid. I think left lane is probably a losing fight. Are you not playing Clog now? For now, since Doc Ock's nerf? Yeah. Yeah, with Doc Ock's nerf, he's been a little bit... He hasn't been anywhere near as strong or potent as he was before. So if they win the left, we go down to 12 in the right lane. They go up to 6. They move Captain Marvel. That goes up to 11. We would still win Death's Domain with what's there by 1. We could go Red Hulk for the possibility that it scales and just abandon left. I don't feel strong about it, but we're going to give it a shot. The Hawk in the left lane into what is in mid, the Kitty Pryde in mid, so the heavy commitment to that left lane, and we abandon it so that we could still win mid, still in right. We end up grabbing the 8 cubes. Cal Rossi, thank you for the channel point redemption, forcing me to snap back, which probably made me stay there over maybe retreating. We'll take the 8 cubes, my friend, and we'll go ahead and jump over into the next one. Oh, Buff Captain, you told me to snap too. I'm not trying not trying to take away your shine either, Buff. But Roars, you said if a player retreats last turn before cards are revealed, is that a bot? Not necessarily. So if they retreat, so like the turns have been locked in and then the cards are face down, sometimes that's just a player that knows that they got countered on that last turn. And so like if they see something that they know they've lost to, sometimes it's like a rage retreat. And then Davut, you said why Ultron? So Ultron in this deck, since we're not, most of the time we're not filling up most of our board space, Ultron can be as good, if not a little bit more power than what Doctor Doom is. So if we have 2 spaces in both of the lanes where we don't play Ultron, then Ultron is more power overall than all right. I lost my words for a second. Than the Doom would be. And so that's why we have the Ultron in this list. And Mooney, normally I have exclamation point deck or decks, but for whatever reason, my untapped overlay is breaking or broken today. I have to like do some restarts and see if I can fix it. But right now the commands aren't necessarily working for it. But next up we have Liberation, rank number 205. The first location is the hub. We get Brood out of it. I'm going to go ahead and start with our Nebula, and then we'll see from there. The Nico comes down. And then Unibot says, I think bro might need some coffee. I agree, but I actually kicked the caffeine habit about 2 to 3 months ago now. And so as much as I want coffee, We're gonna continue to sip on our water. And then Delutha, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. The edamame. Mine didn't track for about 2 hours, and then all of a sudden it like refreshed. And Brandizzle, a savage, I say. Brandizzle, I'm so glad that you're here. So we can go do Cassandra Nova. We can copy it and play it again on 4 into a turn 5 Sandman, maybe. Or we Cassandra Nova, copy it, play another Cassandra Nova, and then we drop it again after that. Cassandra's going to scale quite a bit here. So I think we're going to snap into it, into the retreat. We'll take it. We'll take 1 cubes where we can. Unibot, you said that's not easy. I kicked it for a bit and then fell back into the habit. And so that's why, like, even doing like a single cup, I'm afraid to, because it's like a gateway for me. Like if I have one, then I might as well have another, and then all of a sudden I'm drinking caffeine all day and then going straight into a nap. Son of Somsu, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Brendisley said, as I sip my coffee and watch you play. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with coffee, but I know for me, I was drinking caffeine like the entire day. And then like I would wake up and barely be able to function until I had like some caffeine in my system. So Ant Legit Widget is gone. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. Did somebody else complete? But it's back. Thank you for the call out, Wolverine. All right, so we have the Nebula. We have good old Jeffrey. The Lechugia we're going to avoid for now, but we're running up against an Arishem who has Loki on curve on 2, which is so unfortunate. We'll see. See what we can make happen. They did just draw Copycat from us, so they stole one of our cards. We have Copycat that becomes the Shadow King, so he's going to set himself to 5. We could maybe move the Jeff out and then do Copycat. So maybe it's move Jeff to the right, do Copycat right. That way at least we're hitting the Loki as well. If they snap, probably just leave. Yeah, I agree. They heard you. They heard you moving. I'll see you around next time. Deluthia, you said love your content. I'm so glad that you're here enjoying it. It could very easily have been that nobody was here when I came back to streaming and content creation. So I'm so glad that that you're still around. And because if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to continue creating content. And like right now, we're still considering. Cow Rosie, thank you for the reminder. We're still considering being able to transition into like a full-time capacity. Like it's something that might be viable. And so that's because of you guys and just being here to enjoy the content. Let's go with the surfboard card back this time, the little Band-Aid, because last time I chose the Galaxy. Everyone said I needed to go Silver Surfer instead. So we'll go with that one for now. Said no way. The amount of Reddit posts that was also kind of that was tough to see. Nebula in this game is a killer, especially with the Sandman stuff. She can be an absolute monster if she's allowed to scale. And so next up we have Yo Woody, rank number 3. Let's see if we can maintain our good win rate and cube equity. We go ahead and play our Nebula over into the right because I don't want to push it into Hala. And then we do have Cassandra Nova, which could potentially be a big resource in the throne room. But it could also leave us open to Shang-Chi. I'm going to play it into mid for now. We do have Jeff to play next. We have Sandman and then an Ultron, which I think could be pretty big for us. I wish you could make upcoming card reviews. Your take on cards could be great. It's something that I've done before, and I definitely could potentially do in the future. So I wouldn't completely rule it out, Josie. I'm going to go ahead and play Jeff to the right. I'm going to play Spider-Ham into mid and see what we hit. So Jeff, Nocturne. Nocturne's not awful. It's not perfect, but it's definitely not awful. Seeing the Gwyn pool come down, They could have like a vision that they're running here, but could also have like the Sandman line. I think we go Sandman of our own. Something like Sandman either here or here. Let's go Sandman to the right. Maybe it becomes Ultron mid, Ultron right, depending on what and where they play this turn. Roars, you said a couple of games ago my copycat drew without copying an ability. So if you like pull into it or flip into it, it doesn't. If maybe they didn't have a card at the bottom, or if they had a copycat, it would say the same copycat text, and it just says like it just has a little symbol for copycat. So there's a chance that you stole their copycat. And so Sandman on the right, they do go Brood into mid, and then Sebastian Shaw. And so if they go Silver Surfer, this goes up to 6 power in each of these Broodlings. But as it is right now, something like Ultron here should be able to get us the win against the Gwynpool Broodling Shaw deck, I think. Because it would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shaw would tie with the highest power if we played Ultron to the right. I think this is what we're going to lock in, see if we can bring it home. I think by restricting them to only one card here, instead of being able to do Surfer plus Absorbing Man, I think it becomes much harder for them to find that way to win. They could potentially go Killmonger, which would be such a big like downside to what we want to do. But the Silver Surfer in the right lane, we still win mid. They win right after everything is said, but since we're impacting all 3 lanes, we are able to grab the 4 cubes against Yo Woody. We will gladly take it. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. What do you think of the recent Over There? I enjoy the Over There. I think they did a lot of... I think the changes that they made, where I think they did a good job of not like completely gutting a card, making it like absolutely unplayable, but taking away like the biggest toxicity with those cards. And so I think they did a good job. I like the Over There. I don't think that Blob deserved a nerf. I think his sole home right now is in Arishem. And so, yes, it helps into that Arishem matchup having him lower, but I don't think he himself warranted that one. The Doc Ock, I think, definitely deserved a nerf. Leech has always been an unfun card, and so it's a hard design space that they're floating around. I'm okay with the Leech change. And then Loki, I think, is interesting because he wasn't a huge concern outside of Arishem, but he's always been like a buzz card that people have either really loved or really hated. And so I could see maybe warranting that rework. Ultron is good now. Is Doc Ock not unplayable now? No, I don't think he's unplayable. He's decent in like mill style decks where you're wanting to like drain them of those resources. Not mill style decks, like junk style decks. And then just like tempo on reveal. I think he's okay. But he's definitely not what he was. Ultron is good now. Ultron is in a pretty good spot. So when we're looking at like Sandman stuff, Ultron is a good like dynamic duo. Because it kind of goes hand in hand, like being able to impact all of the lanes at the same time. And then JR said, quick question. I have Jean Grey move control deck I'm playing. Should I keep Captain Marvel in the deck or put Miles? I like Captain Marvel. Being able to have that flexible power. Let's go ahead and go Spider-Ham over to the left in Hotel Inferno. We take out their Brood, and I don't think it would be Brood of us to snap. We also take out their Wasp, so we're looking at probably a Patriot deck. Kind of want to snap into it. So we will. Unibot, you said, what do you think would be a good alternative to Makari? Either Storm, White Widow, or Red Guardian, I think would all be okay. Do you like that card overall? She's a very boring card. I think she's, like, as far as what she provides, she's really solid. Like, it's free value that she's putting on the board. So anytime you're looking at, like, that tempo stuff, she's great. But she's just kind of a boring card. Like, you don't get to do anything flashy or fun. And so, like, you can replace her in this, but she definitely adds value in, like, your tempo or Sandman style stuff. Let's go ahead and go Cassandra over to the left. And then we'll see from there. Ultron over Doom. You could go with Ultron, or you could go Doom. The reason I have Ultron in this one is a lot of times we're going to have 2 or 3 spaces. 2 or 3 spaces in each lane available, and so Ultron ends up being more power overall. And so we ended up stealing, ooh, there's Sandman. So it's a counter Sandman deck. We could go Copycat mid, so it turns into another 3-cost card. And then maybe Claw to the left, or Sandman mid. We know that they don't have one. You think your junk deck is still good? I think it's in a tough spot for sure. Iron Lad hitting Doctor Doom is big for him. We do get Ultron, but is that enough? Something like Claw into Ultron might be okay, knowing that they only want to do 1 card most turns anyways. We can also go Sandman mid so that it has that ability and then changes into another 5 cost, but I kind of want Claw to the left to see what happens. Ugh, Blue Marvel. I think this one becomes a retreat. And then Roars, you said, what's the motivation of people who snap on game start? Sometimes they're tilted, and so they're playing it super aggro. So 2, 4, 6, 3, 6, 9, 14 power to the right. If they have an Odin in the right lane, we would lose. There'd be an extra 6 in the left. Yeah, we're going to retreat out of this one. But sometimes it's that they're kind of tilted and they're playing it too aggressively. Other times, like if it's a combo deck, then... Oh yeah, they have Doom in hand. Other times, if it's a combo deck, they might have their like ideal play line or their ideal draw. And so then they snap on turn 1. So like for me, if I... This one doesn't necessarily have a turn 1 snap unless we're going against Arishem and we have Cassandra Nova in hand. At that point, I would snap like immediately. But it just kind of depends on like the deck you're running and maybe sometimes who you're running against can play into it as well. It does look like it's time for a really quick ad break, you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for coming back after the stream crashed out for 90 seconds and then came back. And so we're going to run to a quick minute and a half ads, and then we will be right back. Don't go anywhere, you guys. Now I'm actually going to run to the restroom real fast. All right, we're back, you guys. And so, Ponzalon said, do you find snapping turn 1, you get more retreats? Not usually. So snapping turn 1, I find that, especially if I'm playing a deck that really forces retreats, so before when Junk was at its prime, Mill, a lot of times by snapping on turn 1 with one of those, I could almost guarantee that I get 2 instead of a 1 cube retreat later on. And so it was able to get me more cubes on average by snapping early. And so if you know that you have a deck that puts an opponent into a position where they absolutely know that they've lost and that it's going to force that retreat, snapping more aggressively is oftentimes more ideal. Wait, we have, next up we have Ultra Sky coming in. One of the... I don't know that I don't know. I don't know the last time I played Ultra Sky. They are in the Absolute or the Void Absolute or TVA, and they're running Arishem of all things. Let's go ahead and go Nebula to the left, and then we'll see if we're able to cook up on Ultra Sky a little bit here. And so the Wolverine coming down into mid, a little unfortunate that it turned into the Raft, but let's go Spider-Ham as our follow-up. It's a good thing that Nebula's to the left. She'll be able to scale pretty decently for the first half of the game. We hit their Hulkbuster, so they won't be able to clear a space with that card. We now have Nocturne. Maybe we get lucky and Makari stacks in mid as well. And then we can finish it off on 4 if we get lucky with a draw. Is the Alliance full? Yeah, the Alliance is full right now. I do have a couple of offshoots that are ran by members of my Discord. And so if you pop in there, Captain Goulash, it feels so empty without me. Welcome in, Captain Goulash. Hopefully you're having a great one. So we still... Mystique. So we can always claw into Mystique. The Alliances? Yeah, the Alliances came out on Tuesday. And so it's something, there's bounties, so similar to like your daily missions, that you can complete those, and then you get some rewards on a weekly basis. And so 311 Copycat? Yeah, just a small 311 Copycat. Unfortunately, we do have to give up the free raft resource, but it is what it is. It is the price that we're going to pay. Cannonball pushes our Nocturne over to the right. And so it turns it into Thunderbolt's Tower. Can we ever win mid? Something like Claw. Move the Nocturne. With their Dracula, I am afraid of what that does. But maybe Claw to the left, Nocturne move mid. And then maybe we have a shot next turn. And then the name is Toffee. Sorry, the name is small on my end on the widget. But you reached Queen level 5. Thank you for downloading and checking out the game and supporting me. If we get to 10 rally and attacks, we'll do a gifted season pass bundle or sub, depending on what the winner chooses. And then for each silver pass, I'm gifting whoever purchased that the same thing. They can have their choice of any one of those 3. But we're going to go ahead and lock in the Claw to the left, the Nocturne move, see what we end up hitting here. It turns it into a Tealin, which overall is fine. The Pig comes down in the left, the big Null into Nick Fury. So they could try... So it's either Copycat or we go like Big Ultron here. I think we go Big Ultron mid. Because this is going to be this is going to be a 313, right? Because 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is going to be more than 13. 10 plus 2 to the left, whatever we have over to the right. Let's go with this for now. I think this protects us from whatever Dracula pulls and maybe can steal the win against Ultra Sky. We'll see. Yeah, they finally fixed Arishem to give the borders as well. What are your favorite locations? I don't know. I haven't really thought about favorite locations. Eliath to the right, the Mockingbird to the left, and then the Arnhem Zola in mid. Super unfortunate. Had we played Ultron over to the left instead, had we played it to the right instead, we would have been able to maintain and win, but unfortunately we faltered and we went Ultron into mid, and we gave away the 2 cubes against Sky. Unfortunate. Just border, no splits? Yeah, just the border. So the splits are like what kind of particle effect you have on your card. So like if it's black and white, right now it would just be whatever border you have on it. So like gray would copy over, and not necessarily the black and white cosmetic. Cool Eliath variant? Yeah, definitely a cool Eliath variant. Not cool that we saw it in that way, unfortunately, but big win for Sky. I always like to... I like the games where, depending on how you play it, definitely were winnable, rather than the complete blowouts. Because that always gives me something to like try to improve upon, versus just being blown away by 16 blobs like we had earlier on Arishem's release. Next up, we have Young and Nunu one more time, facing them quite a lot today. We have Spider Ham on 1, so let's see what we can hit from their cards. I think they were, ooh, we hit their Electro, so no more Electro ramp for them. They can't Electro into Blink rotation. We do have Cassandra Nova for 3. Packers, you said I have 6,000 tokens. I've been waiting for 3 days to get a good card in the shop. What card are you looking out for? So with cloning vats, Cassandra Nova goes absolutely wild here. We know that they don't have the ramp component, and I don't think, was Young Nunu the one that was running the Galactus stuff? No, I don't think so. But having Cassandra that we can play multiple times. Wait, what in the world kind of deck are they running? An Electro, is it a Living Tribunal Ella resummon deck? Or an Electro into Ella? I think Young Nunu is cooking something here. I'm not sure what they're cooking, but they are definitely cooking something. Let's go with the second Cassandra Nova in the right lane, and then I think from there we'll probably play it somewhere else. The Jubilee is going to pull a card for them in the Red Hulk, so big resource over there. We can always go Sandman to restrict them going into the last turn, but I kind of like Claw. Claw into Cassandra left, Nocturne mid. Might be what we're looking to do. You think you want Namora or maybe Cersei? In my experience, Namora is a bit stronger. Cersei is probably the card that's a little bit more fun, but it has a lot of RNG mixed into it, so it can stab you in the back. And so I think we take those with a grain of salt. So the blink in the right switches around the left lane, and they get an Odin out of it. And then Just Koju, thank you so much for joining the rally attack. Helping support the stream and the channel. That brings us up to, my eyes are terrible, guys. Four rallies and attacks. We get 6 more. We'll do a giveaway, and I appreciate all of you just for being here, even if you don't check out the game. But if you do or are so inclined to do it, I definitely appreciate it. Let's go Cassandra left, Nocturne in mid, and then we lock it in. I think we see a Young Nunu retreat here. No Young Nunu retreat. Interesting. So the Magneto pulls our Cassandra Nova out of the right lane. We still win over there. We win mid, and we'll win left. What a crazy stay from Young Nunu. We will take the 4 cubes from rank number 6 player, bringing us up to 8,858. We have climbed so much SP today with this list. This one is absolutely popping off, you guys. I just pulled a Young No-No. Just pulled a Young No-No. Can't stop playing. Just Koju. I've played the game before. And so it's definitely one that I was excited about. Like I played it, I think I pushed for like my queen level like 21 before I eventually kind of like stopped doing the dailies. But did Odin get nerfed? No, he didn't get nerfed. He had been afflicted negatively by Cassandra Nova. So Cassandra Nova steals the power. And so I think he ended up being like a 6/6 there. Let's see what our stats are for the deck right now. 44 games in. We are at a 63.6% win rate with an average cube gain per game of 1.14. And so definitely holding solid around that 63 to 64% win rate over the extended sample size. Tranquilizer, thank you for being here. How's it going? Welcome in, my friend. Does it work? Wait, this deck? Does it work without Makari, Copycat, Nocturne, and Jeff? That's a lot of moving pieces. I'm sure that it works without Makari. But without all of the other moving ones, maybe not. I don't know. And then Crave, you said it was great catching your first stream, but I got to head back to work. Happy snapping. Thank you for hanging out, Crave. Hopefully we catch you again sometime really soon. So here our copycat stole the Onslaught. And so it could be Patriot. It could be like Living Tribunal. And if we stole their Onslaught, that is huge. Did you spin keys for Makari? I did. I did spin keys for Makari. I understand why a lot of people skipped her. She's definitely a very boring card. She performed well right out of the gate, but she's just not flashy. She's not necessarily like fun because she just adds the value to the board and that's it. And so I understand why a lot of people decided to skip her, but she's a solid role player. She's a solid performer in like value builds. Ooh, Conspicuous Compiler. I was trying really hard to I was like, okay, Nebula, maybe you could do that. Red Hulk, I get it. And then you said I'm missing Sandman. I was like, hold on. How are you missing Sandman? But you have Cassandra and Copycat and Makari. And then you said Marvel Snap. And so you definitely debated me. You got me on it. So we could always Copycat into like a claw if we draw it. Might be decent. Let's go ahead and drop it. How hard is Marvel Boy going to slap? It seems cracked. I'm excited for Marvel Boy. But if you think of it as in terms of like how much he's going to provide over the game. So if you drop him on 3, you only have a chance. You can have up to 3 1-cost cards already. So at the absolute most, he's going to trigger on 3, 4, 5, and 6. And so it's a 12 power push into those cards, which I think is pretty cool. I think we see a lot of Sandman, or not Sandman, Shadow King. I think we see a lot of Shadow King. And so like a 3/14, if you go something like Magic, it can go even higher. So it seems really good, but you also have to run those 1-cost cards. And so maybe in like a bounce deck, since you're already running those low to the ground 1-cost cards anyways, I don't know. I think only time will tell. We'll see. So they did go Mr. Sinister into Vormir. They had Onslaught, so I'm thinking it's more of like a Patriot style build. And then we do get our Claw, which is nice to see coming in. We can do... Oops, I didn't mean to react to the Makari. We can do a Sandman, move Jeff into mid, and then we slap Claw into the left lane. See if that's enough for us to win. Oh, you just need Squirrel Girl? Yeah, that too. But yeah, Shadow King, I think we see in like an obscene amount. Ooh, yeah, you're right, Buff. I think he'll do good in Zoo. So let's go with Nocturne, Cassandra Nova. No, we can only do 1 card. Let's do our Claw then. They do have a card hidden in the left lane, so it could be... They dropped it on 3, right? So maybe Patriot? Patriot Mystique into Ultron? If we lose left, we lose... It's an 8-power swing in mid, so an Ultron with a big enough build-up could do it. But for 1 extra cube, I think we pay to see it. Marvel Boy seems better than Khazar and Zoo. At a lower cost, I think you do see a lot of Marvel Boy. And so I'm excited for him. I think where he ultimately finds a home will be interesting for sure. Why did you move Jeff this turn? You could have saved it for the surprise last turn.
I am Iron Man.
We could have. We probably should have. But the Iron Man in the right, copied by the Mystique.
I am Iron Man.
Living Tribunal? No, Ultron.
There's no
Ultron's big.
Higher, further, faster, baby.
We don't quite have enough reach. Had we... Oh, man. Had we not played Nebula, we could have tied the right lane. I guess we would have lost the point differential. What's your go-to 6-cost card? Probably Red Hulk. He slots into a lot of decks just as that, like... That almost like bodyguard or deterrent to let the opponents know that you have a really big body to win or swing one lane if you need to. So that's probably my most played right now. And it's kind of went through waves. And then Alejandro, you said great stream as always. See you soon. Thank you for being here, Alejandro. Hopefully we catch you again real soon. New Loki is very good. I think Loki is playable. I think very good. It may be early to call that. But I am excited to do some brewing and some testing. Next up, we have KM Worst again, and we pull their car this time. Not that we're ever going to get it discounted, I don't think. We have Nocturne that could be used to change Electrogia. We could get power into Luke's bar. We also have Ultron to get power over there as well. So if they're not running something that can do that, we may have a slight benefit. Sunspot is always great in Arishem. What topping should I include on the pizza I'm ordering for dinner? Oh man, General, just mentioning pizza, I feel like now I'm probably going to order pizza later. But I'd say just the good old traditional pepperoni. Pepperoni is all you need. Let's go Nocturne in mid. I'll take that back. I like pepperoni and extra sauce, depending on the place that you get it from. A lot of times I enjoy the extra sauce. I play him with Arishem. I think with Arishem he's great. Pineapple. I tried it, but I didn't care for it too much. And then Pusher, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We get hit with the Legion, so it could have consolidated all of our cards, but fortunately it wasn't as bad as it could have been. We can go something like Spider Ham into Cassandra Nova. Cassandra Nova gives us a win in one lane. We send the Ham their way so that it's capped out. They get the extra power from Sunspot, but maybe we do like an Ultron or something similar. I think we snap into it. Too much moisture on pizza makes bad pizza. I agree. I can agree with that too, Roars. But too little sauce, and it feels like I'm just eating a block of cheese. Shiva said all meat. Too much meat at the same time can be too much. It takes away from like the actual pizza. And so usually if I do a pizza, it's like one solid topping, maybe two at most. Pineapple is too good. I tried. And so I went to Hawaii during my break. I actually had a family vacation to Hawaii. And I tried pineapple pizza there, and I didn't care for it there. And so I figured if I don't like it there, I'm not going to like it anywhere.
Taking aim.
So we hit their big, nasty Arishem. Cassandra comes into the left lane. They are winning in the right, but maybe our Claw can be that surprise factor. They can only drop one card. Or do they just let it all absorb with Sunspot? I don't know. It becomes a little tricky. I'm going to try the Claw. I think maybe the +8 could be the difference maker for us. Shadow King in the left lane wins them that left lane, but even with their scaling, we are able to hold down our Nebula scales. The Claw matches us up in the right lane to that 22. We win the point differential. Super anticlimactic, taking away our Cassandra Nova, but we will grab the 4. Let's go ahead and jump over into the next one. I only eat bone-in pizza. Otherwise, it's just chicken nuggets, right? What is with the theme of losing to random Shadow Kings from Arishem? That one was built into the deck, so that one wasn't random. And so they had built him in, knowing like the Cassandra Nova is that big like common counter. Roge, you said in Scotland they have pizza that's topped with, I may butcher the name of this, doner kebab meat, then it's deep fried. That sounds interesting, but scary too. Like, I don't know if I would enjoy it. I would try it once. I would absolutely try it once. But I'm not sure if I would enjoy it too much. I tried deep dish from Chicago whenever I visited for work a few years ago, and it was the heaviest pizza I think I've ever held. Like, it was different, but I wouldn't say that I enjoyed it more than like regular pizza, because that's what I'm used to. What can I use instead of Macari? You can do either Storm, you can do White Widow, or like a Red Guardian. All of those would be okay. And then Bruno said, I have 6,000 tokens. Should I buy Thena or wait for Marvel Boy? Thena right now is on the hot seat, and so we see a lot of Sandman and stuff to counter the like Thena stuff. So she's really strong right now, but she could potentially end up being nerfed in the future. And so I would almost say maybe try out or wait to see how Marvel Boy holds up when he's released next week. And so our Copycat steals their Nebula, which is huge. Our Spider-Ham ended up hitting their Hobgoblin, so they're stuck with that one. General said deep dish is certainly hefty. And then Loaf said deep dish is pizza-flavored casserole. Yeah, like I ate it all. Like, don't get me wrong. I didn't go there and waste any of it, but it's definitely not what I think of when I think of like pizza. It's unique specifically to Chicago. But I would always try it again if I was there again. Lakai said, hey TLSG, what's your thoughts about this deck and to the current meta, and why Ultron over Doom? So right now, this deck is absolutely carrying me we're up to rank 77. We started at like 110, and we're 63% win rate out of 46 games, holding an average of 1.13 cubes. And so it's absolutely dominating for me. The reason for Ultron over the Doctor Doom is a lot of times in this deck, we're going to have 2 or more spaces available or left in a lane whenever it comes down to turn 6. So if we go Ultron, it's more overall power than a Doctor Doom. And the Doctor Doom ends up being what people typically read for. And so sometimes that extra +3 on that Ultron lane can be enough to win it for you. Deep dish or pan pizza is so good, but it wipes me out for the day. Waffle Brains, I agree. I definitely agree with you there. So we can do... Do we ever do Squirrel Girl? And we throw Macari because we have the energy. Next turn we can do Claw. We have Sandman on 6 into Red Hulk maybe. That's why you always have it for dinner. That way you get a good, healthy nap afterwards. And then Shiva said, Marvel Boy equals Killmonger. Killmonger equals Retreat. You could run Kyera. I think on his release week, we probably start seeing a decent amount of Kyera. And so instead of the Claw, I kind of want to go Nocturne here. Nocturne to threaten the Limbo lane, because they're trying to set up for a Galactus. I'm almost certain of it. This deck, 63%? Yeah, yep. So far, ooh, they pull our Claw, which is perfect. We will gladly take the extra support on the board. That does mean that our Nocturne in the left, changing the Limbo location, doesn't win over there because of the power of Doc Ock, but we do end up getting the retreat after the unfortunate Doc Ock pull. We will take it. And then I'll pull over the untapped so that you guys don't know so that you guys know I'm not lying to you. But we are holding the 63% win rate with it so far. Where in Discord are your alt snap? And so if you shoot a message at Droopyful, DROOPY space FOOL, they were heading up the third one. And so that would be the one that I would think may have a couple of extra spaces in it. All right, let's bring it over so you guys know I'm not lying to you. Bring over this view. We have the Tempo Sand, which is holding at 53 cubes or 1.13 per game, 47 games, 63.8% win rate. We're absolutely destroying with it. And so definitely a recommend from me. And then Dulitha, you said your decks are always so fun. I appreciate it. I try to get creative with the builds. Sometimes in certain metas, they do become very samey, but I do try to always kind of think outside of the box where I can. Yeah, I think Thena is a prime candidate for a potential like nerf if she continues running at the rate she is. And then Jason, if I had to run this without Cassandra, Nova, and Copycat, would it work? Probably. So Cassandra is mainly for like Arishem, like leverage on the Arishem match. But outside of that, could be any other 3-cost card. Without Copycat, same thing. Probably like a White Widow. Without the, what was the other one you didn't have? The Nocturne. Without Nocturne, maybe Red Guardian in the place. So White Widow, Red Guardian, maybe a Storm as well. Next up we have Polished. Next up we have Polished Chicken. They snap, I think, because we roped them. I apologize, Mr. Chicken. But we are going to stay off of it. With Lemuria, our Spider Ham's not going to trigger right off the bat. The second location is Bar with No Name. Let's go Jeff for now, and then we'll see from there. Switch the scene back. Wolverine, thank you for... You always got to keep me in track. I get so distracted. I appreciate you looking out. And then Dude Man, he said, like your voice and manner is perfect for it. Thank you. Wait, Teal, you would be a perfect commentator for Snap tournaments. I would enjoy doing one at some point. Iron Pig? Oh, was it Iron Man? Hillary Clinton. with the endorsement for the Snap, we end up forcing the retreat. I appreciate the channel point redemption. What's your feedback on Deadpool's Diner? So I liked it. I thought the point between 600,000 and 15 million felt like a dredge. That's the point where I was like really tired of the mode because it was such a big gap to get from the kebab room to ice cream. But once you got to that point, it really starts snowballing. It was just about getting to that point. So I would say either less rooms or kind of redesign at least that point of the room to maybe drop ice cream a little bit lower to like from 80 to like 120 or 200. That way you can access it a little bit more easily and not feel like one game you have to risk all of your cubes and then or all your bubs and then maybe you can't play after that. That's my biggest piece of feedback. That's where it felt the worst to me. After that, everywhere else it felt okay. It felt like I was making good, quick progress. But that one felt like a grind. And then Leo, you said Orca or Magneto or anyone else to sub for Red Hulk. Yeah, you could do another big body, so probably Magneto. Or if you wanted to get real cheeky, you could try like a leader so that you're copying whatever the opponent's doing. They were roping us. There are drops today. So the drops are on the Twitch side. For 6 hours, you get a mystery variant. And so if you guys are on YouTube and don't have that yet, signing up and linking on Twitch would be good. Wait, did we go down again? What happened to the sound? I'm here. But it destroyed it again, right? Yeah, it reset our counter again. That's the second time it's done that today. So we may switch over to our sponsored segment here in a second. In case it goes out fully. I'm not sure why it's doing that. But Tranquilizer, thank you for being here. Lord Bloom, thank you for being here when we came back. I just wish I wish it would hold constant. Question: what counts as a booster? So it's like at the end of the game, the number of boosters you get for a card. I'm not sure I fully understand the question. And so by playing the game, you get boosters towards one card per game. And it depends on how many rounds you played, and then I think how many locations you won as well. So our copycat stole their blue Marvel, which is marvelous. I didn't even catch that in the midst of like the stream going down. Let's go Cassandra Nova over to the right. I think we're also going to do like a cheeky Nocturne into having it shoot back. General Sergeant. You're super early for the stream today. Welcome in, my friend. I'm glad that you could be here early. So, their Iron Lad hit Brood? Oh, it hit Absorbing Man, right? Which is really tough here. But they're running a Patriot deck, so I don't think we still see Silver Surfer. We can go Jeff plus Copycat. We just started Saint Envy. We're just starting, you guys. We are just starting, launching the live stream. So we lose right, we lose mid, we lose left. Let's jump out of this one. Double Abs Man, triple Brood, yeah. What card have you split the most? Ooh.
Escaped.
I know I split Professor X a lot of times. I've split... I don't know, that's a good question. Let's take a look real fast. So I know Sunspot was a lot. I had several Sunspot splits. All of them out, all of the other ones a decent amount. Quite a bit of Chavez. Quite a bit of Korg. I did Debris a lot as well. Nightcrawler took a lot for me to be able to get gold on it. I think Yondu's winning right now. Doc Ock, trust, seen. Appreciate it. So then we have Daredevil a decent amount, Goose a decent amount as well. Armor splits, Cable. I've done the Gladiator a decent amount. Babu didn't take much. Mysterio, not much. Ooh, Green Goblin wins right now. That is 6, 12, 18, 19, like 20. Well, 20, I guess, with the variants. Maybe not the most splits, because I have multiple variants there. Brood has quite a few. We'll get to Doctor Doom here in a second. Did do Debris quite a bit, but I don't think it's as much as the other one we had before. Rock Slide quite a bit. This is going to take forever, so let's go a little quicker. The Wave Gladiator Mr. Negative a decent amount. I don't think it's going to be Doc Ock. Could be wrong, though. Ooh, definitely not Doc Ock. Only a handful on Doc Ock. I have a lot of boosters for him, but not a lot of splits. Chavez may be up there, too. Maybe Devil Dino. I think it's Dino. Unless we see Chavez and it's ridiculous.
Hey,
oh wait,
welcome.
no, Chavez
Took
is
you long
further
enough.
up, yeah. And so it's either Devil Dino or it was one of our lower cost cards. Dino. Dino Yondu. Dino Yondu or Sunspot. Feels like it takes the cake. I think Sunspot though. But Debris Dino takes it. I don't know. We have a lot of Sunspot splits as well. And I still don't have a Hulk or Gold ink split. Tied at 9. Oof. Yeah, Sunspot was my early game crutch card. I have a million Sunspot. Yeah, I have 1,500 left and still have like all of these splits that I've done. But since the stream keeps dipping out, I think I am gonna switch over into our sponsored segment for today. And so let me switch over this scene while I load it up. We're gonna switch over into the sponsor segment, just in case the internet actually fully goes out. I committed to 2 hours for Ants Legion, and so I'm gonna switch the game category now. And then for anybody that wants to join in, any progress that is made, it helps support me and helps support the channel. And maybe you find a game that you enjoy playing as well. Let me load up the player real fast, then I'll switch our scenes. And then I'll over the weekend or before our next stream, I'll call the internet company to see if there's anything that I can do about maintaining or holding the bitrate, because I didn't completely disconnect, but it just plummeted enough to end the stream entirely. It was pretty easy getting to level 5. Yeah, level 5 and rally attack are both pretty quick, which is something that I really enjoyed about this sponsorship setup, was that it's easy for most people to be able to reach. So it's not like you have to invest a lot of time to try to help support the channel. All you'll have to do is reach maybe 30 minutes in game, and you'd have that max progression. So let's switch over here into this one, and it should load for us here in just a sec. And since it is a vertical game, we're gonna do something kind of like this. I know that there's a lot of empty space down here, but that way it's not kind of all stretched and wonky.
It all began with a hovering wedding party under the bathe of the moonlight. A queen ant landed and started a new colony soon after she mated with a few passing males. However, as dawn approached,
is that
lurking
how's that
predators
sound for you
began
guys?
to stalk their prey.
Redeemed hydrate, and then JR said it could just be peak hours. So it could be, but it could also be that there's a lot of people here. So my daughter's home, probably watching Netflix. My son's home, probably watching Netflix or Disney, and playing on Roblox. And then my wife is here working. So it could just be that there's just too much traffic, and maybe I need to get a dedicated connection just for the stream stuff. All right. And so we're launching into our 2-hour sponsored segment for Ant Legion. And if you haven't played it, it is a colony building style game. And it's one that's easy to pick up. It's kind of almost one of those I don't really want to say mindless, but it's easy to pick up, easy to kind of progress through, and then put it down whenever you have other things that are going on. And so the game's graphics typically will give it some kind of like your traditional cozy vibe. So even though it's about ants, which I don't necessarily care too much about the subject matter, but like the way that all of the UIs and interactions, it's similar to like our other colony builder games, where there's so much to be able to do and interact with early on that you don't get bored. So I've played this game in the past. I reached queen level, I think 21, before I dropped it at that point. But it was fun as like a little like time waster in between other things that I was doing. Are you changing the title for stream or keeping it same for Snap? I can change the title.
The queen is metabolizing her own energy to form a cocoon. This process won't end until the larvae turn into pupae. She is growing weaker and weaker by the day. She is at real risk of dying from starvation. The queen will need workers to forage for food.
Davut, you said I have a phobia of bugs. I understand. That's understandable.
The first workers have been successfully produced.
I blame Cocomelon. And Cocomelon is something for sure. All right. So right now what we're doing is we're kind of establishing our colony or base. And the good thing about this game or this sponsorship is that it's really easy to get to the checkpoints. You don't have to commit a lot of time to it. And so it's queen level 5 and then rally and attack. And so I think we should be able to hit those. Right now we started at 1240. I think by 1 we should have both those knocked out, and then we could just explore the game. So if you're not enjoying it at that point, there's no pressure to continue playing. But if you are enjoying it, definitely keep playing and keep experiencing. And so what we mainly look to do is there's a lot of different resources that will generate as we start building out our colony. Each one can eventually are resources to be able to upgrade at different things. And in this one, we have a lot of the quests early on that will kind of help guide you until you get a little bit more familiar with like the game and what you're wanting to upgrade. And so early on, right now we have the food deposit. That's going to be 1 upgrade material. We have the vault, which can keep all of our upgrade materials. And so whether that be the food, the leaves, the water, all of those will feed into things that we can upgrade as we progress. I went full speedrun on this game. Cho, how long did it take you to get to rally and attack? Because sometimes I enjoy going full... is this game free to play with microtransactions? It is. It is Nightshade. And so it's a game that has the purchase options, but you can play it as free to play. And so like when I played it before, I got into an alliance or guild, I don't remember what they call them here, and was able to make progress. And I didn't pay for any of the packs, but if I was going to, there's a couple of like pretty cheap options that give you quite a bit of benefit. To go to the queen and see what she needs to upgrade her to get her to level 9 and join an alliance and rally. And so I bet you could, did you use your like resources to like speed run it through, Cho? Yeah, you can use like your like building speed ups, and you also get these gems that can just skip the wait time on like entirely. And so level 9, I think you could do, yeah, everything gem speed up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure level 9. How long did it take you? Like 20 minutes, 30 minutes? I feel like it would be viable in that amount of time. So what we're doing here is we're building out a couple of habitats, which we can use to like build or generate ants, which will help us attack later on. But for the early game, really just following the tutorial gets you a decent grasp until you really start learning what you need to do or what each thing does. 15 minutes or something? That's a wild show. And so some of the and that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to do this one. It's easy for people to jump in, check it out. If they like it, if it's their kind of thing, then great. But if not, it doesn't take a lot of time or dedication before you can realize that you don't really enjoy it. You've already hit your markers. You don't feel obligated to like continue playing it for a long time. So Marvel Strike Force, I leveled my account to 30, and I think it probably took like 2 or 3 hours over the course of a couple of days. And so this one, 20 minutes, and if the only reason you downloaded it was to try to help out the channel, you've done everything you needed to do. And so we're going to progress as far as we can, but know that it can be speed ran pretty quickly with some of these like benefits that it throws your way. When will Ant-Man get +4 in this game? Hopefully soon. Hopefully it's all about the cadence of the balances to make sure that people stay engaged with it. Mailfas. So as you complete the different tutorials, and eventually it becomes more worthwhile if you're like rushing your queen upgrades, to not necessarily follow this, because sometimes the missions here as you get further on will cost more than it really benefits you from the rewards. But for right now, I think we just continue following it. I think it'll probably curve us really well into being able to do like the rally and the rallying attack. And so I think mine will count towards the 10. If we get to 10, I'll still do the giveaways, even though we're back onto our sponsored stream segment. And I appreciate you guys like hanging out. And if you want to check out the game, it does help out the channel. Helps me potentially reach towards full-time status. That's why I'm picking up a few more of these. And it's always nice to like share games that like I've played in the past. And I've played this one before, just as like a time filler, and so it may be up somebody's alley, because it is pretty well built. You have a lot of things that you can interact with, and so it's never like a super dull thing that you're running into. So you'll need to kill all the predators if you were to restore peace to the nest. And so we're gonna help clear out the centipedes from our nest so that we can start building in those areas. Just check the queen requirements and upgrade your ants fighters, because you need them to fight some NPCs when expanding. Yeah. Yep. And then you can build some additional like depots to hold additional food. At a certain point, like if you're not using gyms, you need the ability to hold a certain amount. And being an alliance or guild whenever you get to that point, which I think is level 9, will help with like how quickly you accumulate some things. And so to be able to upgrade the queen, we can go to queen level 3 or entrance level 3, but to do that we need hatchery level 1. And so we can go ahead and build that one out now. You can also use the gems if you're wanting to just like speed run it and you don't really care to play it after that. And then we can hatch additional eggs, or hatch additional ants, which all have different like abilities similar to like your team builders in a lot of your colony building games. Will give you the means to fight better as you kind of build them out. So we don't have any additional eggs, but we should be able to upgrade our entrance now. We have the 1 minute wait time, so I'm going to use the 1 minute speed up. Once you get to level 9, you'll be able to kind of speed through some of those with your alliance members as well. Mobile game? Yeah, so this one is a mobile game. It is Ants Legion, and so it's a kind of fun little like team builder. Being able to build out your different teams, or colony builder, not so much team builder. Colony builder, so that you can build your army, and it's nice as kind of like an in-between thing, something that is kind of light, easy to pick up, easy to play, and then you can kind of move on and continue. So I've played it in the past. I ended up reaching, I think, Queen level 21, and I was in one of the top ranked alliances for whatever server I was in before I hit a point where I was kind of bored with experimenting with everything, and then ended up leaving it at that point. And so you can also spend a little bit. So if you're planning on playing it for a while, something like the permanent build queue helps you. You can do multiple buildings at once, which is really helpful if you are looking for that progress. But absolutely not necessary to be able to play. But it just helps upgrade multiple things faster. And something else that I did whenever I played before was, I think it was maybe it was the gift center. There was the weekly maybe I don't remember where it was at. There was like a weekly pass, which was another good value. A lot of these you end up spending too much and you outscale them. And so not all of these I think would be worthwhile. But the couple that if you do plan on playing for a while would be both of the passes. So like either silver or gold. And then the extra builder is something that helps you scale faster. But if you're only playing it to kind of check it out, try the waters, I say download it. Don't necessarily go heavy on like any spending. Absolutely not required for the early game. Just if it's something that you enjoyed and you wanted to push more or push faster. So we will finish this one, and we'll be able to start like draining the additional ant colony here in a little bit. We can upgrade the different tiers. We can build out more soldiers, and then each of them will like require certain amounts of resources. To be able to like maintain. And so this one requires an army of 130. And so we're going to back out. We're going to build some additional ones. So with our new blue ant, which is a haste soldier, he offers an increase to HP for all of our army. And so that helps us with our overall strength. So we'll be able to push this one a little bit easier. I appreciate you guys hanging out. If you haven't checked it out, I've played several like colony building games. This one has a lot of the like really cool things I like to interact with. I don't really care as much for like the, I guess, IP of like the ants, but it's unique enough that I found some interesting like draw, and you can end up accidentally learning a little bit about ants, which my son is a big bug person, and so it was kind of helpful in some of our conversations. So let's go ahead and we'll continue pushing this. We'll do the upgrades. Once we get to 5, that's the first checkpoint, which is pretty easy to kind of passively, like you don't even have to really know your son is a bug person. He enjoys bugs. Like, he himself is not a bug, but he enjoys like insects and like is his mom half bug? She's scrappy, so I don't know if I'd let her catch you calling her a bug. They finally made a game about DreamWorks ants. No, Kenny, you're fine. You're absolutely fine. They finally came out with the ant themed game. And so this one requires an army scale of 160. I don't think we'll be able to beat this one, or it'd be really close. But I do think we have another one that we can claim, which will help us get to that point. So let's go ahead and clear this one out now. Should be easier. It's an Ant-Man event. I only went to use the restroom. I mean, they're doing quick upgrades, Zon Aster. This is it's an Ant-Man themed event. With you have to take on your other pests and pesticides, insects. But no, this is our sponsored segment for Ant Legion, which is a colony builder. So you'll be able to upgrade your nest and your hero ants through different, like a variety of mini games, and there's always different events that are running so that you always have something new to kind of push for. Sometimes it's going to prioritize you spending your like speed ups. Sometimes it's going to prioritize you attacking different things, and it always gives you different things to kind of lean into and learn about. But let's go ahead and dispatch our ants, and we'll see. There's a marching time, which you can see here. We'll grab the victory. You don't have enough honeydew to upgrade the blue ant, or you now have enough honeydew. So now we can look at our specialized ant, and we can start leveling them up. So the blue ant looks like one that focus on early. By going out, doing the attacks, we get those resources. We can also have spots in our colony or our base that will generate them over time. But to get big amounts of them back, doing the attacks is usually a pretty consistent way. All right, so we're going to max it out, and then it looks like it wants us to do the boost, which will tier him up so that now he's able to be leveled up even further. So as we get more honeydew. Need to play the Paul Rudd, Nicholas Douglas ants commercial in the background and just leave it running on loop, General Sergeant. All right, let's go ahead and challenge this one. And it's going to walk us through being able to like upgrade our army, which it usually does a pretty good job of holding your hand, at least early. Make sure that you at least get familiar with all of the different like sections and things that you can do. But from the YouTube side, Davut did say that it has a phobia of insects, and so definitely probably not the right game for you. And so I apologize for anybody that doesn't like ants or is very averse to them. All right, let's go ahead and build our second hatchery. That should get us closer to the level 5 queen upgrade, which is the first kind of metric that we need. Ant-Man wins the location. Ant-Man always wins the location. The extra power that he brings is always big. All right, now we can go for the queen. Look for our upgrade. We need a vault level 4. So let's go ahead and upgrade. And then as it starts taking more time, we can start using our speed ups. So this one is going to take a minute. I'm going to use our minute speed up because it does do a really good job of giving you a lot of those early. Now, of course, as you get further in the game, the amount of time that you need per upgrade takes a while. But as far as right now, a lot of this stuff is a couple of minutes at a time, and so you can really elevate your progress if you do end up using some of those. I think we're going to use in bulk. That way we can finish up. We'll bring it down to a minute. And then it looks like we have some overall like main quests. We have daily quests that we can claim to get like general resources. And so this one is giving us food and leaf, which are both resources to do upgrades or to like train your army. And then we get commander XP as well. At level 6, looks like we will unlock the daily quests as well. When do you get Spectrum to help with the ants? I don't know. At some point, it becomes too problematic. I have to say. Every time you say General, my ears perk up. General Sergeant. I apologize. I'll try to limit how many times I say General unless I'm talking to you. All right, we got it to level 5, which is going to be that first checkpoint. We should hear that go off in just a second. We may not though, because it's on an emulator. So if it comes through, then they weed it out later and they kind of roll it back. But I tried other like mirror devices and things like that, and it just didn't like. It was the latency and lag was just too much, and so I ended up just going with this, even though it doesn't count for the progress for me. I'll just do it again on my phone later on. And so we get the login gift, which you can claim each day. You can pay for more, but honestly, if you're just kind of checking it out, you don't need it. The silver weekly pass and the gold monthly pass, this is where you're able to purchase those. If you wanted to. The silver one helps out the channel in such an immense way. It is almost like you're gifting, I want to say 10 subs to the channel for spending the $5. And so if you were ever wanting to support the channel, that is the biggest bang for your buck, is like being able to do these like in-app purchases, which are oftentimes like $5, which is like your sub cost, and it's the equivalent of like gifting me 10. So let's build out the arena, and we'll continue pushing on so that we can join an alliance or a guild or whatever it's named in this game, and then we can rally the attack as well. No, keep it going. Makes me feel popular. You are popular, General. All right, and then as we get stronger here, there are other challenges or like daily things we can do. And so this one, I think, goes up against other players. And so our army will kind of fight against theirs. And we can either watch it play out, we can skip to the end, see if we win or not. And then as you win additional challenges, it gets kind of harder and kind of tiers up and scales up from there. Eventually you're fighting much harder armies as well. And then the events and different things that Pixel Ant-Man, Saint Envy, gotcha right here. I think we were one step ahead of you, Saint Envy. We have the Pixel Ant-Man as our avatar. So next time we launch and play, I'll make sure to whenever I load up, I'll switch over to Pixel Ant-Man. So usually the higher power here, the better. This one looks like we can get in for... Wait, it looks like it's full. We can't because of our points here. So we want one with a decent amount of players, but one that we're able to access. But I think for now, we'll go ahead and join this one. And that way, whenever we... So being in an alliance, they can support your like building times by doing the help. You can also help like the alliance development so that you get alliance-wide, or everybody in the alliance gets their bonuses. And then doing alliance help will speed up all of their missions, but we need to build a hall, so we'll go ahead and do that one. So now we should be able to I think offer the support whenever it's there. Let's go Alliance help, speed up. Yeah. Then we can help all, and so that speeds up their development process so that they can make progress quicker. And in turn, every time we do one, we can request help as well. We're going to go launch one of these. It's part of our daily mission, so we're going to be able to do another attack, and we can see their army strength or size here. So I'm going to go up to this top one. We're going to launch it, and we'll skip past the animation for it as well. Then it said respond to the call, join the rally. And so I think we need to have a rally center. No. And so from there, I don't think we even have to get to level 9. So we're at level 5 and we're joining the rally, which will count towards that second goal. And so we're 20 minutes in, not even in like a full speed run setup. And we're to the point where we'll complete that second requirement for the sponsorship. And so I think it's definitely really nice that they didn't put super lengthy goals, because then a lot of times that feels like a drag. Like if you're not enjoying the game, you don't really want to continue forcing yourself to play it to help out. But this one, there's no harm in jumping in, checking it out, and then if it's not your kind of game, 20 minutes and you've reached both of the metrics, and then you can just like move on from there. So we can look for like who we want to attack. And so let's go ahead and attack a level 2 creature. Then for the first clear, we'll get these rewards, and then we can get some additional loot as well. But our march capacity is full because we did join the rally, which will go off in 3 minutes. So instead, we'll look to focus on maybe upgrading additional things. Cho, you said my life is a lie. I could have done it early. Cho, you absolutely could have. You probably had the better speedrun strategy. We just finessed our way into it. But either way, Cho, I appreciate you. So upgrade 2 of them to level 11. So let's go ahead and upgrade this one as well. Ooh, we don't quite have enough. So we do need to go back to the Predator, but we'll wait the 3 minutes until we're done with our rally. Before we do that, we can work towards hunt level 3, get the Pharaoh Ant, and Queen upgrades to level 6. So the Pharaoh Ant, Legion War times 5. So that one we can do. I don't remember where it's at, and so what we're going to do is go here, and then we'll click go. So we have to play 5 rounds of this one within the arena. Challenge. I want on the lower end. I don't want to jump up too much where we can't win. Let's go ahead and send it here. I guess you need level 9 to initiate a rally, but you can just join someone else's early. Just 3 more and you can skip. Yeah, just 3 more, then you could skip joining one. So we'll do that one. We'll do this one. And you can watch them fight it out if you want to, but not always something that I dive into. we have that one. We now completed that portion. I think we have a couple of minutes left for the first rally. So 29 seconds left for the rally. So we joined in on the rally. We'll see. We'll see if we're able to hold it down. Maybe we change our name. I'm going to reserve TLSG for whenever I do it on my phone later, but we'll rename ourselves. That way it's a little bit easier. I could have done it. Joe, that's gonna eat you up, isn't it? That you could have done it faster. And so our guys are off with the raid now, and so then they'll march back here in just a minute. So here we have the rallied, and so we lost to the level 10 Predator, probably because I wasn't any help. But we did join a raid, and so that should count as that next metric. And so at that point, you'd be able to be done. If you wanted to, you could make sure that you joined one that won. But overall, very quick to be able to complete the requirements for it. And then if it's not your type of game, you can get out. If it is, then you can keep exploring it for a little bit longer. Let's go with the Predator. I know that one of the missions was to attack one. Now that we have these guys back, we can do that. We will dispatch our ants. By the way, I don't think you need to finish rally. The sec you join one, it counts. Really? So we want you to join into it? Interesting. And so then it was even faster. I didn't even have to wait for the countdown show. But these ones that are here, even if they add up on the counter for now, they won't count. Once everything kind of rehashes, they run a check to make sure that there's not anybody that's like fraudulently playing multiple times. And then General Sergeant, thank you so much for reaching Queen level 5, joining the Ant Legion, the Ant Army. I appreciate you being here and helping out in the support, and hopefully you enjoy it a little bit as well. All right, so we can't upgrade a third one just yet, but we're able to claim this one. We can hunt for a level 3 Predator now. And as we beat them, we can hunt for more. Have you ever played a Simant, or are you too young for that? It sounds familiar, but I don't think I ever got to play it. Alvaur. Is this one kind of similar to it? So we hunted the level 3 Predator. That does give us a commander level up, which helps our CP so that we're a little bit stronger, gives us a couple of other upgrades. And then now our next mission is to continue leveling up the Queen. Leveling up the Queen and building up our army are like the biggest points in the game. Building out your colony, your civilization. So we need a soldier habitat level 3. Let's go ahead and upgrade it. There's only 10 minutes. It said it's made by Maxis, the people who made the original SimCity. Really? But it was like an ant colony. SimAnt, the electronic ant colony, is a 1991 life simulation game. No, I didn't. I hadn't played it. I was probably pretty young when it came out, or I was pretty young when it came out. and we didn't have much in the way of being able to play games for a little while. So I think I ran on like an NES for like years and years until I was able to save up enough and I was able to buy a Super Nintendo. But the NES was my like original system or console that I was able to play on. All right, so we have the Queen that is queued up to be able to upgrade, and then once we're in an alliance, we can click on help, and anybody that that offers help it shortens the time by, I think it starts out at a minute, and then as your alliance grows, it does a bigger discount or takes out more of the time the further your alliance has been built out. But let's go ahead and we have quite a few of these, so I'm going to go ahead and use all that I can to continue pushing our progress and our upgrades. So that does give us that next point. I'm curious how far we'll be able to go. Within the 2 hours. I think we can probably get to, I'd say at least 10, which should give us a good access to a lot of the different things that like Ant Legion offers. Because I know that they have like loads of different ants. I wanted to say it was over 100 different ants that you can hatch. And so then you can use those to like strategically build out your teams. And then you can upgrade them into even more powerful heroes, as we've kind of been doing. So I'm curious how far we'll be able to get, though. And it's crazy that like it was dipping before, but it hasn't dipped a single time since we switched over. So maybe it's just because it was peak hours, because it was around noon or 12:30 when it dipped those couple of times. So it just could be just like heavy usage on the internet's end. All right, so we're going to continue searching a little bit. It does look like we have a couple of things we can do, but let's see if we can beat this. No, we don't have enough to be able to beat it yet. Maybe we build out our ants, or maybe we upgrade our specialized ones. So since we had the extra ant pieces, we were able to foster it and give it a bigger piece towards that star, and so it upgraded his strength overall. I don't think we have the... We do have the means to boost it now. And we'll start our research here in just a minute. There are a lot of like free events, so if you keep your eyes on like the event center, a lot of these are free, and just for engaging in certain things, you'll get rewards. So VIP points to help you get a couple of additional perks as you're playing. You have your different eggs that you can hatch for fighting different predators of different levels, and then these are always rotating, and so they rotate out pretty quickly, so you always have something that you're like engaging in or doing. Said if I want to start another account, do I need to use a different Twitch account or just a different phone? I think it'd be, so if you're wanting to play again, it'd be a different phone, different Twitch account. Like if you're wanting like a complete fresh start, it'd be a different one for both. Are you gonna try and speedrun it? I wonder how quickly you can get it, Joe. I think you'll get it in like 10 minutes this time. for both. I think you'll be all in tin. Or you don't have to use a Twitch account. You can continue anonymously, like if you don't have another Twitch. I want to do an even faster speed run. That's what ends up getting me with a lot of these. Is I like to push and see how fast I can progress. And so a lot of times that's what gets me, is like, how quickly can I do this? And so we need to, let's see, we have the 100 points. That we need to increase our level, but I think the melee soldiers are the ones we'd look for. Oh wait, we have the haste soldiers right now. Either that, or maybe we just want to train more. Get stronger. I know eventually as you upgrade this, your tiers, so you'll train tier 2, tier 3 instead of the lower tiers, but we'll train there for now. And then maybe we can upgrade the ants that we have, so that we can beat the insect that's there. I want that one. I want that one to be gone. So with these, maybe we go to the hatchery. I know that we have some eggs to be able to utilize. So we do have a free purple one, which we end up getting honeydew. Skip the animation. Get a few shards. We get 10 pharaoh ants. Then we get the redhead shard. So let's see what we're able to do with those in our specialized ants. And so the redhead, we're going to be able to unlock that one. So we have a 4th one now, which should help us out a bit. Let's upgrade that one to level 10 as well, because we do have quite a bit of honeydew. Then need more of the breakout fruit to be able to upgrade it. We could do that from the predator or diamond shop. Let's attack for a predator. Go from there. So search for the predator. We can do level 4 now. Hawk moth, that gives us a possibility for the loot. So since we have the attack stuff, let's just go with recommended. It brings us up to 1450 for our power. So as they're marching, we could always go back to somewhere else. And then, yeah, that name is so small. I appreciate whoever it was that joined the attack. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. My eyes are awful. I'm trying to see it on like that smaller screen, but somebody joined the rally, and I appreciate the support. We also had the extra level 5 queen that came through, and so definitely helps support me, helps support the channel, and it lets the sponsors know that like our viewers are engaged, and that if you end up enjoying it, then maybe you found a good game out of it as well. All right. So they should now be marching back. Let's go back here. Let's get and activate the redwood. So we have to kill a level 5 predator. All right, so we can get another ant by doing that. Look at our rank. The personal CP rank, the highest person in this server is way up there. once we get back, we should be fine there. Let's go ahead and attack a level 5 Predator. Go ahead and send that out as we look at maybe upgrading our ants or doing whatever our quests are. So let's research the march speed. That'll help us march faster. Should play that Dave Matthews Band song. Which one? And then Tech Ninja. You said, wish I could sport and play right now, but at work. No worries, Tech Ninja. And this one does run for, I think it's 15 days. Let me check on the specifics. I think it's 15 days. And so anytime within the next 15 days, using my link to download helps support me and help support the channel. So let's see. Yep. So 14 days, 16 hours is what we have left. And so there's plenty of time to be able to do it. Have you played Manor Lords? Oh, the ants, the ants marching. Yeah, we should. Have you? I've heard of Manor Lords. I think I played it a little bit, but I don't think I got very far into it. It's another mobile game, right? Like a civilization builder. All right, so now we can start researching. Let's see. I think we would do. Let's say combat. So March slot 1. 10 minutes. Let's go ahead and research it. We'll ask for help so that it speeds it up. I think that's the one that we were supposed to March slot. So we should have our redwood, because we went out, we attacked the level 5 predator, which allowed us to pull in the new specialized ant. So let's level him up as well. Oh wait, we had already pulled that, didn't we? We'll pull him up to level 5. And then we do have the means to do a boost on him, so let's go ahead and do that. We have extra pieces so we can foster him, which is going to make him the free speed, time increase, tower defense. It's going to increase him, make him a little bit stronger. Said it's on PC only, but yes, it's like SimCity, but in medieval times. No, I haven't played that one, but it does sound kind of fun. Is it a little bit older, or is it somewhat new? I've dabbled in a lot of games, probably a lot more on like the mobile side, but I have dabbled with and experimented with quite a few like different games, especially like the free stuff that you're able to at least experiment with for free, and then if you don't like it, you know, no harm, no foul. Which I always enjoy, like as a player. That's why I initially started playing League of Legends, was that it was like a free to come into game, and then I ended up liking it, and I ended up liking it. So I was like, you know what, I can afford to pay a few skins, or for a few skins, and then several $100s later, I was like, well, they definitely got their monies out of me. But at the time, I was playing it like daily and was really enjoying it, and so I like being able to at least experience the game first. And then if I do feel like I enjoy it, then I can really I can choose how and when and where to support it. It's one of the top F games on Steam, and only one developer. Huge. So Manor Lords. I'll add that to my list to check out. I do like games that are developed by like a smaller team. A lot of times you get games that you can definitely tell they had the love put into them as they were being built. So we can train melee soldiers, we can consume AP, help allies, buy a box, collect food. So there's a lot of daily things that we can do to push this a little further. But for now, we have the March slot. Let's check for the Queen. See what we need to do to upgrade her. So let's go entrance. Start that one. That one's about a minute that it's needed. we'll continue pushing and helping the Alliance as those come up. And then they do the same, which helps us train a little bit faster here. To get level 6 here, 10-minute time. And then one of our blue ants that we got takes away time as soon as you start one. So I think we lose like 2.5 minutes as soon as we start any kind of upgrade. So we'll request the help, and then I think we can, maybe we send out for another hunt. Let's go here. Let's look at our energy on this side. All right, so the predator nest. I'm not sure what those would be. We can send out a team to like root village, food and leaves. I kind of want to. Oh wait, predator nest may be an opponent, right? I guess we can look. Let's search for the predator nest, and if we decide to attack it, 20 out of 120, we could rally the attack. Then it would give bigger resources if we can do it. A rally group is required. Okay. And so that's where we needed the level 9. Do it. But we won't actually do that one for now. Is downloading the game anonymously still help? Yeah. So you don't have to put in your your Twitch account. You can do it anonymously. And then if you hit those metrics, it still counts and it still helps. It's just if you wanted to see like your name pop up on screen, that's why you can link your Twitch account. Otherwise, you don't have to. And then Prince Waldron, what am I watching? We're doing an ad segment for Ant Legion for the Swarm, and so it's a colony building game. And you stumbled on our sponsored ad segment or our sponsored segment for this game. And so if you like colony builders, it's a pretty fun one so far. There's quite a bit to do and quite a bit of like, different things to be able to interact with and build upon. And so we've been going almost an hour now, and definitely nothing has, like, we haven't hit a lull. Like, it's never a point where we're just without stuff to be able to do. But yeah, we were playing Snap earlier, and the stream kept kind of getting hit with dips. And so I decided to make sure we got our ad segment taken care of in case like our stream went entirely down. Couldn't find another phone. That's all right. That's all right, show. if you end up finding access to one, I'd be curious how fast you speedrun it. But you definitely don't have to. And then Prince, you said cool with me. Hope you get more sponsors. Yeah, and the sponsors help towards moving towards like a more of a full-time role. So if I was able to do months like I did last month, then full-time would be something that would absolutely be within our like within my means. But I want to make sure that it's something that we can consistently do before making that leap. And so I'm glad to be back. I'm enjoying the streaming side. I'm enjoying interacting with you guys and then the videos as well. And so I've definitely been like had my enjoyment for Snap like reinvigorated. And it's been fun brewing again and being involved in like the content side of stuff again. So we're working on completing the 3 pheromones, which are attacking like certain, I think, predators is what it looked like. Then in the meantime, in the background, we're working on upgrading our queen as high as we can. And seeing how much longer it took to go from 5 to 9, Cho, you're gonna shave off so much time. I think you get sub. I think you could do it in sub 10 minutes, honestly. All right, so for the pheromones, it looks like it is something that you level up and you get additional like missions or like little mini quests or games as you go. And so we're going to be able to send our team out to rescue these, which will count towards pheromones. We'll get the rewards that way. So in the meantime, let's go back and launch up an upgrade, because I think we have the space for it with our soldier habitat. We need to get it to level 6. Right now, we're at level 3, and with one of the ants that we got, it offers the like immediate like time off as soon as we launch a queue. So in 2 minutes and 28 seconds are immediately gone as soon as we start a queue, which makes some of these early upgrades really, really quick. So let's go to the healing pool, and I think that's what we needed to come back here. Maybe it wasn't the melee soldier habitat. Maybe it was the haste one. Ranged. All right. So it's ranged that we need to upgrade. We can now do that one. It takes off 2 minutes. Then we can now start training a tier 2 ranged units. But we need to get it up to level 6 is what we need for our next queen upgrade. So with the help, it jumped immediately down to 1 minute, which I think it was a 10-minute upgrade. And so a big chunk of time gets pushed away pretty quickly. I think we go ahead and speed it up by the 1 minute. That should give us a pretty quick upgrade here. I think a healing pool only needed to be level 5 for us to upgrade this further. So actual time, 7 minutes. After the 2 and then the request for help, we've already finished it off. No. Oh, we have 46 seconds left, and so now we finished it off. So it was a really, really quick one. I will see if I can exploit some friends to play the game. Show. Definitely helps me out. And so if you have some friends to lean on that haven't checked it out, I'm sure they can speed run it as much as you want. Let's go ahead and upgrade our healing pool to level 6. We'll request the help. Right now it's at 8 minutes, but it's been dropping down every time somebody helps. I think what we're in, it drops down a couple of minutes. But at the 5-minute point, let's just go ahead and use this to get it done with. That way we can push our ranged soldier or ranged habitat up one more. This one's a 20-minute upgrade, which would typically take a while. Let's go ahead and, as this one is going, we're going to let the help kind of sit for a bit, and then we're going to push over to the pheromone. Try to finish this one, because we have to complete 3 of them. So we could either go back to another separated swarm, or we eliminate a threat. Let's go for that one, see if we have the soldier size to be able to handle that one. Ooh. Oh yeah, we have plenty. Between all of these, should have double what it requires. So we're going to send them out. All right, we get the 35 1-minute timer speed ups. And then I think we should be able to go and claim the pheromone here, and then might as well send them out for the rescue mission while we wait. But that allows us to claim the Commander XP, the daily rewards. We don't quite have enough, so maybe we need to train additional units, because 250 would give us +5. Or we go fight a couple of predator nests. There's a couple of things that we can interact with that would help us finish this piece of it. So we have 10 minutes left. I'm going to go ahead and use the 2 of these so that we can finish it off. And I think we'll go ahead and start some range soldiers into training. I know that typically you want to kind of specialize and focus on one type. That way, whenever you have like an orange ant or one that kind of helps buff up your overall team, it helps out a little bit more if you have a specific type of unit. But I think since we have this one at level 6 already, I think we're going to go ahead and send it. And then M2814, thank you so much for checking out the game, reaching Queen level 5 with me. That helps support the channel, and hopefully you're enjoying it a little bit as well. Go ahead and build up our ranged soldiers, and then we should be able to start our Queen upgrade now to level 7. And the actual time that it says or is queued to take is 2 hours. So we can either skip that, we could let it run as we, go about and do other things. But for this one, I think we probably end up like skipping most of it. But I kind of want to go like attack some predators. So that we can work towards those daily missions. So I think we have to attack the predator nest. So we'll go ahead and send out for that one instead of the predator. We'll go to the nest. Oh wait, we have to be able to have a rally center to be able to do that one. Never mind. We'll wait a little bit. Instead, let's look at our daily missions that we might be able to do. We can train more of these, answer a quiz question correctly. Let's go there, see what that looks like. Use gems, you're rich. It's true, we got quite a few gems. All right, what is the connection between ant migration and the weather? Relocate the nest to a safe place. Find more food, or it doesn't matter. Womp. It doesn't matter. So the migration that they do, I guess, is not linked in any way, shape, or form to the weather. Interesting. All right, let's go. I think the pheromones, let's go to the scout post. Let's go to the pheromones. We can finish this one off. And now we can upgrade this a little bit further so we get more quests that we can do for better and more rewards. So I think this is what we engage with for a little while as the upgrade is running. Let's go ahead and send them that way. Bulbaquill joined us as well with a Queen level 5. Thank you for checking out the game and supporting the channel. Hopefully you're having some fun with it at the same time. So it looks like we're out of pheromone now. It'll refresh in several minutes. We can claim this one. Oh, so I think this pheromone set will be refreshed in 6 hours. So we can eliminate a level 2 threat, and I think we have the strength to be able to do it. Maybe just barely. No, we have plenty. Go ahead and dispatch there. Cool. See what else there is. So I don't see anything that we get for clicking the rank. Oh, you give it a thumbs up and you get 5-minute speed up. Worship 1 times 1 in the personal. Okay. So we still need to find another way to get 10 more reward points. Let's see. What is buy a box? Not going to buy one of those. The weekly box, the monthly box, or the daily. Train the movers, consume AP. Donate for Alliance Tech 10 times. All right, does this one have anything that it's training out? Two. All right, so I used all of those that I can. And then the 4 a.m. dude, he said, what Marvel character speaks to you the most? Right now, it's Ant-Man. Otherwise, I don't know. Otherwise, I don't know for sure. What Marvel character speaks to you the most? We have that one. Let's find one more that we can do. Consume stamina, boost any resource building output. See if we have any boosts. Let's see what AP is, because we can consume 30 AP for the daily. Spider-Man will probably be the answer for a lot of people. He's made to be relatable. That's true. Because he's just kind of like a not super cool average kid that ends up finding himself in the situation that he's in with the powers. And so I could see Spider-Man. And he's one of the like oldest, longest running ones. I think Iron Man is another one that a lot of people relate to. But I don't know for sure which one mine would be. How have your Doc Ock tests gone? And do you think he's dead in mill? I think he's dead in mill. In mill, I think it's. Oh, we only needed 30. All right, so we claimed that one. I think he doesn't do what you need him to do in mill anymore. In junk, I think he can still get by, but he's not perfect. I think he's much more of a like tempo average card. Spiders eat ants. No spider talk in my ant stream, please. Too scary. Saint envy. The spider talk was a bit too much. Can't do it anymore. But I think Doc Ock is now just like a good value play rather than being a complete clutter tool. And so he's... some people were saying he's a worse Gladiator. I think he's just Gladiator in a different shell. Or like I think it's a different shell than what Gladiator is. And so where Gladiator strength comes from like pulling cards out of their deck, Doc Ock is going to pull their lower cost cards. So maybe you make it harder for them to put their big things in a lane. Maybe you end up like stacking and pulling out their Mystique, their Arnim Zola, their Null, instead of completely cluttering a lane. Yeah. Yep. So when we were playing him earlier, we used him. We pulled out a Null and then had Red Guardian to take out the Null's ability before it scaled. So it ended up being really, really big. And then Galactus, she said, "Hi, where are we? New game." And so we are in Ant Legion. So this is the sponsored segment of the stream. We're in Ant Legion for the Swarm, which is a colony building style game. And by downloading it, checking it out, and reaching a couple of quick checkpoints, you help support me as a streamer, and hopefully you find something that you enjoy as well. But so you can change the you get a nest for all of your ants. As you continue to develop it, you can apply different skins so that you can change the way it looks. You can upgrade your heroes. There's a lot of surprising depth in it for a game where you're just kind of battling out ants. The biggest piece is that you're building your civilization, your area. And then Cho, and then Amen Dim, welcome in. Cho said, "Friend acquired." Welcome in. Thank you for supporting the channel, and hopefully you maybe enjoy the game a little bit as well. And so there's a few mini game type things that help you get some rewards, but for the most part, you're going to be upgrading like your colony, your different buildings, your queen ant, and like those sorts of pieces so that you can progress and get stronger and do bigger things. But let's go ahead and go back. I don't think we have anything that is currently queued up, and so we can start working towards a level 8 queen. And the good thing that I like about this sponsorship is that they didn't set their goals outrageously high. So they don't want people to try to hit level 20 with the queen, something that's going to take hours upon hours. Instead, they want people to be able to get in, try out the game, and getting to that rally and attack takes about 15-20 minutes. If you're going a little bit slower, maybe 30 minutes. And then that's all that you have to progress to help support the channel the most. If you wanted to progress further than there, absolutely, of course. But they didn't. It's not like forced upon you. So like some games where the level cap, you have to reach like some ridiculous number. This one is very much attainable for the majority of players. So let's go ahead and level up our leaf pile here. We're gonna go to level 6. With one of the ants that we got, we knock off almost 2.5 minutes as soon as we start an upgrade. And then repel insects. Let's see what this one is. Did we get invaded by insects? No. It's another mini game, or another like mini game portion. So a large number of enemies are attacking us. Tap the lineup button to open the specialized ant deployment. Tap the train button to train the specialized ants. So it's like a like a merge game within the game into like a tower defense, which is kind of interesting. Okay. Train more soldiers and merge them into higher level ones. So I haven't engaged with this before. This is different than what I've done in the past. Let's merge him into a higher level one. So he goes up to level 6. Interesting. So not what I would have expected to pop up here. And I think it's kind of cool because it gives you something to engage in. You can train, looks like several into like merging them up as you progress in your different like tiers or levels. It looks like you get maybe more rewards so that you can do more training. And so I like the variety that it brings. Because I think this will be for like, you know, some light rewards. Ooh, we need another level 7 out there. I got a little overzealous. Alright, so our level 6 can now be upgraded, and then we'll hit him with the level 7. So we got to a boss stage. So can we save multiple here? Unlocked after clearing level 5. Gotcha. Okay. We have a new defense slot. As we build these, maybe we shouldn't have done as many. But we can build out our tower defense, which I think is kind of cool. It's a little mini game within the game. Kind of break up the... like the grind. All right, I'm gonna jump out of this one. Let's see. When do you unlock rewards? After 15. And so I think it runs on like autopilot in the background, generating additional resources to be able to do more training. So I think that's kind of a cool one to be able to engage with, like as you have upgrades that are pending. Similar things like that. All right, let's see what we need to upgrade the queen here. We have the entrance to level 7. Actual time, 1 hour and 40 minutes. And we do get a big discount, but it does seem like the amount of time for these upgrades definitely start ramping up pretty quickly. We have quite a few speed ups now. So we can do something like this. Have 1 minute speed ups, and that'll get us pretty close. Upgrade our research lab and do it a handful of times. I think that's as far as we needed it. No, we need level 7. It's quite a leap. All right. Spend some time upgrading this one. And as I'm waiting for this one to go, I'm going to run to the restroom. No, we're fine. We don't need to run to the restroom. We're fine. We can make it the extra like 40 minutes or so. All right, let's speed this one up a bit. We'll bring it back down to 1 minute. We can start pushing our upgrades across. So maybe we train our specialized ants so that they're a little bit stronger. We could continue to send them out to attack different level predators to get us resources there as well. And so we can collect, which we send them out to gather over time. We can hunt certain enemies, which we've been doing. The rally is once we get to level 9. Attack another player, so we can kill them if they don't have a shield, and then occupy the stump to become the new overlord. All right. Let's continue going with the predators for now. Let's go level 7. We'll continue to push as high a level for the predators as possible. Ooh, we're not able to get level 7. Let's go to level 6 instead. I know that we can clear the level 6. Ooh, we can attack times 3 now. Use up our energy. Right now we have 78. We actually don't quite have enough for the level 6. Unless... No. Alright, let's level up our guys a little bit here. We can foster this one, which will help us quite a bit, I think. Bringing him to a full 1 star. So pretty good upgrade for the Pharaoh Ant. Typically, I don't heavy invest in any of the ants until I get one of the rare ones. And so there's a lot of ants that you can unlock, like your purple ones, the ones that are not obtained. You can get some like yellow ones, especially with doing the different events. You'll be able to start unlocking towards them. Saint, you said no, go to the bathroom, take care of yourself. It's all right. It's all right. We have another 40 minutes of the sponsored segment. I can make it 40 minutes. It's not that bad. Let's continue upgrading our ants here. I don't know that we need to like conserve the honeydew too much. We can upgrade these. Ooh, this one's at the max, and we don't have the fruit to upgrade it. This one, though, I do want to foster it every chance I can, because the more we foster and upgrade this one, the bigger discount on all of our upgrades as soon as we trigger them. Saint Envy with the hydrate. You redeem enough of those and we'll have to change our mind for sure. I got another hydrate coming in. I appreciate you, Saint. All right. I gotta keep an eye on it for all of the hydrates that come in. We have them up to about 15. Let's see if we're able to attack times 3 now. Yeah, we have plenty of space now to be able to attack it. All right, let's go ahead and claim. We'll start pushing for... All right, so we won versus the centipede. Able to get some of those rewards, and so now we can actually upgrade that other blue ant that we have. We should be able to boost him up. Now we can push him to 15 as well. This one for the pheromone challenge. I think we can do our daily quest now, right? Or I think we can do the... What is it? The quiz? To try and get that reward. I think it reset every 5 minutes is what it seemed like. Katie did. Which of the following areas is not an area within the ant's range? No idea. I'm going to say Antarctica, though. Hey, we got it right. We'll take it. We'll take a win where we can. Claim this one. Carry the supplies. Go there. Then we'll switch back to... I think we're still pushing for the leaf pile upgrade, right? All right, so the upgrade, we have 5 minutes left on it. Cho. Wait. Cho, were you your friend? We do have a pretty good amount of support. We have 10 that have reached Queen level 5 already, 5 that have rallied the attack. And so huge support, you guys. I appreciate you guys that are hanging out. Even just being here to enjoy the sponsored segment, whether even if it's not your thing, is helpful in its own way. And And so just being here helps immensely. All right, let's go ahead and I think we look at the pheromone. See what we need to do here. Claim this one, which gives us some resources. Let's go here. Upgrade that one. Let's go ahead and shoot it back over here. I think we can upgrade the leaf pile. I think it should be close enough that it's done upgrading now. Yeah. We just need one more. This one should take 12 minutes, but I'm going to speed it up a bit. As that one's going, improve Legion dueling rank to 8,500. Which one was it? The improve. Oh, we need 4 leaf piles to 6. Ooh, never mind. Saint Envy. You said, okay, done cooking, time to do ant things. Welcome back, Saint Envy. What did you end up cooking? And so the Legion dual ranking to 8,500. I think this one we have to go up to 8,500. So let's go with the top one a couple of times. Well, then we'll skip it. Skip forward. And we have this one, which shouldn't be an issue for clearing. Been getting into meal prep. Made a bunch of chicken tacos. Nice. That sounds really good, actually. Something that's like easy to take out, heat up, and have ready. I think that might be dinner tonight. It's chicken tacos. Those sound really good. All right, so that should get us up to that 8,500 area for that next quest. We can claim a few of these rewards, which are all very nice, very welcomed. Then here. Now we have the leaf piles. So we have the additional ones that we need to upgrade. I don't think it should take too long. Then maybe we can reach ant level 8 before our 2-hour point. I think that's what we're going to try and push for. We engage with as many of the new things as possible and level up as much as we can in that given time. So I think we go back to pheromones as we wait for that one. We can claim this one, jump over into the next one so that we're working on leveling that one up, progressing that, all while we're having the countdown timers, the other upgrades in the background. Dispatch them, and then let's switch back. And let's go ahead and continue upgrading. This one is 8 minutes, goes down immediately to 5, and then we can request help, which I think is through pretty quick. And then our research is idle, so let's always try to have the researchers going. So the building speed, let's go ahead and start researching some of these. All right, so it increased by a set percentage. Same thing with evolution speed. increase the amount of our food output. We can enhance our defenses. We can continue increasing our other ants, but kind of think maybe we go with the economy. Being able to generate more like over the course of the game would be better. So if we plan on playing it for a longer period of time, otherwise we might just like dump into the building speed, so like the development side of it. All right, and our leaf did get leveled up, so let's go ahead and push it up to 6. So I don't know that we have more than 2 right now, though. Oh, yeah, we do. They were just in a different area. So let's upgrade these as well. Those would all be instant upgrades, so we're able to do those for free. But then we need to wait for this one to finish. Let's use a handful of our 1-minute upgrades. And being in an alliance that is active gives you so much early ability to progress. So we also have the adventure, which I think is what we were doing before, where we send our team out and they fight each other, and we collect the rewards. So this one is only 2. We're able to clear it. I'm not sure what we're using on these. I don't know if it's ours. All right, and we can, ooh, wow. We selected quick clear, which allowed us to clear things with less than 80% of our CP immediately. And so then we jumped straight to 19. So we didn't even have to go with the watching each individual one. So that way it gets us closer to like our actual area. So we were able to collect quite a bit of time off or speed ups from that, which would help us kind of push for progress a little bit further as well. So we have that one up. Let's go ahead and do this one, which should be almost immediate as long as we get one person to hit the help button. So that one we ended up, I guess, waiting for. But we do have a lot of gems. We could use those to do a lot of instant upgrades if we wanted to. For whatever reason, I usually hoard those even after I ended up stopping playing the game. Usually I hoard stuff like that so badly, just in case anything comes up that's more restrictive or harder to get later on. I have the ability to use the gems for it. Let's go ahead and add another research. I'm going to start with our development. So we can do the evolution speed, and then we can start kind of building that down a bit as well. Leaf is done. We can go with the upgrade, quest help, and then I think we're going to do a handful of speed ups. That way it should be almost instantaneous, I think. what are we going to need to upgrade our queen? The research lab and then rally ground is what we'll need to be able to do. So level 7 is what we ended up getting to. Let's go ahead and queue this one, request the help, and then we will complete our pheromone missions. So it'll continue giving us resources and things like that. So with this one, this pheromone, it gives us a quiz. Oh, I thought it said it gave us a quiz. It did. Okay. What type of ant will cut leaves from trees or plants and grows fungi? Maybe a trick question, but I feel like leaf cutter is the direction we're gonna go. Okay, I'm glad they lobbed us a softball on that one. Go ahead and rescue the additional ants here. And we go back, and I think we should be close to being done with the leaf upgrade at 3 minutes. We'll go ahead and speed it up. And I think we could probably push for a little bit higher than Queen 8 if we wanted to use more of our resources, but we can upgrade our outputs, which those eventually, as you start scaling higher, will be the biggest like constraining point in being able to do some of your big upgrades. And so sometimes having those upgraded can be beneficial. And I think we'll go ahead and push for this one just because we can. It's relatively slow, or small amount of time to be able to research it. We have the third leaf at level 6. Let's go ahead and start upgrading our other one. And I think we can alternate between that and this, be able to continue to complete these. So let's level this one up. Pheromone level 4 now. We only have to complete one more to be able to upgrade it to level 5. And so the event quality will improve the quality and quantity of the pheromone events. So I didn't realize that the different events had different tiers of rewards. So what are the yellow ones? An elimination threat. This one gives us, purple gives us more value. Blue. I'm going to go for the yellow one because it feels like that has the most solid resources or rewards that you gain from it. If we can. I don't know if that we have... No. Alright, let's upgrade our army a little bit further. As I upgrade this one, the amount of free speed or time increases as well. So maybe I want to invest a little bit there. But for now, maybe we go 20 for each of them. Goes from... Alright, we'll call that good. See if that's enough to be able to clear this one. Yeah, that's plenty. Alright, so now we can go back. Continue our leaf upgrade spree. And then Endless Chatter, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime sub for the 2nd month while we're playing our Ant-Man game. I appreciate the support, and I appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic week so far, and hopefully your Friday has been well. So the following parts enables ants to attack. continue our leaf upgrades. We're almost there on this one. We just need one last leaf up to level 5 and we'll be done with it. Then we can focus on the queen upgrades. But until then, let's keep alternating here. We can claim this one. Another one pops up, but let's go ahead and upgrade to level 5. Get even more quality events. Once we get to 6, the common ones disappear altogether. So let's go ahead and rescue these ants. Then we'll switch back to continue our upgrade. Last level here. I'm just going to do it instantly. I'm going to use diamonds to go ahead and forego any of the timer. We'll push it up just a little bit. So now we focus on the queen upgrades. Let's see for the rally grounds. Okay, so we have to be able to clear out the scorpions. I think we should be fine here. And then Boofin, he said, what is this, a center for ants? How can we be expected to teach children how to read if they can't even fit inside the building? I mean, you're asking the hard-hitting questions, my friend. So this is our ant colony, but I still don't know how that helps us teach children to read, unfortunately. Wait, was that a Zoolander reference? It went completely over my head. It's been a long time since I've seen Zoolander, but I still should have been able to get it. Cursory Comb, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. All right, so let's go ahead and build up the rally ground. So now we can start attacking some of the nests. So if we hadn't cleared the rally ground before, this allows us to set out on a rally. So let's go here. We can attack the nests now. Instead of just the predator, we can go for predator nests, search for it, and then that will allow us to rally here. Let's go ahead and set up the 5-minute timer. We're going to do a quick select, and then have somebody be able to join from our guild. Speaking of old references, who here played the original Sim-Ant? I think on 95. No, I hadn't. I haven't played the Sim-Ant. Was it a lot of the simulations games I didn't end up having. I think Windows 95 we had things like Lemmings, which I really enjoyed. It was kind of like a puzzler, being able to get your little lemming guys from point A to point B. But we didn't have a lot of like the simulation style games, unfortunately. I think the first simulation game I had was like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Either that or it was like Skate Park Tycoon, and it came with a pair of like shorts that I bought. It was the weirdest package deal that I think I've ever seen. But nonetheless, I installed it and I played it and I enjoyed it quite a bit. He said, "Feel strong, rain time." Feel strong, man, rain time. I'm assuming that's another Zoolander reference, but that one is definitely over my head as well. was by Maxis, who did SimCity later, and The Sims. Oh, so I thought somebody brought that up earlier and asked if I had ever played it. And so it sounds like one that was probably pretty cool, especially for the time that it was released. Having those like simulation this like simulation style games, especially since they went on to later do like the big ones like SimCity. I think probably had some good bones. I'm more of a Worms 3D guy. I could see the Worms. I don't think I got to play that one much, but I have heard of it and seen it. But we didn't have that one at our house. All right, let's go ahead and upgrade our research lab a little bit further, because I think the research lab level 6 is what we need to be able to upgrade our ant. So we should almost, no, we need level 7. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and use a few speed ups to make sure that we can speedily speed through this. And then Prince, you said TLSG, you look like you had a farm before. If so, it was cool. I always wanted one. Like you had an ant farm. No. So I actually, I've never had an ant farm. Growing up, ants actually kind of freaked me out. Like I didn't want anything to do with ants, and I didn't understand the draw to having the little colony that you just kind of like sit and look at and couldn't interact with. Like I get it now. I've known more people that are like, into bugs, and but no, as a kid, it definitely wasn't my thing. All right, we need a food depot to level 7 as well, and this one is actually pretty far. So we'll probably end up using a few gems here, because we are coming down to the last like 13 minutes or so of the sponsor segment. And so I want to get one more queen upgrade in there where I can. And so we may end up using a few more of our like speed ups and things like that. To get this one up to 7, let's ask for help. I'm going to use one of these and a player. Thank you for reaching Queen level 5. Cho, I'm not sure if that's you or not, but I appreciate whoever was there that downloaded it and checked it out. That gets us to 11, and if you aren't able to join in right now, that's fine. We have the sponsorship is active for 15 days, so there's plenty of time to get in, check it out. And kind of play around with it, see if it's something that you might enjoy. Saint Envy, you said that's me. Thank you so much, Saint. Hopefully it seems like you're able to kind of speed through it. How do I rally and attack? You have to get to the point where you join an alliance, and then once they queue one, you can join their rally. And so in the bottom right, I'm going to set this to upgrade to level 7. So in the bottom right, if you click on Alliance, I'm not sure if you have to be a certain ant level. I think 5 could do it. And so then from there, you can join the Alliance, and then as long as they rally and attack, you can join it. If not, you have to get a little bit higher, I think, to 7 to be able to build out a rally center. But if you join one of the alliances that have like the highest like power level, which is like the little swords that are crossed, then I think you should be able to find one that has an active rally going pretty quickly at least. All right, let's use a few more of our speed ups to get this one down as low as possible. That will allow us to go into the research center, be able to upgrade that a little bit further. I don't think my friend is doing it. No, it's okay, Cho. It's all right. I appreciate you giving it a shot. So we have 7 seconds left on that. And we can upgrade our research center one more time. Whew, this one was 2 hours. So let's definitely burn through some of our speed ups. I have a few 15-minute speed ups that we can go ahead and use. I have a few hour-long speed ups as well. Not sure when I picked those up. But let's burn through a few of these. 40 seconds left. We'll be able to have the research center done. And the queen upgrade, I think, is going to be queued for, I think it's a pretty lengthy queue. We could probably skip it with just gems. There we go. So that one's good. We can now upgrade the queen 5.5 hours. We could use almost 700 gems to do it instantly, but I think we queue it up and we use the rest of our speed ups to be able to push through it. I think it'll get us close. We had a couple of the hour-long ones. 30-minute one. Ooh, we're gonna use everything that we have, and it brings it down to 30 minutes. And so now we could finish it off with like 60 gems, which I think we'll probably do for the sake of getting the queen upgraded before the 2 hours is up. Because after the sponsored stream portion, I'll be playing it on my phone to be able to hit those different metrics. And so this one would end up just being like a burner account. Otherwise, I would have ended up buying like the weekly pass, because that does help support the channel as well. It ends up being that $5, but since it doesn't count from the emulator, it's not something that we wanted to push. So let's go ahead and we'll spend the diamonds to finish our queen upgrade. That does give us a handful of rewards, which looks like maybe equipment for our ants. And that lets us complete level 3, or I guess chapter 7. We can get the gear advancer, tier 1 gear upgrade material, so we can really start pushing some of those pretty quick. So at a certain point, as you start like upgrading things outside of what the quest requests, you'll have some that you'll have completed as soon as you get to them. Because at a certain point, it's not worth it to like push for certain upgrades if you're like just looking for progress. A lot of times that progress starts being directly on like upgrading your queen or upgrading your like ant centers to be able to train higher level ones so that you have more CP out of them. But it does look like we're getting close to it. I am gonna, and ads are running, so I'm gonna run to the restroom real fast, and then we'll be right back to finish out the sponsored portion. We have just a handful of minutes, and then we'll finish off with a little bit of snap to see if our deck is still gonna be pumping like it was. But we'll be right back. Okay? those double hydrates from earlier sent me past the point of no return. But I guess let's go ahead and we'll do a few more of the like pheromone missions. We have the entrance. We have Daisy now that we're level 8. Let's see what that is. Commander can obtain various resources via the Daisy, so we can get free resources from it. I'm not sure what kind of cadence that's on though. We can harvest a peanut, all kinds of stuff. We're level 10 for snail. None of these alliances are doing attacks. Oh, Saint Envy. Oh no. Maybe I just got lucky in joining the one that had it. Otherwise, you could use some of your crystals or your gems to upgrade to level 7 and get a rally center faster. But that's unfortunate that they're not doing any attacks. Go ahead and do just a couple more of these because we do have the time for it. So we have the cave exploration mission here. Wait, what? And so it's like the like all of those mobile game ads that you see where you go through like the different towers and you have to do the math along the way. Not one that I thought I would see here, like not a mini game I thought I would see here, but we'll take it. And let's see. That does put us just right about at the time. I think we maybe have a couple more minutes. I'll make sure that we continue going until it's fully marked, and then we'll go back to a little bit of Snap for a bit. We'll finish off the stream with a little bit of Snap. I appreciate you guys that are here hanging out with the sponsorship, and then we had a really good run with our tempo sand deck earlier. Maintained almost 50 games so far, 63% win rate, over 49 games, and so it was absolutely crushing for us. So I'm excited to do a little bit more of that. The issue was that the stream kept dipping, and so it restarted twice in the course of like the 5 hours. And so I went to this just in case we had any big issues where like the internet went out. I wanted to make sure that I completed the obligated like portion for this one, just in case we had any like issues further down. But I am excited to be able to switch back, run a bit more of that deck. Let's go ahead and carry the cookie back over as we complete a few of these pheromone missions. We're the ride or die type of viewers. I appreciate you, General Sergeant. It makes doing these sponsorship segments much easier and much more enjoyable. I'm curious to see the discard deck you cooked up. We could run a little bit of the discard deck. I'm going to play at least one with the Sandman deck. I'd like to get it to an even 50 to give the before like pulling any of the stats on it. But then we can maybe try out like the discard deck, see if that does decently. So I know that we started at like 12:39, 12:38. So we should have the 2 hours done and dusted. So let's go ahead and we'll pocket our ant colony for a little while. We'll come back to you later. And then it's time to load up a little bit more Marvel Snap. So let's do this. Switch back over into this scene. And then as a reminder, if you either just started the Ant Colony, the Ant Legion sponsorship, you have 15 days to be able to complete it before the sponsorship ends. So we have plenty of time to be able to make any progress. And so if you weren't able to do it right now, you can always do it a little bit later if you want to. Right. Goes back to like the level that we look for. I need to go ahead and switch the category for the stream. We'll update the title. Then we'll run a little bit more. And then Chero, you said I've been farming people with your Sandman. That Ultron has been huge. It is. Like that's the biggest question I've gotten, Chero, is like why the Sandman over Doom? But it puts out a little bit more power on average for something that's going as slow as our deck. Updating the title and the stream category, and then we can jump in for a bit. All right, we are back in business. Could be good here, good here. It's been interesting seeing the collection level of all my opponents now. I'm 5,400, but over 20 games, my opponent's collection was over 13. Average, huge. And I agree. I face mainly those people, and I think it's a large portion of like what rank you come in at post-infinite. Before that, I think there's closer to some collection level banding, but afterwards, I think it's just almost more largely on your like MMR than anything. Saint Envy. I told you that we'd pick the Ant-Man when we came back, and so I'm gonna update my avatar to Ant-Man. Unfortunately, I don't have the pixel version, but this one feels like the hardest to read for me, and so we're gonna go with that one. I think that fits in well with like our brown card back. That's what we're gonna use. We have the Ant-Man redeem for you. Look, nice looking new Magic, and Magic is another one that just has so many variants. I like the I forgot his name, but the little guy that she keeps with her. Do that. I'll claim my 50 gold up for the refresh, and we're good to jump in. Lockheed, thank you. That's true. That's what it is. It just slipped my mind for a moment, but yeah. And then Badro Rambo, you said TLSG, I'm looking for a deck with Windpool and Cassandra for the weekend missions. Do these cards even work together? I think I brewed one a couple of days ago that had both. Let me see if Cassandra was included in it. I think she was, or maybe I dropped her for Captain Marvel. I'll take a look. I'll take a look right after this one. But next up, first up, I guess from our break, we have Brew. The first location is Danger Room. We're gonna go ahead and throw our Spider Ham over there. We hit their Jane Foster, so I'm thinking it's probably a Mr. Negative deck, or it's a Hammer Bros, and we just completely decimated that idea. We do have their Kitty Pryde from our copycat, so maybe not Mr. Negative, maybe more so closer to like the Hammer Bros stuff. And I think with a Sandman, we should be favored here. So I'm going to go ahead and snap into it. We have Nocturne that's going to pull into Astra and M. We can then either change Sewer System or force a retreat. And so that gives us the good old even 50 game sample size. Which ends up being the solid 63 or 64. I think it's 64. Yeah, 64% win rate even with the 50 game sample size is not bad in the least. Is that Bruce Swillis? Boofin, that I think that could be Bruce Swillis. Took me a second to realize what you were going after, but once I got there, I enjoyed it. Let's go ahead and run one quick gold conquest. That way I can use the Apocalypse discard. I feel like we're in a sweet spot on the ladder. I don't want to ruin that. We're gonna throw into conquest to check out the discard deck that we had. Oh, hold on. Oh, Rambo, I apologize. I'll just pull up the deck from a couple of days ago to see if it had it in there. Oh yeah, it does. So this is going to be a little bit spammy. I apologize. But this was the Cassandra Nova. Oh, why did it come out like that? That's awful. Let me grab you a link. So I posted a video on it on the video on demand channel on my YouTube side of it. And so if you, it's the one that had Miss Marvel as the in the thumbnail, but this is the one that ran both Cassandra Nova and Gwenpool, and it worked really, really well for me. I had a I think I was holding like a 66.7% win rate over 27 games with it, and so it did pretty solid for us. All right, so we have the Lady Sif to get the guaranteed discard of either Helicarrier or Apocalypse. And I'm going to stop roping this guy. And then Seabiscuit, you said, hey, TLSG, just jumping on here to let you know that your new Arishem deck just got me from 90 million to 500 bubs. Wait, the one that I just briefly, showed and then moved on? And then Nightshade Lotus, thanks to the Thena, Kitty Thena. How unoriginal. I'm sad. I mean, Thena Kitty Pryde is just such a powerful shell right now that there's not a whole lot we can do about it. But it does hold up a lot of the early tempo into like the explosive last turn play. You showed it in the beginning. No way, and it worked that well for you, Seabiscuit? I'm glad that it's working for you. I was just surprised that you picked it up that quickly. This is similar to the discard deck I'm running at the moment, but I've got Wong and Mystique instead of Corvus and Proxima. Legion was a beast. I was shocked. Legion is one of those cards that sometimes just gives you wins, just gives away the wins. And so let's go Corvus here into... Let's go Corvus into Gambit. And then no matter what gets hit, it's a perfect hit. Apocalypse, great. Helicarrier is all right. And then Proxima ends up being back on the board. And so we're okay with every single one of those. Then Badro Rambo, thanks TLSG. Yeah, no problem at all. Nightshade. So it actually has Kitty Pryde, Thena, and Angela as the core. And then Arishem is just in it for a little flavor. But does his card revive right? Wait. Ooh, yeah, it does. So hopefully we don't hit the Cassandra.
Apocalypse.
Okay, Hope Summers is fine. Also, I'm surprised to report that Loki was a menace, since for some people weren't playing the hot Cassandra decks. Yep, Yep, I could see that. I could absolutely see it. Ooh, we get Hawk out of the helicarrier. We get some solid resources here. Let's go ahead and snap back into it. I don't think they ever go Sandman. But maybe. Let's go something like Chavez. Go Hawk to the left. Black Widow. Next turn we could do Zemo, Jeff, Proxima. Try to get Apocalypse out, or we just play the 20 power Apocalypse outright. Nightshade, I just got... Oh, and Nightshade, I was just kidding about the Thena and the Arishem. It's not in Arishem. It's just a really strong engine right now, so you're going to see it quite a bit. So Gwenpool comes down, and then Hope Summers does come back around. Let's see. Not bad at all with the MODOK top deck. Beautiful finisher for us. Let's go MODOK, Baron Zemo, Jeff. Gonna put our Proxima over to the left. Win left, probably mid, maybe right. Let's see if we can grab the quick 8 cubes off of Fongio. But the helicarrier came in huge for us. The MODOK last was perfect. Yeah, absolutely, the perfect last turn draw we could have asked for. The juicy, it is the juiciest of draws indeed. They move their vision. They do play quite a few cards out. The Juggernaut actually means our Proxima will stack into mid. I don't think we win mid. We may lose right, actually. Ooh, do we lose right? Oh, we lose. Even with the juiciest of draws, we lose. Oh, no. Well, we overcommitted. We won left, for sure. It's just the other 2 lanes that are a problem. The Juggernaut, I think, was our downfall there. So Proxima is worth grabbing these days. I'm on the fence about it. She's okay in like some mid-range like discard decks. But if you don't play discard very much, if you don't use like the strong guy stuff, she's definitely able to be skipped without too much issue. All right, so now we are in a big pickle here. We are on an uphill climb. And it looks like Fong may be running the deck that I just linked to you up above. But we can go Morbius. We can duplicate the Morbius into Corvus. Maybe duplicating the Corvus. Their duplicate Thenas could be tough. We're going to go ahead and full send it. We either get it over with now, or we continue to struggle for the next 5 rounds. So where can I find this famous new Arishem deck? I saw your Black Knight video. So the Arishem deck, I haven't ran it. I brewed it up, but haven't tested it today. But I showed it briefly at the start of the stream. And so I'll pull it up right after we finish this. I'll run it on ladder right after we finish this one to see how it does. And then Akash, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We've been having... Ooh, what? We've been having a pretty good one. I've had a pretty decent stream. I had some issues with connectivity a little bit earlier, and so it went down a couple of times. But... they do have one of our copycats. I still say we snap into it. We full send it until we're at the point we either win or go home.
Opponent snapped.
See if we can pull it out. Let's go Morbius over to the left. Not the Great Web? Yeah, not the Great Web. It pushes everything over to the left. Maybe we can get fortunate though. So right now, Lady Sif hits our Proxima. And now it's a mix between that or Dracula. Let's go Gambit, and we'll gamble just a bit. Because we have 2 good cards to hit, 1 awful one, 1 okay one in the Lady Sif. So we're hoping on the left side. We do get the Swarm, which is great for us. We take out their Jeff. I wish we would have taken out their Nova, but I guess Jeff will have to do. Dracula is going to go over into the left. Over into the left side, or we go Lady Sif here and discard the Helicarrier. But maybe we do that next turn. That way we get a full hand of like random resources to see what's going to be best to utilize. Ooh, Apocalypse is also nice. Depending on if we get any discard engines or not going into the last turn. So the vision in the Great Web is big. We do get Apocalypse discarded, and so it's an 11 power resource. Our Lady Sif gets pulled over to the right because they didn't pull anything here. We could Blade, discard the Apocalypse, Proxima, Swarm, and see if we get lucky. Hot Dynamics, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for the 3rd month. I very much appreciate having you here, and I appreciate the support as well. And so we are going to go with the Blade, discard Apocalypse. We are hoping that we get the 50-50 flip on the Dracula to absorb the Apocalypse in the left. If not, we still get 9 power, so it's not awful. It just won't be as big. Unsure you win left? Me too. I'm unsure that we win left as well. But we are fully committed here, and I think this is our closest play. To be able to give us the best chance in the left lane as possible. They could also just abandon left since we have Dracula there. Maybe they move Vision over into the big house, then play a big resource in Atlantis. Like there's a couple of big ways that they can bring this one home for sure. And so that is exactly what they're going to do. The Juggernaut to push us out of Atlantis, unfortunate as it is, and then the Copycat comes down. And so that is 2 games in a row where we got absolutely handled by the Juggernaut. Such a solid finisher in those tempo decks, which make it really tough for us to do much. But the Vision pulls out of the big house over into the left lane. We absorb the Helicarrier, so we get an extra 9 there. We are still alive. I thought we had lost, but I forgot Great Web can do great things. We will grab the 2. And we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Then Kino, welcome in. Yeah, Great Web actually absolutely won us that game for sure. But we'll take it. We'll take it sometimes. I think in this matchup specifically, we're kind of disadvantaged. Through no fault of my own, I managed to win. Is Meek worth getting? I got it, and I haven't ran it. I haven't ran it a single time. Like, I think it's okay. I think it's fine. But I haven't found an excuse to ever want to run it. And then Dr. Sahab, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. So I think in like a standard discard deck, you see him a lot, and he does some decent things. He helps you be protected from like a lane getting fully capped out. He's that mobile card. But I ended up cutting him for another discard component instead. So let's go. Let's go Dracula here, and I'm gonna go ahead and play it over to the right.
Opponent snapped.
Unless they plan to do Juggernaut this turn, and they snapped into the Muir Island. But I think we'll still take that risk. What about Moon Knight in this deck? I felt like Moon Knight ended up hitting too much inconsistency. And it could have just been a limited like sample size. But I always felt like I felt like between Gambit or Moon Knight, I got more use out of the Gambit more often. So we can go Gambit Corvus or Gambit Lady Sif. Let's go Gambit Lady Sif. Depending on what they drop, we might snipe a Cassandra, we might snipe Vision, which would be perfect, we might snipe Thena. All of them are going to be fantastic. Proxima comes down, she jumps into the middle lane, we snipe out their Cassandra, and we discard our Apocalypse, allowing us to get a little bit more range in Weir Island. Maybe we can position a card in the left lane this turn, so that they can't just Juggernaut steal us off of it. And so I think we're going to go Collector mid, Corvus left. That way a solo Juggernaut in the left lane doesn't win. They would have to invest additional things. I was a high Evo player, but now he's a bit underwhelming. Yeah, I definitely think he got like tempoed and power crept out of big relevancy, at least for a bit. So Kitty Pryde comes in, the Gwyn pool as well. We have our 2 swarms, which are only 2 power each, not huge, nothing to write home about. But we do get top deck the MODOK, and so they could Juggernaut clear us here, right? But that would be, I think, fine. That's full send here and here, and then we have the Dracula in the right lane that's going to pull in the Apocalypse as well. And so he's going to be a respectable 23 power pushing into the right lane. All they need is Captain Marvel. True. Captain Marvel would do it for him. And then they could just, stack an Elysium, just move the Vision over. Don't give them any ideas. Okay, so the Juggernaut in mid. Unfortunate, but to be expected. The Kitty Pryde, and then Captain Marvel. Yep. And so they had the range to do... With the Elysium, they had the range to do Captain Marvel, Juggernaut, and Kitty Pryde. And so that is all that they needed. Swordmaster over Corvus. You could. Your way of speaking is so relaxing. Love watching your YouTube videos. Thank you so much, Dr. Sahab. Sahab. The Captain Marvel variant is awesome. Yeah, it's a solid one. They had it in hand. Beautiful play, beautiful build. Unfortunate for us, but that is all right. We lost the 8 early, and then it put us down at a really big disadvantage. We only won the other one because we got lucky, and so I think it's overall it pushes a lot of power, but that disruptive stuff like Juggernaut, I think can be really, really disruptive. And so it looks like a couple of minutes of ads are going to run, so a minute and a half, and then we'll jump into the Loki build for just a little while here. So I haven't tried it out, but it was something that was brewed up that I think should work decently. The Adam Warlock I think is fun. The Mockingbird, always great if you have it in hand before your Loki now. And then Cassandra Nova is just always a flexible card for us. We have the Quinjet Cable. I think all of those are still great ones. You're the first person who pronounced my username correctly on the first try. It's Indian. I'm so glad, because I try to pronounce the names as accurately as I can. Most of the time I fumble it a lot. But I'm glad that I got yours correct. Show me the Arishem Nightshade. You may not be able to see it because the ads are running, but I do have it pulled up now. Zon Aster, thank you so much for the resub with Prime for the 2nd month. I appreciate you being here and appreciate the support. Let's go ahead and run our Arishem deck. Ooh, we do get Adam Warlock. We have the Quinjet, so a beautiful Loki top deck would be all that we would need to bring this one home. We can do Baron Mordo if we wanted to, but I want to start with Quinjet into probably the Agent Coulson. Yeah, we have the easy Warlock for the additional card draw, which I think alongside Loki is ridiculous value. Before, you never really had an excuse to use him. Now with Loki, it gives you an excuse to really want to dig through your deck after you replace it. And so the Loki top deck here,
hey, welcome,
is going to be what we need to see. Let's see if we can find it. And then C Rare 14, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well. I very much appreciate having you here and appreciate the support. All right, let's go Agent Coulson. I'm going to play it into the sewer system. Then we'll see from there. So they went Forge into Loki, unfortunately. They can get another Loki card from us. I think is kind of crazy. So they lose Moon Knight. We lose Adam Warlock. And then we draw Shang-Chi. Super unfortunate. And then we get a second Legion. I kind of find funny. So we're going to full send it into Weapon X. And we're not going to let them know that it was one that was in our deck. And then we're just going to send them randomness. Do it again. Wait. No. So they had the same idea. They lost Shadow King. We lost Black Bolt. We drew the Mockingbird. It's perfect if we can keep it. They lost their second Loki. Wait, this Arishem, this Loki was generated by Arishem. And they had a Loki as well, but we dodged it. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, they also draw. That's true. They draw through like the entirety of their deck. Do it again. We'll send it. Let's see. They discarded Moon Knight, Shang-Chi, Shadow King, Loki. I think we lose this one. But I want to stay in for the sole fact that we have another Legion to disrupt the stuff that they want to do. We draw hella easy. Easy peasy. We're going to send it here. See what happens. They go with the big blob. If we keep our Shang-Chi, then we can counter that one here. Wait, hold on. They don't have any cards left in their deck. Their blob ate them all. We are going to make them discard 2 of the remaining 4 cards. Oh my gosh. What unfortunateness. That we'll gladly take. So do we ever Loki? We can do Ghost Spider, Loki, Yondu. That allows us to do a cheaper Mockingbird, Swordmaster on the last turn. We're gonna draw a card with Loki as well. Wait, they go Loki one more time, and so they do get a conditional card draw. Oh no. Well, what a chaotic game. The cheap Loki, the Mockingbird. We take out the Quinjet, which I rather them they would have been able to draw that one, and we get to draw Quinjet of our own. Well. This becomes 17 extra in the left. 5 extra here. I think this is a loss. I'm just positioning the cards to see what happens. But they have too much going. And so unfortunately, I mean, with the cards that we have, could it ever be Mockingbird, Loki? Wait, no. Could it ever be Swordmaster, Loki, Arrow? Depending on where they play and where they stack. I mean, I don't think they ever play in Weapon X facility, though. Nah, we're going to jump out of this one. It was fun until they had the Loki that survived. In that game, they drew at least 3 Lokis. It is wild. had we hit Loki whenever they had just a handful of cards left, that one I think definitely would have been ours. Just an unfortunate turn of events. Nightshade.
Hey, welcome.
For sure they play in Weapon X facility. I have a feeling that you're right, Nightshade. I have a gut feeling that they definitely play in Weapon X facility for sure. You also lost Shang-Chi. Yeah, that would have been epic too. Yep. But next up we have Villain moving onward and upward. Rank 58 Villain versus rank 75. Let's start with the Cable. We have the Doc Ock line. We have the Cosmo line. Box Devil, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. We have Mr. Negative if we ever wanted to do... Wait, we stole Mr. Negative from them. Beautiful. That's a snap? Absolutely a snap. We're going to snap Cosmo to draw an additional card. And so they're very much hamstrung already without us having to do a whole lot here. Now we just need Loki. Loki would be kind of crazy. So we pull into our Cassandra Nova. Their Ravona comes down, but it's not going to be big. They never know that they're missing the Mr. Negative. Ooh, interesting. I think we stack the Doc Ock in the left. Death's Domain is tough. Unless maybe we get a Legion. Legion could be funny. Yeah, it's probably really strong against it, but we would have to play it into the Lechugia. We could also do like a Hobgoblin. We would be afraid of them having an Arnim Zola, though. So maybe we don't want to do that. This ends up only being 5 power. I'm going to hope that they don't have the Arnim Zola. Box Elf, you said seen you on ladder a couple times. Always a pleasure seeing you. Always a pleasure as well. What's your a Loki? But they played it into the Cosmos, so that doesn't trigger. What's your in-game name, Box Devil? Is Adam Warlock in because of a bounty, or is he good with Arishem? So I like him with the new Loki. Being able to draw some of those additional cards can be pretty impactful. That seems like a Zola snap. It does, but it still leaves them lost here. And so then they would just be competing in the Lechugia. They'd win Death's Domain, but they'd be competing here. And so I feel like we stick it out, even with this in place. That is a lot of cards, though. Angela. What kind of negative deck is this? Ah, Jeff came in a touch too late. We get one of the many rocks, but Cassandra's bigger. So Cassandra. Coulson? What kind of Mr. Negative deck are they running? Negative Loki? Yeah, negative Loki deck is craziness. Definitely villain behavior for sure. Odin mid incoming? If they hit Odin mid, we deserve to lose. It's a lot of cards. They could have a Cassandra Nova. Yep. Kitty Pride into Rock. Yeah, the Cassandra Nova difference. That's what the snap was. What a strange cook that they cooked us with. Baku? Oh, Baku could have would have been beautiful. But so far, last time I tried to run Arishem, I dropped from like rank 300 to 2000 when he first came out. Let's not repeat the same bad habits. So I'll pull back my snaps, make them a little bit more restrictive, because I do like being in the top 100. It's just maybe a Leviathan deck, maybe. But we also haven't seen Loki early, so I think it's really early to tell. So it's an Arishem deck. We steal their Shang-Chi, which is not awful. We keep that in hand. Mr. Fantastic into the Danger Room. They do still have the Snow Guard in their deck built in. Potential double Shang-Chi is nice. Let's go ahead and go Deathlock into Sinister London. Since it'll duplicate, we get the guaranteed... We got to change the stream title now. Not top 74. Roro Sar. You're very true. I have like Storm with the Legion in Arishem. Yeah, early scams can be nice. Into the Nexus. Baku or Angel saved you that last game? Yeah. Either one would have been amazing, but didn't end up happening. Let's go double Loki. I think that's a Loki Doki snap. We can't get anything going. We get the 1Q retreats and then we give up 8 as in return. We can change the stream title to top 80. And then for those of you that are jumping in later, we did do our Ant Legion sponsored segment. If you wanted to support the channel, you can still download using my link and then hitting those certain metrics. Getting only about 30 minutes of play hits both of the progression metrics and offers a big surge for me. And then the $5 silver weekly pass is like gifting 10 subs. So if you ever wanted to support the channel, it's a great way to be able to do that over the next couple of days. Let's go ahead and go Loki over to the left. We have our Mockingbird in hand. We generated a Captain Marvel, which is nice. So we'll see if we're able to hold it down. Mystique. I'm not sure we end up getting much value out of the Mystique. How can I get the link? So the QR code on the screen or exclamation point AMP. So we can do Coulson. They do have a really big Cassandra Nova, so we'd be reliant on like our Shang-Chi. So maybe our Agent Coulson will generate it for us. They didn't snap into the Cassandra Nova, which is craziness. No such luck on the Shang-Chi, but you can always do Jessica Jones. Captain Marvel. Let's do Arrow into mid for now. So the Hope Summers and then the Thena coming in. Arrow into Jotunheim? Yeah, Arrow into Jotunheim was probably the play. That is not a Shang-Chi either. So we would be dead in the water. Not going great. I'm glad that it was working for the other guy. I forgot your username off the top of my head, so I'll have to pull it back up in the chat. I'm glad that it was working for you. You said I never snap against Arishem. They just have too many tech cards, unless I get Cosmo and Armor down. I could see that. But even having something big like just Tempo plus an early Cassandra, sometimes I snap. SP Dagger, you top 100 in my heart. just now saw that one. He was playing before the cast mission. Oh, by the way, there was a mission. Oh, okay, gotcha. And so maybe we take that one back out because more people are running Cassandra Nova. Makes sense. I gotcha. So maybe we put this one back on the back burner. Right now we're 1 in 4 for negative 10 cubes, which is eating away at our positive gain from the tempo sand. The wasp is not what we want to see here. What awful draws. I feel like when I run Arishem, I draw garbage. When the opponent runs it, it feels like they hit their Loki on curve like every time. I know that's probably exaggerating. But that's what it feels like. The White Palace is going to give them our Arishem, which is unusable for them. And we haven't been able to play anything. We draw their Hit Monkey. Sunspot is the first good card I've seen come in. So we can do Sunspot. We have Legion, but I'm not sure if we use it. Instead, I'm going to go Sunspot, let that absorb power. I'm going to go Sunspot, Wasp, Hit Monkey. We're going to go ahead and just play out the resources we have. We can always let the Sunspot absorb on the last turn, so we don't need to push it too much. Just joined. What tempo, Sandman? I'll switch. It's the heart of the cards. It must be. The heart of the cards is obviously not strong with this one. So we either Legion. Oh, it's after turn 5. So we can always do Adam Warlock, get an additional card draw. Let's go with that. But I'll pull up the tempo Sandman after this. Because right now we held a 64% win rate over the course of 50 games with it, which is wild. Such a solid performer. So Nico comes down, the Hit Monkey in the left as well, and then they're not pumping a lot into mid or right. So since this is a Black Swan deck, I'm not sure that we even take away the Eternals Arc. I think we just leave it. Something like Mockingbird, Copycat.
Snap.
Fine. As long as we win right, we can just float with the Sunspot next turn. And so I think that's why we want the Copycat there. Legion left. You could do Legion left, but it doesn't lock down all locations. It would still only be the first one, because this Eternals Arc would trigger first, and then it would turn this into a Storm and this one before the others triggered. So the Cassandra to the right is huge, but not bigger than our Mockingbird. We will have the lead in the right, have it in mid, and now we're kind of afraid of what if they can go wide? What if they can spread their power across? Maybe it's Misty Knight, Quinjet, Legion. That still leaves room for 2 to be absorbed here. But if they have like a Doctor Doom, I think we're cooked. I don't see that being in a Black Swan deck, but maybe. Maybe there's some way that happens. They do stick it out. Do they have a blue Marvel? Grandmaster. We got cooked. We got cooked again. That was a good Grandmaster. Had we skipped, we would have gotten 5 extra here. Still wouldn't have been enough. Yeah, it was a good play by the opponent. Shiva. I'm glad that you're enjoying it, Shiva. Rough stuff for us. But it was a good play by them. The Grandmaster can be one of those cards that makes or breaks a game. Yeah, we're gonna retire the Arishem for now. We'll switch back to the Tempo Sand for a bit here. Although we're on a bad streak, it may ruin our reputation for the deck. We may ruin our stats on it. But next up, we do have Jimmy Dinkins. We'll see if we can recover. Bar Sinister is interesting. Let's go Spider Ham into mid. And then a Jeff to the left would be great. We take out their Nick Fury. What it looked like on my end. Chilcedo, you're back? I never left anywhere. I'm back to Snap. We finished the sponsored integration. But no, we are back here. Let's go with the Jeff to the left. I think it's always a solid play. It helps protect you from like White Widow plays. It helps protect you from anything else. And I like snapping into it with initiative, because then the opponent either has to respect the fact that this could be a White Widow and they could be blocked out, and so maybe they have to play over there. Or if they don't, maybe they just play another card, try to protect it, and then they're stuck with like some low value cards and we can move out later. Nightshed, you said, who on Second Dinner's team decided that a bounty to play 40 cost 1 cards is a good thing for this game? Honestly, I would jump into Deadpool's Diner in like the breakfast tier, like the cereal tier, the lowest one. And I would just blitz through it. I would have a deck of all 1 cost cards. 1 cost cards, Falcon, Beast, get it done in like 2 games. Maybe it'd be like 3. But you get the idea. Ooh, next up we have the Big Binks, who I did not know was live right now. I thought their early day was Thursday. Or maybe they're not live. Maybe they're just playing. See. Sure, but it's a colossal waste of time for a casual. I mean, I could see that, yeah. I mean, but you would just naturally get it over time if you didn't want to, like, cheese it. And so the first location is Clintar, the second one, Monster Island. We don't have any of our low cost cards, so we have to skip on 2 as well. We get a Nocturne that we can play on 3, though, so we can always threaten to turn off one of the other locations. So White Widow in mid. I'm definitely going to be playing Nocturne here to protect against any kind of like blockage shenanigans. World Forge could hurt us here. Into Asgard. Interesting. All right, let's go Nocturne into mid. And then we can always turn off World Forge if we want, or we can lean into the randomness that it offers and see if we can get on the upside of the RNG flips. So Ghost Spider pulls over to the left, leaving them some extra space in the middle location. Right now we have command of Asgard, but maybe not forever. I kind of like Nidavellir. Let's go ahead and turn it off with Nocturne. I'm going to play... I'm going to play Captain Marvel over to the right. And I think we play Captain Marvel because there's a decent chance that we lose. Wait, did they not play? Anything on 4? Oh, wow, we choked Asgard then. Unfortunate. Super unfortunate. We didn't have to do anything and we could have won. With the... I'm not sure what Binks is cooking up here, honestly. We can go with the good old Claw. We could go Claw to the left. Into something like Ultron mid, which pushes here and over to the left. I think that's what we're going to try. Good old Hobgoblin, unfortunately. Do we grab initiative off of this? We do. We do have initiative. And so if they're trying to cook a Galactus deck, I think that's all right. We can go Ultron to the right, put as much power there as possible. Into here, here, and here, and we'll see. We'll see if they're cooking the good old Ghost Spider Galactus shenanigans. That is the good old Galactus. shenanigans, we will be able to pull it home.
Victory.
Good guy Binks. Running the Galactus. I've seen a surprising amount of Galactus today, actually, though. Over the course of the game, or over the course of the day, I've seen several people that have been pushing different Galactus builds. And we got cooked by, I think, one of them. The others, we got pretty fortunate. Sandman making a comeback. Comeback. That zombie. It is absolutely dominating for us today. So over 52 games now, we're at a 65% win rate, and so it's only went up since the last time I checked. And so solid performance, and that's all been from today. And so it's definitely been a solid performer for me. It's helped me climb from top 110 to now 82 because I blew a few cubes with with Loki, unfortunately. All right, so we take out their Fastos with our Spider Ham. Not a huge hit, but not awful. We could do some interesting things with Death's Domain and Valley of the Hand. Like maybe a Cassandra Nova into Death's Domain and then let it pop back up in Valley of the Hand. My first Infinite was with Sandman, way back when. And for a long time, Sandman was kind of a almost a little like boring. It was very linear. But we've gotten several like tempo cards, several ways to flex power across the board that we're able to find ways to win. And then Nightshade, thank you so much for hanging out for a little bit. Hopefully you have a great sleep, and hopefully we'll catch you again sometime in the future. But for now, I hope you have a great rest of your night. So the Ghost Spider into Human Torch. Seeing Ghost Spider, I'm thinking more along the lines of like a full move deck versus a Phoenix Force deck. So we don't have to worry so much about the Nimrod, I don't think. Let's go with Captain Marvel over to the right. Next turn, depending on what they drop, if it looks like it's a Beast Bounce one, actually, let's go ahead and snap into it. If it's looking like a Beast Bounce move, then I think we get some benefit in our Sandman lockdown. If not, then they're also in a kind of tough spot for any kind of like Heimdall shifts or shenanigans. Yeah, I agree, Zombie. If it was Phoenix Force, they probably would have destroyed the Human Torch on the chance that they top deck the Phoenix Force. All right, so the double drop, and they do stick it out, and so it is a Beast Bounce. They go with a card in Death's Domain, and then it'll revive after turn 5, which is actually beautiful for us, because we know that that's going to be a guaranteed pull all of their one-cost cards back into their hand. And so Sandman is going to be such an unfortunate drop against them here, because now they can, I guess, no, they really can't, right? They can't move their one costs besides like a Ghost Spider. Then they could play Ghost Spider into Death's Domain to pull the Human Torch over. It would revive in like the left lane, potentially pull it over. But I think Kiln locking down definitely hurts them. These locations don't help them at all. What decks do you think are still meta? I think we see like the Angela Thena tempo. I think Sandman like value builds are pretty meta. You could still do like destroy stuff. It does fine. But outside of that, like Arishem, I think still has some warrants and some merits. Outside of that, I think it kind of depends. But and then Spaceman, I see that you use the command, and so if you do want to check out the game, the milestones for it only take about 20 minutes if you're trying to go quickly at it. About 30 minutes if you're going at a leisure pace to be able to get both goals to helping the channel. And so any buddy that checks it out helps support the channel. It helps me towards like a go full-time fund. And so last month I made enough that I could justify quitting my full-time and going full-time with the content creation. But I want to make sure that that's something that's consistently going to be able to be reached before we do it. And so always looking at the possibility for making a transition to get more streams in, get more content in. And then Polo, yes, it was a big month. The couple of stream sponsors helped out quite a bit because each of the goals that are reached in those games are helping support me, and so it's equivalent of like a sub for each one that's hit or more. And so we had some pretty good ones. And then Factor was actually like a surprisingly good sponsor. I enjoyed the food quite a bit, and I'm a little bit sad that I'm out of my sponsored meals. I may continue my subscription just because it was so convenient and so easy, but we'll see. So Jeff in the danger room. We do have our Nebula. Let's go ahead and go Nocturne into mid. I'm going to snap into the Nocturne because we can turn off TVA. We have the ability to reach danger room pretty easily, and we'll be able to make those adjustments. You know, I've never really got the hang of bounce decks. Bounce decks can be kind of tricky.
Time's up.
How come you're not using the Watu profile picture? I like to switch it up. This is an unfortunate copycat. I like to switch it up from time to time because we have a lot of cool card backs, a lot of cool avatars, and so it felt right to be able to just kind of switch it up and vary it like deck to deck. Okay, we lose our Claw, not the end of the world. We do still have Sandman. They lost their Gwynpool, and then Captain Marvel is marvelous for them. Unfortunately, not marvelous for us. Definitely marvelous for them. Let's go Sandman to the left. And then we'll see. An Ultron mid puts 6 power extra over to the right. And so it would be 7 power total. Captain Marvel would be able to go over there. They won't be able to scale their Thena after this turn. So let's go Ultron mid. That adds a little bit here. Enough here that they have to have the Captain Marvel move, which might be enough for us to snag a win. Oh my goodness, guys. The ads ran. I always try to make sure that those don't go in the middle of the games. I apologize. Let's go with the Ultron into Central Park. And then that is, we're going to ship it. We're going to send it. We're going to see what ends up happening. We do end up getting the retreat, and so we've been, even since we switched back, we've still been on an absolute tear with the deck. A lot more early retreats, but we are back to top 76. I know that the title said, I think, 74, but we'll settle for 76 today. But I did start the stream a little bit early, so we are pushing a little bit over 8 hours, and I'm getting incredibly hungry. I want to edit a couple of these highlights together so that I can have one that goes up on the video on demand channel tomorrow morning. But we are going to go down. We are going to wind down. Oh, I guess the majority of people can't hear me because ads are in progress. We are going to wind down and look for someone to raid over into. Let's see. We have Jeff that's live, but he's been live for a while. But we have KX, which is he's a solid player. We have Tucker. I think we're gonna jump over to Tucker for now, unless you guys have somebody else you want to jump to. Call me Sal. Is Sal on? I didn't see Sal on the list, but I can take another look. Tucker's ending. Oh, okay. Good call, Tim. Okay, but this game is kind of fun. The ant one, yeah, it is. Like it's simple enough that it's not like taxing, but it's fun enough that you're always engaged in something new. So I won't go over to Tucker. Let's look for someone else to raid over into. It does look like KX just started, and so he is another high-end player. Let's go ahead and raid over into him, and we are gonna go ahead and end. Thank you guys for the fantastic stream. I appreciate all of you for hanging out. All of you that ended up checking out the Ant Legion for the Swarm game. A lot of extra support coming my way from everyone that was checking that out. We're gonna go ahead and end here. We will be back as soon as we can. I'm not sure exactly what day. I think maybe Wednesday of next week is when I can call in sick again without it being too suspicious. But we're going to go ahead and raid over to KX. Hopefully you guys have a fantastic weekend. Thank you guys, as always, for being here. We will see you around on the next one.
Logi. Logi is actually